والسلام الملكي. صباح الخير.
Morning.
الابتكار
Innovation for a sustainable future. Under this theme, we gather today for the second edition of the Global PropTech Summit. This summit, organized by the General Real Estate Authority in strategic partnership with the NHC Innovation. The summit highlights the pivotal role of innovation and emerging technologies in shaping the industries of the future and sheds light on the regulatory framework for property technology PropTech as one of the key enablers of growth of this vital sector. And a lot of more topics which will be explored and discussed with the participation of various of the platforms and the training institutions and developers across the kingdom and the world. Your Excellency, Engineer Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqil, Minister of Housing and Municipalities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global PropTech Summit.
That redefined the future of real estate and continues to inspire new platforms of innovation and growth. From the forums that set the stage for global dialogue comes a new chapter of collaboration where property meets technology and ideas become impact. The Global PropTech Summit stands at this intersection, uniting visionaries and decision makers to drive sustainable innovation across the built environment. Here, the momentum of innovation meets purpose, empowering a new generation to build smarter, greener, and more connected cities for all. This is the Global PropTech Summit, born from vision, powered by collaboration, and shaping the sustainable future of real estate.
وفي إطار جلوبال بروبتك سمت التي تجمع قادة الابتكار العقاري والتقني، يسعدنا أن نسلط الضوء على واحدة من أبرز المبادرات التي تحتفي بالتميز والريادة في هذا القطاع الحيوي. الجائزة التي تضم 20 فئة
rule in this vital sector and the Real Estate Excellence Awards feature 20 categories led by the PropTech category, recognizing creativity and achievement that contribute to shaping the future of the real estate industry.
What began as a bold vision at the Global Leaders Summit in 2023 is now becoming a national legacy. The Real Estate Excellence Award was conceived to spotlight the achievements shaping the future of Saudi Arabia's built environment and to set a new benchmark for innovation, sustainability, and impact across the industry. More than just an award, REA is a symbol of national ambition and global relevance. It honors the developers, architects, city makers, and pioneers transforming spaces into legacies. With 20 diverse categories ranging from affordable housing and master planning to PropTech and sustainability, the award celebrates excellence across every sector of the real estate landscape. Winners will be revealed at the upcoming Real Estate Future Forum on January 27, 2026, where Saudi Arabia's most visionary projects will take the spotlight. From there, winners ascend to the global stage at the FIAPSI World Prix d'Excellence Awards in the upcoming edition in Vienna on June 11, 2026, widely known as the Oscars of Real Estate, honoring visionary projects from over 75 countries that exemplify innovation, sustainability, and impact. Join us on this journey of recognition, influence, and global impact. The Real Estate Excellence Award, honoring Saudi Arabia's most visionary achievements.
والآن
Now we will start the opening remarks of this today. I would like to welcome Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al Hamad, CEO of REGA, the General Real Estate Authority.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Merciful, most compassionate, peace and the blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his household. Your Excellency, Minister of Housing and Municipalities, the Chairman of REGA, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests from different parts of the world, distinguished guests, good morning and peace be upon you all. It's my privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the Global PropTech Summit organized by the REGA on the second year running and hosting a number of partners from different parts of the world to continue the transformation journey, which constitutes one of the key drivers of the comprehensive transformation led by the custodian of the two holy mosques and the crown prince. May Allah protect them both. Distinguished guests, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, technology is part of a national project led by a belief in the future and driven by a vision spearheaded by a leader, and the human capital is the cornerstone of the development. Since its inception, Vision 2030 technology is the language of building and construction embodied in modern real estate sector. In Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a new generation of creative turning technology into solutions and projects and ideas into projects and lead the transformation across different sectors. At the forefront, the real estate sector, which integrates the human creativity and development. PropTech is witnessing a prosperity with the value exceeded $86 billion and moving towards $33 billion by 2032. It's one of the fast growing sectors in venture capital investment rounds, with the 3,000 investors setting their eyes on the PropTech, which will transform this sector and asset management. By 2020, the global market attracted 630 billion. Such figures does not represent transient figures, but well-established figures. In Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our campus is focused on attracting some investments through the localization of PropTech and enabling emerging technologies and tapping technologies, because we have the integrated infrastructure and global competitiveness. Last year was exceptional year enhancing innovation as part of ambitious journey. Start with the PropTech SPH to be a platform drive and promote technology in this sector. And this year we launched the sandbox to enable entrepreneurs to test their models in resilience and flexible environment, and it enhances the regulatory framework for the sustainability of this sector. And the draft of the sandbox was open for the experts to drive our approach based on transparency. And in supporting innovation, we have launched the accelerator in PropTech accelerator with the national program NTDB and the Startup Wise guys, which localized seven companies, international companies. In addition to, Rega has launched hackathon in a partnership with from El Yamama, in which 50 teams competed and representing more than 140 competitors. And this is to untap the opportunities. We started with the careful steps by building a regulatory environment and to transform such figures to diversify our economy and the sustainability of real estate market. Distinguished guests, we are witnessing a milestone in digital transformation in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The technology has become a tool of enabler and a growth driver and the bridge for the future. And this was embodied by selecting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, represented by Sadaya, to head the UNESCO supervisory agency, and this is represents the ability of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to lead this kind of landscape. Such kind of leadership was not didn't come by chance, but it was driven by a vision which puts our people at the core. The Kingdom invests in people before technology through national programs, national adopting capabilities and upskilling in AI and data analysis and real estate technologies. And due to this kind of efforts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be a global property hub, which constitute the smart infrastructure to enable AI enabled technologies. And Rega enhances transparency and competitiveness through the open data ecosystem, which is part and parcel of this kind of transformation, for a full access of accurate data to drive innovation and transparency and integrity and equal opportunity to make our economy more sustainable and more opening. This summit comes under the theme Innovation for Sustainable Future, which summarize this era, and technology is a means to create human human impact. And this summit discuss the next destination and redefine the way through which the property is run and managed. We will discuss 3D printing from idea to construction and technology, from innovation and the entrepreneur. We believe that each promising Saudi idea can become a successful company. And from regulatory landscape, we try to set a flexible framework, and through the fintech will open new heights for a more fairness and transparent future. And this cities will run by data, and through the supply chain will focus on the high quality in the product. In the virtual worlds, the technology of virtual reality intersects to create more experience in marketing and automation, and advanced automation and new capabilities and more accurate decisions, and the smart management is redefined. Each theme is a strategic mission which embodies the commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that the digital transformation is the core for a more sustainable future. What we witnessed in the development of real estate is the organic growth of digital transformation. On behalf of myself and Rega, I express my deep thanks to Mr. Majid bin Abdullah Al-Hagil, Minister of Municipalities and Housing, the Chairman of Rega, for his unlimited support and enablement, and his sponsorship for the advancement of this technology. And I would like to thank you for being with us, and our colleagues and the other organizers, praying to God that such summit will be successful, and to serve our nation better. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency Ahmed. The keynote speaker to His Excellency CEO of NHC Innovation, Engineer Ryan bin Abdullah Al-Aqil. Please welcome Engineer Ryan Abdullah Al-Aqil. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. Good morning to you all. It's my pleasure to welcome you at the Global PropTech Summit 2025, which brings us together from different parts of the world to lead the digital transformation in real estate, to enhance the competitiveness of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its global position in adopting innovation. Our strategic partnership with Rega through the previous edition 2024, it was one of the key pillars of success, in which we hosted a number of scientific panel discussions and workshops, and featured a number of panelists from different parts of the world. In 2025, we continue the development of the legal framework of this sector to cope with the innovation and create a sustainable and transparent ecosystem responsive to the quick changes in a partnership with the Rega to enhance and cultivate innovation in PropTech through the sandbox with the startups, and creating a platform with the international and the national investment, and extension to our efforts to enable real estate platform and integrate of business intelligence. I announce launching Teghar, which is a digital platform for the integration of digital integration. Tech Hub, through a unified ecosystem which accelerate and push digital technologies, which facilitate digital solutions and market entry. And we have entered fintech by launching Wasl, the first integrated funding platform in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to facilitate real estate funding and providing streamline financial solutions. It will be a milestone and open a new era with the SMEs, and we will announce its fresh products. We pay attention to prop technology, and we emphasize on our role as enablers, as a part of society which pay attention and handle the technology with high propriety. And this is reflects the growing interest in such products, and the number of the users exceeded 35,000 and acquire more than 85% of the real estate transactions. And expansion of our activities globally, we have launched high quality projects in smart cities. We announced investment with a Korean partner Enable, which is one of the largest PropTech companies in South Korea, and we opened up new partners with the giant technology ByteDance, the Chinese companies which owns a number of famous digital platforms, to explore the cooperation opportunities for the smart cities solutions and harnessing AI in different in comprehensive applications and AI in administrative businesses. I conclude that in HC Innovation, we renew our commitment to be the key partner which combines the government vision and continue our rule with the modern technology to make the kingdom a hub of prop technology. Thank you, and I hope that this summit will make a difference in the journey of PropTech. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Al-Aql. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes the opening remarks of the sponsor of this summit. I would like to welcome His Excellency Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqil, Minister of Municipalities and Housing. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, praise and thanks are due to Allah alone, and peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. The world is witnessing a redefining financial fintech infrastructure in size and volume. Last year, the cryptocurrency redefined the cryptocurrency landscape, and based on a new data issued by the Financial Settlement, this figure exceeds 5 times, and the ability of reaching fees. So this kind of currency are not specialized tools. It has become a new foundation for moving the value globally. Today, the stable currency exceeded $300 billion in terms of market value, registering growth faster than in any kind of digital assets, and executing more than 4/3 of transactions based on blockchain across the world by using the stable cryptocurrency, which is valuable units supported by reserves and are programmable. can be programmed. The largest financial centers from Singapore are setting framework to increase the verification of each digital transactions for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This kind of transformation has a strategic dimensions exceeding technology, which facilitate stable currency for the value flow equal to the information pool, and this makes the cross-border investments more easier. And now a developer in Riyadh can get a stable currency and a stable investment from any part of the world, with the full commitment of the financial statement and with each digital dollar, so the regulatory body can verify and can control and oversee. So we open the door to attract direct foreign investment at a large scale. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia receives more than 30 billion US direct investment, and our target to achieve 100 billion by 2030. To achieve as such, we should create a settlement for the foreign investments, such as transparency. They are expected. Now we have systems run by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and internationally fully aligned when applied on real estate and technologies and PropTech. It will have a deeper impact. So the transactions can be settled from the down payment to finalize the transactions by using this kind of by using samples for more certainty, so the data can become a policy which can translate policies into measurable policies, and this enhance the pillars of Vision 2030 by attracting international capital to Saudi assets and vibrant community by enhancing the ownership of homes, and ambitious nation by adopting technology. The stable currencies represent a modern infrastructure for settlement and advanced step in financial sovereignty if integrated carefully as part of the Saudi regulations by using the national laws and regulations in full alignment with the Saudi values. We will create a more secure and faster financial system. And when the world ask about the future of the real estate funding, they will set their eyes on Riyadh. In conclusion, I would like to express my deep thanks to my colleagues in Riga in development of Sandbox mentioned by Abdullah as part of their accomplishment, which attracted a number of local and international companies with the diversified business models, and we aspire, God willing, from the 16 companies, we will focus on the real estate register and tokenization until we complete the required regulations to start this kind of start to see the stable coins with the CMA and SEMA. And I aspire and look forward to increase the number of the participation in Sandbox to make the real estate sector standing out. And I would like to thank the organizers and aspire that will have inspiring and enriching panel discussions coping with the the fast development and the growing of the real estate sector. And I would like to express my deep thanks for the sponsors for making this summit successful. And peace be upon you all.
شكرا معالي الوزير.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we kindly stay on the stage to sponsor the agreements. And I invite Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al-Hammad to participate in such kind of ceremonies. We have a number of agreements. The first group of agreements includes several partnerships aimed at training and qualifying real estate brokers in the field of banking finance products within the real estate sector. The agreements are being signed between the General Real Estate Authority, represented by Mr. Abdul Qadir, the CEO of the institute. The first agreement is with the Riyadh Bank, represented by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Omar Sagaf, Senior Vice President of the Retail Banking. And the second agreement with the Saudi Awal Bank, represented by Mr. Bande El Ghasyan, Chief Executive Officer of Wealth and Personal Banking. The third agreement is Al-Anama Bank, represented by Abdurrahman al-Nasser, head of retail banking.
اتفاقية مع بنك الجزيرة ويمثله الأستاذ محمد.
With the Bank Al Jazeera, represented by Mr. Muhammad Al Musa, Senior Vice President and the Head of Retail Banking Group. And the following agreement with the Bank Al Balad, represented by Mr. Walid Al Otib, Executive Vice President of Retail Banking. The next agreement is a cooperation agreement between Rega and Garage Information Technology Company. Rega is represented by Ziad Shamari, the CEO of Strategy and the Partnership, and the Garage Fahd Al Qahtani, the Vice President of Shared Services. And the agreement aims to develop a joint service for real estate developers designed to address industry challenges, exchange expertise, and create innovative practical solutions that enhance the quality and efficiency of real estate services. And right now, to honor the sponsors of PropTech, strategic partner NHC Innovation. Strategic sponsor NAGIS for legal services. A future sponsor, real estate registry. The key sponsors حصتك your share platform. عقار application. Platinum sponsors PropTech. SAC platform. PropertyNet platform.
الرعاة الذهبيون.
Gold sponsors.
بسيطة.
بسيطة.
شركة الأندلس العقارية.
Andalus Real Estate.
منصة كادا للاستثمار.
كادا investment platform. Penny.
ياردي.
Yards, platform.
وسافي.
And savvy.
والتكريم الأخير
And the final honoring
عين الرياض.
Ain Riyadh as organizer of this summit.
شكرا معالي الوزير.
Thank you, Your
وشكراً
Excellency,
سعادة
and
المهندس
thank you,
الحماد
Engineer
وسادة
Al-Hamad, and
المشاركين في
for the
مراسم
participants in the agreement exchange ceremony.
السيدات والسادة،
Ladies and gentlemen,
هيئة السوق المالية
CMA
وحكم من التسهيلات.
enablement and a package of enhancements. Now we have
الأستاذ محمد القويز.
we have a meeting with the Mr. Muhammad Al Guiz, and I'm gonna moderate this fire chat discussion with His Excellency Muhammad Al Guiz.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly provide us with another mic. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, Capital Market Authority empowerment and a package of improvements. We have noticed recently a development in the real estate markets. Such development needed a number of initiatives, sources of income, and streamlining financing for the success of these initiatives and partnerships. You at Capital Market Authority, what was your role in enhancing and streamlining financing and diversifying the sources of income? You have mentioned this briefly on the role of Capital Market Authority, whether it be in the economy or the real estate sector. And if I would like to summarize that in one word, is financing. CMA is a platform for the financing the economy and entrepreneurship projects to transform it into a reality, even the successful projects to sustain them. And this role of financing is ever increasing, and also and it has an impact on the financial sector. So this decade is a number of phases or episodes. The first of which were the real estate trusts, which are to be considered the oldest. Instead of the real estate contributions, and now they are about 300 billion Saudi riyals, and it's the biggest investment category from the fundment sector. These real estate funds vary between real estate development in the residential field, and the commercial field, and the office field, lands, and so on. They are diversified and offer a number of diversified opportunities. After these products have matured, we are now starting to see public offerings in the stock market. If we were to see the real estate sector that is listed in the market, it's about 180 billion Saudi riyals between real estate development and REIT. And the bigger share of these real estate companies, we're starting to see increased listing during the current year. We have about 24 companies in the field real estate development. 6 of them were listed this year, and this tells us about the increased role of CMA in the public offerings and enlisting these companies and providing financing for. The latest of the products, it is the debt market. Despite it's modern, it's now a main part in the economy system and in the real estate sector. Now, the real estate sector has issued debt instruments, whether be in the kingdom or outside the kingdom. And recently, in the recent years, the financing volume through the debt market is more is more than the financing of the the share market. So the market is ever developing, and there is a relation, a regulated relation, balanced relation. You are now in the market, are contributing to the development of the real estate market, and the real estate market is contributing to the increase of the capital that is being invested in the capital market, Saudi Capital Market Authority. Since we're at PropTech and FinTech, how do they contribute to enhancing this financing and lead to more initiatives? If we were to say each and every one of us contributes to the support of the real estate sector, if you were to say the Capital Market Authority and the financial sector, its contribution is with money. The PropTech, what does it contribute with? It contributes with technology and financial innovation to the financial sector. If we were to combine the financial side and the tech side, we will come up with a third product, which is a fintech, or the financial technology that invests to best serve the various sector and the economy. And we've been witnessing increased innovations, and these innovations are aligned with the types of financing that we have addressed: the traditional financing, real estate funds, public offerings and listing, and the debt markets. These are the domains where are starting to see increased innovation in the fintech to provide financing for the real estate sector and other sector. One of the oldest products is the investment funds. The innovation that resulted from this through the fintech are the platforms and the distribution of the investment funds. So from here came these platforms of investment financing that ever since the very first platform was launched, it has gathered more than 3.6 billion Saudi riyals. 85% of these funds through these crowdfunding platforms. This tells us about the demand on these real estate funds and the need of the real estate funds to gather funding from innovative platforms. Also, financing through debt market or the market share market. These platforms have seen a great deal of success ever since they were launched. Today, they have gathered about 8 billion Saudi riyals, one third of which was for the real estate sector, whether it be in the form of shares or debt instruments. When we are to compare the figures, whether it be in the technological platforms, whether it be crowdfunding or the distribution platforms, we were talking about financing of hundreds of billions, about 500 billion. And here we're still talking about a few billions, so they're not aligned, but the difference is in the growth rate. The growth rate in the fintech platforms and the innovative financing platforms is much faster than the traditional financing platforms. Two is the time necessary for financing is now much shorter from the traditional financing platforms. If you want to gather funding for traditional platforms, the time could be weeks or months, while on the alternative or innovative platforms, funding takes place within days for the reset opportunity or the investment opportunity, and this reflects its strength. The major change in these innovative platforms is it's being able to serve the SMEs, the real estate funds, public initial offerings, or the issuing of debt instruments. This serves the big companies, and but the innovative funds, mainly the majority and most of the beneficiaries are the smaller funds, the smaller corporates, and the smaller projects. So the Capital Market Authority is not only contributing to diversifying the investment products, but balancing the competitive advantages between the bigger companies and the smaller companies. You have mentioned to a great demand on the real estate funds. Since His Excellency the Minister is attending today, the recent assessments that contribute to the stabilization of the real estate market, will we see same level of demand? Will these will this lead to a more stable market? No doubt we in the Capital Market Authority play, we wear two hats. The first of which is a hat for the development of the market, and the second hat is for the protection of the investors, who are at the end of the day, one of our biggest roles is to protect them and to stabilize the market. We try to always strike a balance between those two priorities. Before the recent decisions, the fear of protecting the investors and stabilizing the market was the main concern, especially when we see the increase in the price of the real estate and the number of funding gathered. We wanted to protect the market from from price inflations and its repercussions on the market. The recent decisions, now there is calibration between weight and the priority, protecting the investors and the stabilization of the market, and supporting the market and incentivizing it. We're now starting to see the impacts of these decisions on the level of the price and on the level of interest to gather funding. We're now at the Capital Market Authority are starting to say, how can we support the real estate sector that is now facing challenges in the light of the current conditions? How can we provide to the real estate market the financing channels that it needs? They have white land fees, they have the relation with the investors, they have a number of requirements that they need to come up with funding for in order to meet these requirements. And this is why we're starting to see today an acceleration in the listing the companies in the real estate market. We have 24 real estate companies listed. 6 of them were listed this year. That's why we're saying we're considering providing support and financing to the sector when it needs it most. This financing has requirements, as we know that the real estate sector is going through a great deal of changes. So we're now rethinking how we can support the sector in providing the financing, and how can the sector also provide the data that the market needs to take investment decisions by updating the assessments and the prices, or through other means and channels through which we can ascertain that this sector is providing the most updated data that support the investors in taking decisions. So the growth is ongoing, and the stability is also ongoing. Since we're at PropTech, there are many companies and entrepreneurs attending. How can they obtain funding? What are the choices that the capital market authority is offering them? Speaking of the entrepreneurs and what we can offer them in the field of funding, the role of the entrepreneur is difficult. Starting a new project is a challenge, from quitting their job, gathering funding, getting the first client. So the least we can do is to attempt to provide them with support and financing in a diversified manner to support their investment project. And the channels we have mentioned, whether be the traditional ones that we have mentioned in the first question, the issues of debt instruments or listing of companies, or the innovative instruments that have been developed last 10 years, whether it be the platforms for the fund distribution or crowdfunding platforms. What I would like to add are two additional channels or platforms. The first of which of the real estate contributions. So, in the structuring of these funds, they serve and support big projects and big funds, and this requires big funds. And from here came the idea of real estate contributions that summarize these roles in fewer roles under the supervision of Riga, that enables us to gather data for smaller projects and smaller companies. And lastly is the venture capital sector. We need to address the growth and the venture capital sector that was seen in the kingdom recently. This is now the real estate sector is the biggest sector for the venture capital in the Middle East and in the developing countries worldwide. What we have noticed is that despite the rapid growth of the venture capital uh, of 5 billion Saudi riyals, however, the volume of investment in the real estate in the PropTech is somewhat few in comparison with the volume of the sector. We're talking about 35 million in comparison to 5 billion Saudi riyals. So, or if we were to compare it with other countries, and the volume of PropTech in the venture capital sector, and this is these these investment opportunities that you have mentioned, Your Excellency. You say there is a great difference between the need currently and what is being provided. But the more important question, especially in the field of deepening the debt instrument market. We are one of the biggest markets in the Middle East. We're probably the biggest. We have investment opportunities available. Are we open to global investments? If we were to see in the past the Saudi Capital Market Authority, in order to be honest, it, the the Capital Market Authority was a local market to serve the Saudi companies, the Saudi investors, through Saudi companies and institutions. I think this is recently this is starting to change with the increase of the number of participants, and the financial institutions were slowly starting to grow to be a regional leader, and we're hoping to be a global leader in the part. If we were to see, if you were to talk about the Saudi market, the volume of capital market authority, we're one of the biggest 10 capital market authorities in the world. The volume is impacted by Aramco, that was listed in 2019, and it still forms about 60% of the capital market authority. Also, the volume of funding the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is even higher. According to the year, it's the fifth worldwide or sixth worldwide from funding. If we were to address this from the volume of foreign direct investment, also only the share market, it's more than 500 million Saudi riyals. And if we were to talk about the foreign investors in the investment funds, that the majority of which of real estate funds, it's about 50 billion Saudi riyals. So from whichever lens you look at it from, you see that the Saudi market, the capital market authority, is on a global map from the point of view of investment. And we're talking now about a global market. Are the current legislations that we're working with, are enabling us to cope with what's happening globally? This question is not an objective, it's part of the journey. I cannot claim that one day we will announce that we have one and we have a comprehensive system of legislations, as legislations will always change when you have new requirements and new needs, and this will also call for new legislations and new innovations. And especially when His Excellency the Minister addressed the cryptocurrency, this is also there is a great deal of movement taking place in the Saudi market. How can we determine the point of view of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the cryptocurrency, and how do we distribute the role of the supervisory entities? And then hopefully by the end of this, we will come up with the necessary legislations to protect the investors and to guarantee the stabilization of the Saudi market. My final questions to you, Your Excellency, we are open to the world, and we are impacting and being impacted. And the risks are always there. Any collapse of any market will impact the Saudi market in one way or the other. We probably need preemptive vision and reassuring messages. What is the future of the market, and diversifying the economy in the kingdom, and supporting the SMEs in the field of the PropTech. For me, I can say the biggest reassuring message that I can share with the dear attendees, it's not a futuristic message. It's a message that looks at the recent past. Last year only, we have in the kingdom we have exceeded half of the GDP is being produced by non-oil products. And if we were to suppose that the core of the vision on an economic level is based and anchored on diversifying the sources of income uh, away from the oil economy. And when we speak about diversifying the economy and building new sectors, now, despite the fact that we have exceeded the 50% of GDP, such diversification is reliant on governmental expenditure and on number of limited companies. But if you were to look at any economy in the world, what is the financing journey is to move from a sector that is completely reliant on the government to an economy that is partially reliant. And with time, you will see that the linkage between the sectors that you will end up with and the sources that you have started with, there is absolutely no linkages. And now you achieve the real diversification. And a great example to this is the diversification in the real estate sector. And now we have demand from foreign investors demanding to join the real estate sector. And this is changing the narrative, and this is the balance that we're all working on striking. Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Al Kwais, thank you for being with us.
Now, key notice and presentation delivered by Munir Ad-Dasuqi, President of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. The floor is yours. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning to you all, and peace be upon you all. I will switch to English. أيها السادة والسادة، صباح الخير ومرحبا بكم بهذه الجلسة التي أتوجه هنا بالشكر للسادة المنظمين، خاصة في هذه المدينة الرائعة مدينة الرياض، للحديث من الطين إلى الحداثة، مباني تفكر.
We're primarily here today to talk about PropTech and how it's reshaping construction, sustainability, logistics, and digitalization, redefining how the world builds and manages assets. With a global property that exceeds $200 trillion, yet PropTech's share is only emerging, projected to reach $132 billion over the next couple of years. Investments, however, in PropTech tripled, despite the broader VC slowdowns. And with AI, we're only expected to see massive accelerations in this sector. The Saudi story is no different, of course, with a thriving and future property market mirroring how the kingdom embraced digitization and financial technologies, as we've heard in many of the opening remarks here today. Homeownership had already surpassed Vision 2030's targets with the amazing work led by His Excellency, the Minister and his team. But our journey in PropTech isn't just about technology. It's about transformation, and every nation has a story of transformation. Ours began in mud. To the beautiful city of Riyadh, with cutting-edge technology all around, to the focus on livability, with the amazing sports boulevard that actually crosses right behind my house, where my kids were riding their bikes yesterday as I was preparing these slides. And back to the mud that shaped our earliest homes. This is a story of how we built and how we become. Our journey from modernity follows autonomous built environments in 4 layers: physical innovation, digital innovation, environmental and resilient systems, human experience, and governance. So I'll start with physical innovation. Starting with an innovation, Starting with an innovation that transforms waste into sustainable buildings, with building materials, reducing cost of carbon, and allowing resource reuse, achieving green construction, and supporting PropTech in alignment with Saudi Vision 2030. By turning waste from date seeds and coffee husks into powerful, sustainable concrete with 40% higher compressive strength compared to conventional concrete, and 25% lower production cost when using local feedstocks, and most importantly, 70% water savings during curing due to internal moisture retention. To experimenting with simple ideas by developing Saudi-made eco-friendly coatings that reduce surface heat and glare to improve thermal comfort and road safety in extreme environments, showing a 15-degree reduction in surface temperature compared to untreated asphalt, tested for 2 years in our campus, with a 60% reduction in glare, allowing for improved pedestrian and driver visibility, with high durability and crack resistance under harsh climate conditions. Advancing to other techniques with preserving Saudi heritage, implementing advanced materials, transforming multi-traditional layers of mud that are constructed down to a single layer with high-performance coatings, implemented in a Dir'iyah project. After testing over 400 samples and 25 prototypes and more than 12 field visits to demonstrate scalability and reliability, we've obtained successful results while maintaining the same look and feel of Dir'iyah's cultural buildings, with 70% reduction in maintenance costs and 80% cost savings in large-scale projects, while being 83% faster to apply. And when moving to the interior of the homes, we've looked at great opportunities to transform over 2 million tons of palm waste annually into high-value engineered wood, Saudi-made, sustainable alternatives to imported conventional wood that had succeeded over 60 mechanical and physical tests and is protected by 2 patents and currently licensed to scale, potentially addressing a $1.5 billion Saudi's wood market. But not everything we do is based on recycling alone. We also look at basic science and innovation in materials. We looked at how to include carbon nanotubes to revolutionize the region's concrete industry, showing potential reductions of 15 to 20% in cement use and 65% faster processing, enabling stronger, lighter, and more sustainable materials that can target currently a $7 billion carbon nanotube market, projected to exceed $30 billion by 2032. But sometimes we have to revisit building processes themselves and find ways to innovate, and our team has done that by revolutionizing housing industry and delivery systems through advanced modular construction and Industry 4.0 automation, with capacity to produce 12 to 15 villas per day that come 85% finished in the factory, while reducing the cost by roughly 23% compared to conventional construction. This opens up numerous activities for innovation where we can start implementing modular housing design within housing complexes. And moving to digital intelligence, there are numerous opportunities that can be harnessed using artificial intelligence and satellite imagery to automatically detect, classify, and monitor changes in urban environmental landscapes through deep learning models, delivering insights on infrastructure, vegetation, and land use, enabling proactive, data-driven decision-making, empowering national entities with real-time, data-driven insights to shape the future for smart, sustainable cities, delivering analytical results 10 times faster, while saving roughly 65% of resource from monitoring. This can also allow us to reconstruct 3D platforms of neighborhoods, allowing for various applications where we've seen a number of startups building on such technologies. And when complemented with laser scanning, we can perform 3D reconstruction of buildings and built environments, allowing for better management and procedures with the realistic digital twins and accurate replicas that can be used for urban planning, infrastructure management, and environmental monitoring, transforming raw imagery into powerful digital tools for decision makers. These models are the foundation of Saudi Arabia's next generation of smart cities, enabling real-time simulation, sustainable tracking, and improved quality of life under Vision 2030. especially when we look at projects in areas such as the holy mosques, where we're currently developing very advanced digital twins that guide in the expansion projects. And all of this data, and as we've seen in the opening remarks from many of the different types of platforms, can be used in a way where it can offer interactive conversational maps for users, such as what we are using today as ChatGPT, combining urban planning metrics with socioeconomic development analysis. It enables us to understand the user dynamics of the city and explore opportunities where strategic support for decision makers can be made smarter and faster. And if we look at environmental resistant systems, our AI-enhanced urban water management and flood mitigation systems focuses on addressing Riyadh's rising groundwater levels and flood risks through advanced modeling and sustainable water practices. Using the storm water management model, the project simulates urban hydrology and elevates rainwater harvesting potential for both household and neighborhood scale. This can reduce dependence on desalinated water and allow for water reuse from rainwater fall by up to 15% annually. And if we look at urban quality of life in a dashboard, we look at strategic digital platforms that measure and enhance the city livability for Saudi Arabia and different cities in the kingdom. By integrating AI analytics, geospatial data, and historical indicators in a dashboard that looks at performance of over 80 indicators from 9 key urban domains, such as health, mobility, environment, housing, community engagement. It visualizes trends, identifies improvement areas, and provides actionable insights to support evidence-based urban planning, ensuring sustainable growth and higher quality of life, with improvements to city management efficiency and reductions of costs by up to 30%. And finally, if we look at the human experience and governance, we work in collaboration with the World Economic Forum through the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution as a do tank that looks at how we can apply policies and improve regulations with an innovation-friendly pro mindset. As we've seen today in the tour that we had outside, many of the regulatory sandboxes that the government is implementing is allowing for adoption of early technologies that we really don't know how can be implemented and how they can disrupt the market. So centers like this produces white papers that enable the government leaders to produce the kind of policies that are needed to integrate such kind of technologies while bringing together industry, academia, and the public sector all in one place to implement these technologies and test them through regulatory environments. One such regulatory sandbox and accelerator for startups is the Garage at Caxt, where I've selected a number of the companies that we have that are focused on PropTech. We've graduated over 660 companies in the past couple of years with a combined valuation that exceeded $2 billion. But these 4 companies in particular, Anmar, which we've seen outside, which is an autonomous property management and leasing company that looks at streamlining tenant and landlord interaction. Optimal PV, a great idea that came out using satellite images initially, represents the convergence between PropTech and energy tech, transforming rooftops in houses and the facades of buildings from passive assets into power generators. BuildHop, which tackles construction procurement challenges through a digital B2B platform that improves efficiency and transparency. And last but not least, Ijari, which I've also was happy to see outside in the exhibition, bridges fintech and proptech to enable secure, seamless, and compliant rental transactions. These startups, with the startups we've seen outside and the massive momentum that's happening in this market, exemplify Saudi innovation. So we invite you all, innovators, investors from around the kingdom, from around the world, to join us in Saudi Arabia and in CAX to live your future. Thank you, everyone.
شكرا لمعالي الدكتور الدسوق. معالي وزير البلديات
Your Excellency Minister of Municipalities and the Housing Minister Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqil, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at the end of the first part of the summit and will resume at 12:30 to resume the different segments of this summit with my colleague MC Mariam. Thank you.
رقم 4. Hello check. Hello check mic. Say. Hello check. Hello check. Hello check. Say. Hello check. Say. Hello check.
لا لا لا.
السادة والسيدات، أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في القمة العالمية للبروبتك في نسختها الثانية 2025. يسرنا أن نشارك معكم مراسم تبادل عدد من الاتفاقيات ترجمة لرؤية وأهداف القمة العالمية للبروبتك. أول هذه الاتفاقيات هي اتفاقية تبادل للبيانات بين السجل العقاري وتطبيق أرض. ندعو ممثل السجل العقاري وتطبيق أرض إلى منصة القمة لتبادل الاتفاقيات.
Send the agreements, mutual agreements.
السجل العقاري وعائد. السجل العقاري وتطبيق أرض، السجل العقاري وعاين، منصة بسيطة وعاين
بسيطة بلاتفورم
لتبادل مذكرة تعاون بينهم.
to exchange memorandum of understanding, cooperation memorandum of understanding.
بسيطة. تطبيق اتفاقية شراكة بين تطبيق
Cooperation agreement between deal and renovation platform.
تطبيق ديل ومنصة
Deal and renovation platform or renovation app.
السجل العقاري وتطبيق أرض.
Ards and real estate register.
السجل العقاري وعاين.
عايل and the real estate
السجل
register.
العقاري دكتور وعاين. هي تطبيق ديل ومنصة
Deal
ترميم.
apps and the renovation platform.
ديل وترميم. شركة حصص الأولى لتقنية المعلومات
حصص
حصتك
IT
مع شركة رموز العربية.
and Arabian tokens.
اتفاقية تعاون بين
cooperation
حصتك
agreement between
وشركة
حصتك
يامل
and
للتطوير والاستثمار
YAML
العقاري.
for real estate development and investment.
مذكرة تفاهم وتعاون بين
MOU
حصتك
and
وشركة إثراء الأصول
cooperation
للتقييم
agreement
العقاري.
between حصتك and تفاهم for real estate valuation.
حصتك وشركة إثراء الأصول
and
للتقييم
إثراء
العقاري.
for real estate valuation.
مذكرة تفاهم وتعاون بين
MOU
حصتك
and
وشركة
cooperation between
أجواد
حصتي
التمليك
and
للتطوير
أجواد
العقاري.
property.
مذكرة
between
وشركة
حصتك
امتلاك للتسويق.
and امتلاك for marketing.
اتفاقية شراكة استراتيجية بين شركة فوم
Strategic
للتكنولوجيا العقارية وشركة
cooperation
أتار
between
للخدمات
FOM
العقارية
and
منصة
أثار
أتار.
for real estate services.
فوم وأتار
FOM and أتار.
اتفاقية تعاون بين رايز
Cooperation agreement between
ورينفست.
Rise and Reinvest.
رايز ورينفست.
Reinvest. Rise and Reinvest.
اتفاقية تعاون بين رايز
Cooperation agreement between
ونزل.
Rise and Nozzle.
طيب. روش للتقنية العقارية مع
روش
ديكوتايس شركة التصاميم المبتكرة.
PropTech.
أيضا بروش للتقنية العقارية اتفاقية
روش
تعاون مع
PropTech
شركة
cooperation
إيجاري.
agreement with the Ijari company.
توقيع اتفاقية مزاج
Signing
بين عقار
agreement
وشركة صفوة
between
الإحسان.
عقار and صفوة الإحسان company.
مذكرة تفاهم
MOU
بين NHC
between
Innovation مع
NHC
بنك البلاد.
Innovation and البلاد بنك.
مذكرة تفاهم بين
MOU
NHC Innovation
between NHC
ومصرف
Innovation
الإنماء.
and الإنما Bank.
مذكرة تفاهم بين
MOU
NHC
between
Innovation
NHC
وكندا.
Innovation and Kinda.
مذكرة تفاهم بين شركة خطوة
MOU
تك لتقنية
between
نظم المعلومات بروبتك
PropTech
مع شركة الخرائط الحديثة
خطوة
لأعمال نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. مذكرة تفاهم بين
MOU
شركة
between
بروبتك
PropTech
خطوة تك لتقنية نظم المعلومات مع شركة
and
يونيكوم السعودية
Unicom
لتقنية الاتصالات
for
والبرمجيات.
the IT, communication and software.
اتفاقية تطوير منصة فنر بين
Fanar
تطبيق فنر
platform
وشركة آفاق
development
التقنية.
between Fanar and other IT company.
اتفاقية تسويق بين تطبيق
Marketing
فنر
agreement between
ووكالة
Fanar and Arts Agency.
كانت هذه اتفاقياتنا في يومنا الأول.
This was the agreements on the first day.
ديل ومن أوكي تطبيق ديل
Deal
مع منصة
app
ترميم.
with the
اتفاقية شراكة بين
ترميم
تطبيق ديل
platform
ومنصة
cooperation agreement between Deal app and renovation platform ترميم.
ديل ترميم كانت هذه اتفاقياتنا في اليوم الأول من القمة
These were the
العالمية
agreements
للبروبتك.
on the first day
نبارك
of
لهم
the
جميعاً.
first day
وسيكون
of
هناك أيضاً المزيد من
global
الاتفاقيات أو تبادل الاتفاقيات
PropTech
غداً
summit
بمشيئة الله
and
تعالى.
we'll have more in our
خلال
agenda,
دقائق ستبدأ
and
جلستنا
within a few
الحوارية
minutes
مع
we'll
معالي
start
محافظ
our
رئيس
panel
تدبير
discussion
المواصفات
with
والقيس
the
والجودة
His Excellency the
وسعادة
Governor of
الرئيس
SESO
التنفيذي
and
للهيئة العامة
CEO
للعقار.
of Riga.
We're nearly ready to begin the next of our sessions. So if you want to come on in and take your seats, then we're nearly ready to start here in the main auditorium. So those of you who are in the networking area, in the exhibition hall, who want to come and listen in on this fabulous next session, can you come on in and take your seats, please? We're going to be kicking off in about 2 or 3 minutes with the next session here in the main hall. So those of you coming in now, do come and grab some seats. It's always nice to fill up this big room so that the speakers have got lots of friendly faces to look out onto as they're sharing their messages with us all. So come on in. Marhaba, welcome back, ready now to kick things off and for those enriching and inspiring conversations that we were promised in that opening ceremony with some of our speakers. Weren't they great? And wasn't the moderation by Mohammed so fantastic? Mohammed Tamehi, can we give him a big round of applause? And the speakers from the first opening session, please. It's always nice to recognize the efforts that people put into sharing their insights, their expertise, their perspectives, their ambitions with us all in these conferences. So we are off to a great start. This second edition of the Global PropTech Summit is officially open, as you know, and we have got these enriching and inspiring conversations coming up throughout the day, today and tomorrow. For those of you who I haven't had the pleasure, the authorities play in accelerating and developing the PropTech environment here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And that's going to be moderated by my lovely friend, Abdullah Abu Al-Noor.
السادة والسيدات مساكم الله بالخير جميعا وأهلا وسهلا.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the important panel discussion at the Global PropTech Summit. Our topic today explores the efforts of official authorities in developing the PropTech sector and its broader economic impact. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our distinguished participants, His Excellency Dr. Saad Al-Qasabi, Governor of SASO, and His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Al-Hammad, CEO of Riga.
مساك الله بالخير معاليك.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, Your Excellency.
البداية معاليك.
At the beginning, we'll start with Mr. Al-Qasabi. Your Excellency, will begin with you. SASU is a major entity intersecting with numerous fields and industries. The presence is evident in every product, every home, and many aspects of our daily life. Kindly tell us about the role of SASU in enhancing Saudi's competitiveness and elevating its services. I would like to thank you for the kind invitation and wishing you all the very best for this summit. And SASU takes a great interest in all the quality standards and building an integrated national ecosystem. Sustainability is one of the main themes and important themes that we're currently capitalizing on. The Kingdom's Vision 2030 emphasizes the importance of sustainability and emphasizes innovation. Innovation is an important requirement for all of us, and we don't want SASU to be restricting the innovative minds. SASU, despite having technical requirements, however, it is considered these technical requirements are developmental enablers that help to take the innovation into a reality and into models that could be manufactured and applied and made most use of by the official authorities, and no doubt it will have a positive impact in improving life's quality. SASU has been working for a while on two main tracks, the national and the international, national track and the international track. This includes the regional track as well, and we are working on building, nationally we're building a specification systems that is reliant on the global specifications, and we try as much as we can to have a specification system that is well aligned with the global specification system. Among the most important ones that impact our daily life and the products we come in touch with on daily basis, but we need to look at this from a more comprehensive point of view. Sustainability requires a national infrastructure for quality that is important to achieve competitiveness for KSA. When speaking of a national infrastructure for quality, we're talking about specifications and processes to verify that these specifications are correctly applied. We're talking about accreditation of laboratories and entities that are providing services, whether it be from the governmental sector or the private sector, as well as legislations and laws that should be the basis for this national infrastructure for quality, including supervisory, monitoring, and control. The national infrastructure for quality, there is a global indicator launched by NIDO to compare the competitiveness of the countries, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through the initiatives of SASU and other relevant entities and the various programs of the vision. We have gone up 25 positions in the ranking. We, instead of being coming at 45th position, we're now on the 20th position, and we're also seeking to be among the top 10 countries in this global indicator. This indicator is also a national indicator, and it helps with enhancing competitiveness for all the official entities, whether it be real estate entities or other entities, the real estate development entities, construction entities, and services. This indicator being awarded being a high evaluation in the field of specifications will help us advance through this indicator, and will also provide competitiveness to all the solutions we provide, whether it be products, services, and we also seek to integrate with all the partners to realize this objective. Thank you. We will get back to you, Your Excellency, to speak about the intersection with the real estate sector, but now we will move to His Excellency, the CEO of Riga, Engineer Abdallah Al-Hamadi. Your Excellency, no doubt we have witnessed that the role of Riga is a regulator one. In addition to this role, there is an empowerment role and incentivizing innovation. Kindly tell us about this and experiences that you have been through to enable this. Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone to the PropTech Global Summit, and we look forward to that this will be a meeting point between the innovators, legislators, and investors. With the technological revolution that the world is witnessing, it's now a duty for all the regulatory entities to cope with these rapid changes through various instruments. If we were to speak about the real estate sector, the PropTech market is one of the highest, most rapid growth globally. It's now it's currently 86 billion, and it's expected to reach 133 billion by 2033. This makes us keen to be close and cope with these rapid changes. Naturally, one of the most attractive instruments that the regulatory entities have worked on is having a sandbox to test these entrepreneurial ideas in order to ensure that they receive the adequate support. And this is what we have adopted through launching the PropTech Saudi Center. One of the most important products is the sandbox. Any regulatory sandbox, any entrepreneur can test this idea and receive the necessary support, and as well as receiving guidance in order to move from being an entrepreneurial idea to an investment company, to an investment, to a partner in several investments. This is one of our objectives through adopting such ideas, supporting it and empowering it under the umbrella of PropTech Saudi Center. Thank you, Your Excellency. We have now come to the intersection of SASO with Riga.
So would like to talk about the convergence and the intersection between the two authorities, because it's a fast-growing sector. So how can Riga cope with such kind of momentum and the intersection of Riga and the recent development? This, in essence, a challenge, and this is a constant challenge. The technological advancement in technology is a fast growing, and in different areas. We should cope with such kind of advancement. So we try. We have two tracks: the national track, by building a technical teams. We have more than 53 technical teams distributing in different disciplines of SASO, and the mandate and the task of such teams to follow up the technological advancement to cope with the international the development, and the private sector is a key partner, because eventually the private sector will implement such kind of standards. So we are so keen to engage diverse sectors, including the private sector, academia, and we seek to scope we seek to enlarge this kind of scope of cooperation with different sectors, and we focus on the real estate sector, and the construction industry is one of the key enablers, and we have 4,000 standards, and we have sponsored the Saudi Building Code, and SASU was the key driver of the development of the Saudi Building Code, and right now we can sense and feel the impact of the Saudi Building Code on real estate development, and we try to cope with the 3D printing innovation. We have created a specialized team to follow the technologies in construction and building, and some standards as well. And this is the second track on the international level. We cope with the international movement and the international organizations such as ISO to adopt the standards in land management and asset management, and we try to adopt as such nationally, and to add what makes us standing out. Such kind of efforts are constant efforts, and industry 4.0 drive such kind of sophisticated products. So any kind of standards such as smart cities, which can impact holistically on the surfaces. So we are in constant challenge to cope with the modern technologies, which are issued in this regard. We rely on laboratories, and to make sure that our infrastructure in this regard better serve the future directions and trends, such as integration of data and the data management and data analysis, and so it's approved that the standards are is a broader scope. So how to create a flexible standards which can navigate challenges, and how to harness this kind of modern technologies at the international level. We participate in effective organizations, and the standard setting organization. So we have smart cities, and how to change the mindset of standards to have different mindset, which is focus and driven by the technology, and the timely connection of technology to build standards which can cope the future, God willing. Your Excellency, you mentioned 4,000 standards in construction. To what extent such kind of standards are being updated? The essence is to identify such kind of standards internationally, maximum every each 5 years. But we have some standards which changes constantly. So the simple changes are affected, and each 5 years. To your Excellency, the economic impact of PropTech but the question is the digital transformation has contributed to the performance of the market and increasing in investment. Mr. Abdullah, the real estate sector is one of the key contributors to the GDP. The role of PropTech and innovation are an instrumental one, especially in contribution to the economic impact. PropTech enhance performance, raise the quality of the outcomes, and this is directly and indirectly reflected on the economic impact in general. I would like to be guided by a point in a report of the Digital Government Authority. The authority stated that the digital transformation contributed to reduce the operational cost on the government sector by 60%. This is a small example of the contribution of the PropTech in enhancing the economic impact. No doubt. This is part of the the value chains which intersects with the real sector. If we look into the value chain, there is a huge opportunity to increase the impact. We are talking about the real estate brokerage, and we are talking about the asset management consultation of sales. Of sales. Such kind of real estate transactions and activities, when we find entrepreneurial ideas which streamline the procedures in such a kind of activity, this is can directly reflected on the performance and efficiency of the sector and the economic impact. For the economic impact, Your Excellency, the growth targets in non-oil sector, how it was impacted by the PropTech. PropTech is a key driver in streamlining and enhancing the procedures of the real estate sector. When we have a number, when we have this kind of improvement, this is directly reflected in the performance of the sector. We have seen the Saudi leadership in real estate documentation through the Ministry of Justice and Real Estate Registry in the future. So how this kind of the documentation evolved from traditional and manual in a specific stage into activities done in an electronic platform where ownership transfer is done automatically, and this can increase the economic impact. And we have a number of examples in a value chain in the real estate sector. Your Excellency, building and fostering effective partnerships and providing excellent services, how they were applied at CISIS. At SASs in full alignment with the government and the private sector. We have a rule: we cannot achieve success without integration with different sectors. So if we need to achieve success in the safety of products in markets, so we should have integration with the stakeholders in supply chain of such products, Ministry of Commerce and Markets and Zakat and income tax at borders, and the Ministry of Industry at ministers and the Ministry of housing and the municipalities in warehousing management. Without integration, we have different areas, and we don't. I would dive in later on. Without such kind of integration, we cannot achieve success, and this is a core principles at SASU, and one of the values adopted as part of our core strategy. One of the key areas which can impact real estate development, our integration with the Saudi National Center of Building Code. It has transformed from a national committee into a center to follow up the implementation of the code and the modern technologies which can enable the implementation of such code. And this code is driven by some regulations and updated based on the nature of such standards and regulations. And we had an experience. We claim it was a successful 1 hour experience with the Sadaya in building the matrix of guidelines and the standards of smart cities, and this includes all features of smart cities, from design, implementation, maintenance, operation, such kind of tracks we can explain and dive in, but each track has a number, should have a number of details and guidelines which can institutionalize what we are doing, and to have a clear-cut methodology to be adopted by the different stakeholders to achieve our targets towards smart cities. And we integrate as well the private sector at a larger scale in regarding the implementation, testing, supervision, and inspection. Today, the government methodology relied on the private sector in the implementation, for sure, the implementation of construction and building through contractors and engineering firms, but notably important who will do an inspection testing for the requirements of building different building requirements. So we are so keen to have integrated ecosystem, and the private sector is a key partner and the organization which will check the quality of the services provided. So we have such kind of mechanism and techniques that we apply in this regard in our integration with the REGA in a lot of areas related to real estate development, such as land management, GIS system and GI system and its ecosystem, and the greater efforts led by different government agents such as general authority of survey, but they should be driven by a number of standards that should be adopted and guided by the international organization, the standard setting organization, because for sure we are part of this wider world, and we should harness and benefit from the experience of other countries and to handle them correctly and rightly, such as the circular economy and how to handle waste and recycling. As such, important topics, heavy equipment which used in real estate development, and how to harness and to how register them. And we have the National Center of Heavy Equipment, which started its activities to provide its services to different developers and contractors alike, and for sure the government projects, leading government projects in this regard. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. The regulations and rules and laws are key drivers for growth in the sector and creating a huge space for fair competition. But data fuel this kind of driver. So how can we apply this kind of concept and the importance of the open data in PropTech and other related areas? We are so keen at RIGA to enable innovators to find accurate data in effective manner and direct manner. As I mentioned, the data fuel innovation. So it's no secret, real estate sector with different transformation stages over specific times, and right now we have come to the current stage that we are witnessing right now. For instance, today one of the key challenges faced by the real estate sector in the previous stage is data of land data through the aerial survey and creating real estate map. Right now we have one of the latest digital real estate map with our key partner, the property register. Through this map, we have registered more than a million assets with the highly accurate data based on highly accurate international recognized standards and with having this kind of map, which is the key foundation for any procedures. So we linked hundreds of services with the identifier of real estate registers to get real estate information data, building license, and the number of transactions, values, and what is circulating around the real estate regarding changes on sales, rental, and at the level of development. So we are in constant journey of development in giving access to data to our partners of entrepreneurs and the private sector. And interestingly enough, all such activities in the supply chain are done through digital platforms and database under constant development. The outcomes, highly accurate data, and over time we are so keen to increase the accuracy such data and to enable them through constant change, which is the mining and cleaning data. Having such kind of tools, we are so optimistic about the future to have at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia one of the key modeling of enabling real estate data. Specifically speaking, enablement real estate sector. We have momentum in across different sectors. So do you have specific directions? So the number that you have mentioned, it's very interesting, which is the 45 indicators. And what next? The dream has no end, and the development is a continuous journey, and one of the key principles of which is the development and improvement any kind of models used by private and public sectors or at the individual levels. Without feedback and improvement and enhancement, it wouldn't achieve the target. So at SASU, the development and the improvement, we are working on a number of tracks. First of all, the development of standards, the international trend towards smart standards. This will change and shape the standards landscape to be in a different form from paper to be readable by machine. So for sure it will rely on data in the different forms at the level of products and services. And this area we are working hard, and we're doing our best, and we are so keen to be part that develop this kind of direction with the international standard organization. The second track is to develop the services of SASU, our digital services provided by different sectors. So as a matter of fact, we have a specialized department to develop business and our services provided to the business community in different sectors or provide to government sector and or deliver to individuals. We are so proud that today we have a national organization which is able to register products and to make their conformity before going to the market, entering the market, and this organization is an example. A lot of countries follow suit at the regional and international level, follow suit to benefit from this kind of experience. At the level of individuals, we have to make sure or we try to expand to be a tool, the appropriate tool for each consumer to verify of the conformity of their products. I'm talking about the consumption products under the supervision of SASU. Thank you, Your Excellency, and the best of luck. And right now, the final question to His Excellency the President, and hopefully it wouldn't be a long one, but it's a two-part questions. The first part, the projects and the new spaces increase the supply, but how can PropTech increase the supply? This is the first part. The second part, the society and the majority of the society, and those are the people might have those are new in this domain have a concept that the PropTech is only platforms. So we need more elaboration, no doubt. Right, for increase the real estate supply is one of the key targets, especially in Riyadh, in which different concerned authorities are working together and converge to work together under the umbrella of housing problem. We have a key target and one of the key objectives, which increase the ownership by 70% by 2030. And if we look at the housing model is based on key foundation, supply and demand, and the regulations and technology and the enabling technology to ensure that regulations support the enablement of demand and increasing the real estate supplies. A number of points which can the PropTech can contribute. I'm gonna give some examples today. The easiness of get the product through the property supply through our licensed platform is one of the key aspects and points which can increase the real estate supply. A jar platform documenting between the tenants and the load, and this is can enhance the investment decisions for the rental sector, which require real estate supply, and this can incentivize or stimulate the relation between them. And there is another aspect through technologies. We have seen entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial and innovative ideas to enhance the living and livability, and this is can be reflected on the real estate investment. So if we look into and address each point of the supply chain or value chain, and to look into the PropTech, we can find direct contribution at the end of the day to find appropriate real estate supply, which is livable. And this is what we keen at our 13H legal framework and the regulatory to take into consideration different aspects responsible for increasing the supply, and specifically innovation, using innovation. And for the second question, the second part of the question I have answered implicitly. the innovation and technology is not real estate. We have a huge space and room in the journey of real estate development that can embrace entrepreneurial ideas, starting from documentation and acquisition. We have innovative ideas and the marketing, which is the most highlighted aspect, and data accessibility. Data accessibility through harnessing AI in data analysis, and we have seen wonderful and amazing ideas in this regard coming to development through off-sale transactions, and the rule of the PropTech in streamline such kind of procedures through the sukuk sorting out and we have an instrumental rule in enabling such a kind of dimensions and rules, and the rule of the landowner association, and innovation of real estate platforms to enhance and streamline such a kind of activities. I have mentioned some points. We have huge opportunities related to the real estate auction, and hopefully with the support of our government and through such kind of forum to find a fertile landscape and the convergence between different stakeholders, including investor, regulator, and the entrepreneur and other enabling companies in this regard. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Saad Al Qasabi, and the CEO, Engineer Al Hamad. Thank you for your time and for participating at the Global PropTech Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Abdullah, Your Excellency, Engineer Al Hamad. Really great to have you with us, and what a fascinating conversation that started to touch upon a lot of the different things that we're going to be discussing over the next couple of days. We're talking about collaboration, we're talking about data, we're talking about that ambition. I think I heard the phrase, the dream will not ever end. So lots of things to explore further as we go through the sessions together. This next event that we have coming up is a fascinating conversation with a very, very special guest. And we're going to be looking at the role of smart judicial services in accelerating transactions. So this is somebody that we've been really excited to get onto stage, but I'm going to allow the moderator to introduce his session. So would you join me, please, in welcoming Engineer Rakan Al-Dosari onto stage to run this session for us all. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Rakan.
الصوت واضح؟ السلام عليكم ومساكم الله بالخير جميعا، وحياكم الله في جلستنا الحوارية بعنوان التحول الرقمي في القطاع
digital transformation in real estate sector and the role of smart judicial services in accelerating transactions. And I think this topic of interest of all, especially in the digital acceleration the government is witnessing. Our guest is a prominent leader, and I would like to welcome Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Mazail, Director of Naji's Center Judicial Services. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman. At the very beginning, could you just take us on a journey on the digital transformation in the judicial sector? Thank you for your flattery. Um, Minister of Justice is considered one of the pioneering uh, agencies in digital transformation and its reflection on the real estate transactions. Ministry of Justice has transformed the procedures, pure paper transactions into fully automated transactions and the procedures taking into consideration regulatory frameworks and has made the technology an effective tool and a vehicle to establish rights and titles and the ownership and the property, and it has significantly contributed to the momentum in the real estate landscape with the digital facilitation. And wasn't enough with the technology. The technology wasn't merely enough, but the ministry has established centers with the fully automated journey for all the beneficiaries in different sectors, notably speaking the real estate sector. And before we start and dive deep, Nudge is one of the key projects that I think each citizen is proud of. 85% of services are fully automated. So, what was the key support, and how have you achieved this kind of amazing finger? And His Excellency the Minister opening remarks, he addressed and touched upon how we can harness technology to a very complicated surface, such as the judicial services associated with its rights and ownership of the technology beneficiaries. So, how can I, as a competent authority, how can I employ this kind of technology for expedited judiciary system, but inspired by the Vision 2030, spearheaded by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, and the determination of His Excellency the Ministry to apply and to harness technology in the service of their beneficiaries and creating optimal experience. And thanks to God's alone, as such efforts crowned by success, and we have exceeded and have gone beyond 85%. I can claim that all justice services are paperless through digital platforms. So you can see the impact of services in different areas of services. So I think each citizen have benefited from Nagi's platform. If we are talking about the judicial services in general, we need to focus more and more on real estate and zoom in real estate and how this kind of transformation has changed the infrastructure, this kind of real estate transactions. The transactions were done by notary public paperwork, and as a result of high cost, and so you should approach the notary public and to get the line, to be in the line and the journey, this kind of red tape. It was painstakingly journey, but the great thing that we have achieved in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, what our reality right now, there were just dreams of our leaders, and so the transactions and activities in the past were paperwork. However, it was a protection of rights and this is it has transformed uh, 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 it has transformed radically into a digital transformation. So the real estate right transactions are transacted right now electronically in different area in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we have this kind just in no time, by using the apps, and we can evacuate and transfer the real estate assets in a fully automated procedures which protect the rights of all. So the ministry, in cooperation with the key stakeholders, aligned between the legal framework which protect the rights, and the technology which can protect or and maintain effectiveness and seamlessness of this kind of procedures with high security and archiving and easy archiving process. If we asked you a story which can highlight the impact of digital transformation, such as the ownership transfer, if we look at the not only the level of individuals and sorting out of the units, in the past you have this kind of transaction to be conducted and to be to be affected, you should approach different agencies. Right now, with the electronic linkage, with the a click, just a click, you can have an access to data, and your transactions is done in no time. If you desire to have as such via the platform in your own, but if you need to approach the central
that will best serve you in a comprehensive manner from beginning to end. Such an experience facilitates and mainstreams uh, and facilitates for the individuals and for investors to take part in this real estate movement. We're now talking about the journey of the technological transformation. However, most of the points you have referred to have alluded to the spatial transfer, but we're now talking about also talking about the digital transformation. The spatial transformation was an initiative by the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice has thought that it would like to create an experience for the beneficiaries that are looking for for a physical, concrete experience. How can I include the digital experience with the physical experience at such centers? Such centers, within them, all of the processes take place in an automated manner, fully automated manner, from the moment the beneficiary enters the center until his request is referred to the entity concerned, whether it be a notary or a specialized court, with flexible working hours, where all the sectors and relevant sectors exist. The service, value added service, should they want to resort to these centers. These spatial centers are only complementing and complementing the digital surface, and are integrated with the digital surface. So you have the option and the choice. What takes place in these centers is what takes place on the platform. So those working in the center or the beneficiaries, so their transactions and processes go through the platform, similar to what happens on edges. However, in the centers, there is an added value that enhance uh, the existing of these centers. These centers exist in all 13 administrative regions of the kingdom. The ministry was keen to reach the biggest brackets of its beneficiaries and create the best possible experience for them where they would have all the options possible. Among the prominent figures is the working hours of these centers from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. No place operates such long hours, especially with the real estate movement and the development of which, and to contribute to increase these transactions, we were keen at these centers that the working hours will be outside the working hours of the employees, the traditional working hours of the employees. So we would cover all the aspects that the beneficiaries need in order to enhance and support the real estate transactions and the civil transactions. There is also another project that which is the virtual center and the fully automated journey. Kindly tell us more about this virtual center. To facilitate more for the beneficiaries, the centers have created a virtual center through WhatsApp, where the beneficiary you do not even need to come to me, even if you need the services or you want the services that take place in the physical centers. I can reach you through the WhatsApp application, and I will provide you with a service that simulates what happens in the center. You can have both experiences, the physical one and the digital one, and this has contributed to accelerating the processes a great deal, and this helps us to reach a bigger bracket of the beneficiaries that may be forced to visit the center but do not have the time for it. Among the topics mentioned, Mr. Abdurrahman, was linkage with the real estate systems and other governmental entities. I would like to know more from you on the linkage strategy with the governmental entities and how this impacted the beneficiaries. MOJ, with support from His Excellency the Minister, seeks linkage with all the relevant entities to better facilitate the justice experience for all the beneficiaries and for all those that seek the service. All the beneficiaries of the MOJ services, especially when it intersects with the real estate sector, from the digitizing of the deed or either through tenant fees or ownership contracts. All this takes place through digital platforms that are under umbrella of the MOJ in collaboration with the relevant entities. In addition to what was mentioned earlier, you find this also at the physical centers in integrated in the same way of integration with the digital platforms. So this has reduced the errors on the timelines of the contracts and so on. To have a unified archive for all the processes and that reflect all the legislative systems, to be able to reflect the legislative systems on the digital system, technological system, this no doubt will facilitate the process and will be safer for the contracts and for the transactions that are based on the legislative system, legislative systems. Linkage is a demand and is a request, and this is the current government trend, and the purpose of which is to best serve the beneficiary. I would like now to address a topic that is of interest to all the attendees, which is the partnership with the private sector and the impact of these partnerships on the digital transformation and of the real estate sector. The services provided to the business sector, it's not only confined to providing services to the individuals. So these centers, whether it be a Saudi company or a foreign company, the centers allow you to partnership with these centers to provide all the justice services that contribute to the development of your company as and provide you with all the facilitations necessary to contribute to the development of the real estate sector and to take part in this flourishing market. Now you can access these centers in any way you desire to receive the justice services and receive the full support to conclude what you need. And this, I think, will be reflected on the development and the maturity of the real estate sector, and will also be reflected, will also contribute to the development of your company. You mentioned that the real estate market is flourishing. Kindly elaborate. Now I'm starting. This is a startup. Do you advise me to join the real estate sector, and what are the development areas that someone like me starting a startup that can engage in and contribute to the development of the sector? This momentum that we see in the conferences, exhibitions, and events, this reflects the reality of the flourishing nature of that market and the attractive opportunities, especially if it's associated with facilitations from all the relevant entities and full integration from all the relevant entities to support such market. So no doubt the real estate market is an attractive market, and you will receive a great deal of facilitations from the real estate sector or the other intersecting sectors to help alleviate such sector. The last topic we will conclude with is the direct foreign investment and allowing the foreigners to own real estate. How are we working on addressing the needs of the investors? The legislative systems have clearly stipulated to serve the foreign investor and to owning real estate in the kingdom and making all types of investments available to the foreign investors and this would in turn support the real estate sector and will also support in attracting foreign direct investment to the kingdom. If as a foreign investor you are looking for the protection of your rights as a foreign investor and the rights of your company, and you're looking for technological facilitations that contribute to the seamless operation of your company, and you also are looking for an attractive market. I think all of these elements are in the Saudi market, and I think that the Saudi market is attractive to all kinds of foreign investors, as well as the facilitations that are associated with it make it more attractive. And I expect that the advancement the kingdom is witnessing across all sectors is attractive to all the foreign investors, whether it be on the level of real estate or other sectors. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. The digital transformation in the real estate sector is not a choice. It's a necessity to benefit the final beneficiaries. Thank you for your time. Thank you, our dear guest, Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Muzayar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakan. Thank you for that fascinating conversation. Such an important part of the development and the acceleration of PropTech opportunities is making sure that all of the judicial pieces are in place. So thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. We really do appreciate it. So moving swiftly on, we're going to now have a couple of very short keynotes. So stay in your seats, stay tuned, stay ready, because we're joined by two very special guests. The first person is here to talk to us about Tech Hub, which is one of the NHC innovations. I think you might have seen it on the screen during the opening ceremony. So to hear more about Tech Hub, I'd be delighted if I could please welcome onto stage Engineer Marwan Al-Zamil. So if Engineer Marwan Al-Zamil is here, he's the Chief Digital Officer at NHC Innovation, and he's going to be sharing with us some thoughts about Tech Hub. So, yes, amazing. Welcome. I couldn't see you over there.
Good afternoon. I wish that the PropTech, the Global PropTech Summit I wish a successful edition of this summit. I now would like to address some of the advantages of the Tech Hub. NHC Innovation has a number of municipal and real estate platforms. The purpose of announcing the Tech Hub is to have the API management library to the municipal and the real estate sectors, to allow the API management to both sectors. Today we have also to empower the real estate sector and the municipal sector in any services they may wanna provide. Prior to the contractual phases and the agreement phases, you have an opportunity for all the entrepreneurs and all the SMEs and the micro companies, even the big companies in the real estate development, also the real estate funds and financial and the financing services. We want to make this API management tool available for them to be able to develop their products properly. I think this will be appropriate for the PropTech companies. It's not only to document the contracts or licenses. Perhaps the market needs innovative products, and this is the real purpose of the Tech Hub. At Tech Hub, we have more than 4 platforms and more than 13 services and more than 25 APIs, and we're working on publishing all the services provided by NHC Innovations. All the API management will be made available and will be updated and will be at your disposal to test the real estate and experiment the real estate platforms. We have 4 platforms: إيجار بلدي سكني وفال, for various purposes, to uncover our licenses and to document contracts. All this is made available to API management. Also Baladi Plus with navigation processes and point of interest. This is also made available to Baladi users, also to Ijar for the tenant contracts. These are the products available in the market, and you can inquire about it. This is the link, the QR code for Tech Hub, and at the bottom you see NHC Innovations under Tech Hub, and there is a contact point. Any interest for any products, we can definitely add them. We are also available in the booth in the pavilion of NHC Innovations. Thank you for your time.
Just stay with me for 1 second.
رجاء تظلوا معنا.
Through a very new innovation, a new product. NHC Innovation to develop this hub. What's the problem you're looking to solve for people?
Actually, we are looking to improve the marketplace. Actually, the market what we have for municipalities and real estate is very demanding and booming.
Yeah.
this API to be available to empower all these companies here. And this is one of the opportunity there. Second one, to have new innovative products, actually. These products, it's silos, actually. Once we have this API, we can combine these platforms, this API, to have new innovative product for the market. This is what we are looking, actually, for behind these tech hubs.
So if somebody is interested, what might be one of the first things that they would find in the Tech Hub platform that might help them with something they're working on?
Most likely, these entrepreneurs who work, investors within working on PropTechs, the real estate funds also, the financing services, all of these actually, investors also, all of these are looking for these APIs to build their capabilities, build their products and services for them.
It sounds amazing. It's so exciting to hear about some of these new immediate innovations that are coming up. So thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Engineer Al-Zamil, thank you. I was going to shake your hand as well. Thank you. Fantastic. If you want to find out more, as Engineer Al-Zamil said, you can go and find them at the booth, NH Innovations. Please give a very warm round of applause. Because that's what this conference is all about. It's about the innovations, it's about the new, it's about the property technology services and opportunities and products that we can all either buy into or integrate or invest into. So it's a really great thing when we see these concrete and tangible examples of some innovations that are taking place right now. So that was fascinating, and next we're going to be hearing from Dr. Mohammed Al-Suleiman. He's the CEO of RER, the Real Estate Registry, as you all know, and he's really going to be talking to us right now about how we redefine the future of PropTech. Not a small topic at all, just redefining the entire future. So I'm going to leave it over to you.
Thank you very much.
Please give a very warm welcome. Thank you.
السلام عليكم جميعا مساكم الله بالخير وإن شاء الله أكون.
If we were talking about the real estate sector, one of the fundamentals of the sector is the private ownership. If we cannot prove this, we think that our investments will be at risk with regards to ownership. The real estate registry plays a number of roles. It plays the role of correcting the real estate position and correcting the agreements through the geospatial services provided and through having advanced PropTech that help advance and develop the real estate sector. And three is to manage the real estate transactions. The real estate transactions, as our colleague mentioned, the kingdom was able to improve its ranking and on the level of digital governments. Most of the governmental processes are now digital and automated. Some figures, we're now talking about real estate sector that is more than 850 billion Saudi riyals, and these figures are indicative of where the sector is heading. That's why the sector needs all the empowerment it can use in order to achieve its objectives. Today's topic is the PropTech enablement. What is your role as a registry in empowering us as PropTech companies? Today, we have more than 13 companies working with us on the issue of withdrawing data related to real estate transactions in order to enrich the data of their databases. Have we achieved maturity? No, we have a lot of work ahead of us and a great deal of development on many aspects. There is the market hub. There is a product we're currently working on. We're not working with the market directly, but the market hub will establish a platform that supports all the PropTech companies in order to digitally link with the real estate market tomorrow. In the near future, they will be enabled to best serve their beneficiaries, and the banks will also, through the digital linkage, will be able to have more freedom in its real estate transactions. And I think we're currently working on all these products, and these products will be materialized early 2026, and we'll continue on developing them in order to reach the aspired maturity. And here comes the role of the PropTech that we're currently working on empowering. If we coinciding with the digital transformation and the developments on the level of AI, the reset registry needs to take interest in a number of other things. As His Excellency mentioned, there are more than 90 deals that took place, amounting of 4.3 billion US dollars of acquisitions in the prop tech sector. This is a promising sector and has a promising future. I think in the near future we will see a fully automated PropTech sector in the near future. The other thing that we should all seek, what is the role of this registry after the technologies and the automation? We are increasing the credibility of these registries. Now I can announce that we have announced more than 3.2 million real estates in all areas of the kingdom ready for in-kind registration, meaning that 1.1 of them, their real estate transactions, all their work is under the umbrella, under one umbrella, and praise to Allah, all the services we can provide, and the issue of sorting out mergers and distribution have all of the services related to the real estate registry, if the documents are complete and ready, will not need more than one working day, and we have sorted thousands of requests related to lands in a matter of a few days, and this also will contribute to the development of the sector. The allowing the developers to access the market in a timely manner, also allowing the investors not to be negatively impacted regarding the loans they receive from the banks. The APIs made available to the companies enable the digital linkage. We have announced the sandbox for more than a year. We have the companies, we have workshops that we're currently conducting to enable this promising sector. We don't want to replace the sector, we want to only empower it. We have a journey at the end of which our role and our strategy is called it's the ease strategy, is a strategy to help develop the sources of the company to facilitate the journey of the beneficiary, to employ all the enabling technologies, AI, RPAs, also the aerial documentation, all of these enablers that we can provide to the beneficiaries. We are targeting by the end of this year to announce more than 4 million real estates to be ready to be registered. One of our other objectives is to register and to announce more than 80% of the real estates in the kingdom by will be done by registering them by the end of 2028. We only wanted to give you an overview on what we're doing. We're always happy to receive your comments and questions. We're happy to receive your comments and questions through your emails. We also conduct workshops to receive your inputs. So we always call ourselves enablers of the real estate sector, and if we're not working hand in hand, we will not reach where we want. And I think also receiving input from our partners at the PropTech will lead us to the aspired success that we all want. Thank you for your time.
هنا شكرا دكتور سليمان، شكرا جزيلا على هذا العرض الرائع، شكرا جزيلا. في واقع الأمر دائما
So please take these opportunities to build those relationships, create those collaborations, because that really is what it's all about, being here in this room together. So how are you all doing? Good? Yes? Keep it up. I mean, we're going at a whistle-stop pace, but it's all really helpful, important information. So, yes, stay attentive, stay tuned. We have a really interesting panel coming up next. We're going to be looking at Vision 2030 and PropTech. We cannot possibly have a conference without integrating some of the Vision 2030 principles, ambitions, and goals, because it's so important that everything is aligned across the work that we're all doing with Vision 2030. So this is going to be looking at how we transform Saudi Arabia's built environment with that Vision 2030 perspective. And the session is going to be moderated by engineer Mansour Al-Obaid. So I'd like you to give him a very warm welcome, please, and he will introduce his guests for this conversation. Mansour, join me. Have a great conversation.
حياكم الله جميعا.
Hey, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and privilege to host in this panel discussion, this very short and very enriching panel discussion, some panelists and specialists and experts in PropTech, and from the RIG, His Excellency Ziad Shammarwi, who leads the partnership to chart the future of real estate, and from PIF, Dr. Ali Al-Ali, lead innovation and technologies in real estate consultation, and from the Deloitte Middle East, engineer Saud, with the extensive experience in governance and real estate technology. First of all, I will start highlighting the transformation in this sector, and the volume of PropTech in 2024 reached more than 35 billion, and it's expected to exceed 140 billion with the CAGR 25%, and we have a number of figures to cite, but I will give the floor to questions to my co-panelists. I will start with Mr. Abu Ziad from Rega, and I would like to talk about the role of Rega and how the ensure that the digital transformation will be achieved this year or within a few years. Thank you, Engineer Mansour, for giving me this opportunity to answer your question. I will start with the comprehensive strategy adopted by the Council of Ministers. It started with a number of tracks and focused mainly that the real estate market should have confidence and reliability, and I'm gonna talk about the last 3 years to have clear regulations for the value chain, starting from design, planning, design, and implementation, and we focused on the regulations and regulating the market. And since last year, we launched the PropTech Center with the NHC Innovation, and today the center starts to deliver its services, and we have launched the regulatory framework of sandbox and business accelerating, in which we received 1,000 applicants, and we have selected number of them. The sandbox we focused on the partial ownership, and it will be adopted later on in a later stage. To answer your question, it's a strategic objective, my brother Mansour, that to make this sector promising to cope with the development that the government that the Saudi Arabia is witnessing, and we have witnessed the acquisition, activation of the rule of and the mandate of the center. This is for us a key pillar, even in the strategic, the strategy how to ensure that the real estate sector enabled and driven and supported by technology, and as a regulator to take this as a foundation. This is an overview of what has been achieved, and thank you for those who participated in PropTech last year. It was a big surprise for me that we have a big number of participants from the PropTech firms, and I think diversity of technologies and a number of giga projects, and some partners, international partners participating with us. Engineer Ali, as being of one of the key sectors, how PIF has leveraged PropTech to support Vision 2030 objectives. No doubt that one of the key targets of this vision is building smart cities and sustainable communities, integrated communities, and this is made the PropTech effective tool to lead this kind of transformation, and for the standards, for the BIF standards closely related to the strategy, one of the key strategy that will create strategic impact, supporting the quality of life, supporting economy, supporting the social targets. So as a result, we look into long-term targets, and the ultimate goal is not technology. Technology is everywhere, but the ultimate goal, the impact of this technology and the strategy, which will be a enabler. So we have multiple technologies and multiple standards. What very important for us is to do paradigm shift and sustainability, and this is at the end of the day realizing the vision by creating this kind of communities, focusing on the quality of life. Thank you, Doctor. And we have one of the experts, one in Engineer Saud. We have addressed the role of PropTech in achieving the vision objectives in development of built and urban environment. Thank you, Engineer Ali, and thank you, Engineer Mansour, for giving me this kind of opportunities. And I would like to add to what Dr. Ali has said, creating cities. One of the key objectives of the Vision 2030 is to launch international and global cities from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and for the giga and mega projects, the existing one, it's the appropriate ecosystem to test technologies through the sandbox. So the developer and investors seeking accurate data, transparent data, and in timely manner to make a huge benefit of such data. And I think today technology has become a necessity to support the data accessible in the market, to be able to use in our existing project and future projects. We started since last year from the previous edition, and the participating firms and companies were much less than the participating companies in this edition, and this is part of the momentum this edition is generating. Thank you, Engineer Ziad. Rega, how Rega can enable the national entities and the role of education and the training, the role of Rega as a bridge between the national startups and international companies. Coming back to the same point, at Riga today, the center created PropTech Center. The ultimate goal is to have a genuine adoption and supporting of the national startups, the accelerator. As I said, we have more than 1,000 applicants, and it's one of the fastest growing accelerators. And the aim is to transform this kind of experience from the international level to the national level. So the enablement is the cornerstone, and the logistic support. We host a number of local companies and entrepreneurs, and the sandbox, as we mentioned, we have a national companies, and the journey extends for 2 years, that we ensure that they will go through good stages to support them. And we have a key arm for training, and we are so keen to have a special training materials to increase the capacity and the capability, and to be fully aligned with the technology and how to implement. It's a very important part. We are working with the government partners to enable and support entrepreneurs such as Munshaat. We work hand in hand in real estate sector and enablement and information technology development, and a number of programs that we have right now, which enable entrepreneurs and local companies. And this is the goal, to increase the percentage of SMEs in general, and especially in real estate. And this is a strategic goal and strategic pursuits. So I would like to mention the numbers and figures. We have more than 220 accelerators in this industry, but in Sandbox we have about 60 Sandbox around the world. And the number drawing our attention, we have 10,000 companies in the PropTech, and we have more than 1,700 companies which were able to collect funding, and we hopefully we can see this kind of figures positively reflected nationally. This is very encouraging numbers for us. And this our goal today at Riga as initiative to support PropTech to see in the future national companies, icon companies, and this is one of the key goals. Dr. Ali, you have seen PropTech that focuses on four pillars: the investment, construction, customer experience, and maintenance and operation. This has moved me to the next question: what is the role of AI and IoT and digital twinning in designing projects such as Gidea and such mega and giga projects? I'm talking about the booming in AI and IoT, but they are the key foundations in digital transformation that we are witnessing right now. And the PIF is fully committed to empowering startups, local and international, to enter the Saudi market. And we have our mandate is to enable such a kind of innovation and such technologies to enter into the project run by the PIF. We have the proof of concept, for instance. In general, it's doing testing for this kind of products in Yom Gidea and Red Sea, and to measure the reliability and the credibility of such technologies and create investment opportunity. Then we move to the scaling up. It's not limited to specific projects run by the fund, but the real estate project, and we apply the methodology of venture capital, which is funneling. And we started last year. At the very beginning of last year, we have more than 4,500 technology regarding designing and operation, and a number of technologies which increase the efficiency. And right now we are in the phase of adaptation and scaling up and creating an ecosystem of innovators and the startups and the regulator to work together in tandem in the projects run and managed by PIF. In the light of your experience, the PropTech companies, they are interested in the gaps in the real estate evaluation and appraisal. So what are the key gaps and opportunities in adopting PropTech in real estate industry? The real estate consultation rely on the accurate data. Historically, in the past, those working in this kind of domain, they grappled with getting such kind of data from the government agencies or from the individuals. So we started to provide accessibility to data such as transactions with the Ministry of Justice and municipalities, data from municipalities and data from the real estate platforms which disseminate and spread pricing and to make this kind of comparison in the market. As such, the more we have more advanced technology, so this is the less time and the efforts we will have. So this is we'll have more evaluation and more analysis. And I think this kind of acceleration is a good one, and we aspire to increase such kind of acceleration rate. At the same time, we have challenges for the integration of data and the integrity of data. So we need infrastructure and analysis and concerted efforts with the data providers. On the other hand, the users and the professionals need to receive capacity building and training to handle data in a professional manner, and the REGA can help through the real estate institutes and the new hub to support training and the capacity building in PropTech. Hopefully, we can see indicators on the volume of investment in the PropTech ecosystem. And we have a question, Mr. Abu Ziad, Engineer Abu Ziad, how what is the role of REGA in enabling the national human resources and the human capital? And we are so keen in enabling our human resources and the human capital in diverse sectors. And the real estate institute was created for this reason, and we try to provide highly professional and highly professional and highly skilled people working in this industry. So we, as such, we are so keen that we support with our partners. We provide the guidance and we provide consultation and the mentorship. And through our partners, you have witnessed today in the opening ceremony signing agreement with the NHC and garage to harness the technologies with garage and to have this kind of cooperation in real estate development and value chain. Our understanding of the real estate development drive us to identify the gaps in asset management and the facilities management. We try to fill the gaps through the real estate institutes and our local partners and international partners through the accelerators and incubators. We can we see our young people having a certification and accreditation in PropTech. We are working in training and learning materials in PropTech, but we are so keen today is to the actual entry in the market and testing such kind of models, and will give certification for those who are working in this industry and working in the sandbox. Thank you, Dr. Ali. How BIF strike a balance between innovation and the social and environmental sustainability, ESG. We adopt agile approach such SG, environmental and social and governance standards are being embedded in this kind of strategy to reduce CO2 emission and the energy efficiency. Such standards are embedded at the very early idea, starting with the ideation. Such standards are clear in such and embedded, and this can help us to for transition for different stage with different criteria for the projects and companies run by BIF. So the application at the very early stage and the governance and sustainability we have adopted generally, not only in real estate sector, but it has relation with the maintenance and the operation and the execution and the operation as well, and the commission as well. Engineer Saud, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia implement a number of giga projects and aspire to adopt some PropTech technologies. So how can such giga project impact the development of real estate market? No doubt, real estate market with the presence in giga and mega projects support and elevate and uplift standards in the market. If we take for example Aramco and its contractors have high standards. Today, giga projects require regulatory requirements with the high quality. So I envisage and imagine that giga and the mega project have the ability to achieve feasibility fusing specific applications of such technology across giant and mega projects in terms of planning, feasibility study, implementation, operation, asset management in constant manner, and which should be reflected on the project and smart cities to be a sustainable cities, and the feasible cities, viable cities. I have some numbers. I think that Saudi Arabia is witnessing a boom in events related to technology. We have IoT and smart cities and building technologies, and the smart building solutions exceeded 2.2 billion as a market share. Construction technology exceeded $1 trillion. IoT in real estate exceeded $1.5 trillion. So we are talking about 4 to 5 trillion related to building technologies in a way or another. So the question to Engineer Ziad, the key initiatives and the regulations adopted by REGA, and what's are in the pipeline to attract investment. And as I said at the very beginning, REGA has a strategic goal. Last year we announced the SBH Center, and we have launched 4 initiatives. Such initiatives started actually on the ground. The first initiative was the Global Summit, and this is the second edition. And for the board, we have held five meetings to cover the awareness and to share knowledge and experience among the SMEs and leading companies and large companies. The third one, which is the accelerator that I have addressed, and this is the last one, but we will have a new accelerator within the 3 months, and we have the sandbox as well. As I mentioned, the regulations completed in the value chain in terms of real estate registry and of sales. So such kind of regulations and controls are available, and based on the best international practice, we have challenges in some aspects for the innovative models to have gaps in some specific regulations. So the sandbox come to fill such kind of gaps, and we have generated the controls of sandbox, and we have received constructive feedback. The ultimate goal is to have a framework and the clear requirements for applying for a sandbox. The model should be innovative, not a traditional one. And we have ad hoc committee created by the CEO of REGA. So we started with the companies and the firms, national firms. As I mentioned, the model should be an innovative one. We started with the flexible ownership, and this is a good start because at the international level, it's a funding and development and investment tool, and we have an added value for all stakeholders, the developers and the investors, and we have focused on 4 companies, and we have approved for NHC. The ultimate goal, the sandbox, to have isolated sandbox with the all tools to make the entry of the to make the entry to the market flexible and resilient entry, and we will explore different avenues to help such companies, and will receive different patches. So we are determined to develop this sector with key partners and experts at Deloitte and the key partners, PIF and other national companies and consulting firms. And we can see this kind of high value sector, as we have seen the success stories in fintech, and I think this is in a nutshell. I think the role of the PropTech and the REGA is encouraging, and we can see right now a huge attendance for this summit. Dr. Ali, how PIF cultivates and drive innovation to create products which can be exported outside the company, outside the kingdom. We are working with the regulators, with the entrepreneurs, universities, research centers, through this kind of huge innovative ecosystem. We are not working in silos. So today you can see the attendees, we can see, and last year we organized an event, a PropTech competition presented by BIF, and Rega was a key partner in this event. The idea, it was a competition, and we reached more than 1,600 applications, and we selected 5 winners, and we adopted their technologies in Yom, 3 companies of such Saudi companies, so locally grown companies. So the ecosystem innovation is part and parcel of PIF strategy, whether they are universities, and some of the key components might not under the umbrella of a research center or university, but they might be one of the individuals have innovative ideas. So our doors are wide open to communicate with us, to test their technology, and before they start developing this kind of ideas. So we are working on different dimensions for driving innovation in PropTech and real estate technology. Thank you, Engineer Saud. How can you see cooperation between among different key stakeholders to be a lever for the digital transformation? Today, those who own information and data owns or has the power, so the data should be accurate and timely. And I still remember that real estate sector in the data of the markets and the market trends were not fully aligned and fully clear. Especially the real estate sector is slow, is a slow moving sector. So we start with it consumed time from the ideation to the final product. So I imagine that today the accurate data that they can create this kind of boldness and for massive investment to have accurate data. You need infrastructure to gather and collect integrated data, and you need as well regulations and controls that help the practitioners to be fully committed to some specific forms of data, to present more accessible, transparent, and accurate data, and to generate accurate raw data, and in harmonious data to generate insights and to generate information. And in conclusion, we have 3 final thoughts. We have the developer and investors and the entrepreneur, how they can benefit and take advantage of. So what are the key final thoughts and advice that you could give advice the developer? We have a revolution. The kingdom is witnessing the key message to benefit from the PropTech. At the national level, we have models operating related to the value chain. The key message to benefit and to harness this kind of technologies, the investors, no doubt, the investment rounds still less than expected, especially in the Middle East. So we started to witness investment rounds with the conservative numbers, but with the regulations, and this is what we keen to provide with the regulations and the controls will drive investment entrepreneur. This is the right place. This platform is held annually, and PropTech Center is a key enabler for entrepreneurs and the key message to benefit from such kind of support and empowerment given to the entrepreneurs and innovative models. And I think this is an era of opportunities, and we will continue to do as such to build our nation. As a matter of fact, I can summarize what has been said to adopt innovative solutions. This is a precious advice. We are talking about AI, and the confidence is boosting and increase. The adaptation is not as a developer to be proactive, and it will be a huge investment opportunities. And right now we have this kind of we have entered a new era, of digital solutions and technologies, and the PropTech so try to test it to see the fruits. This industry is a huge industry, and investment in technologies. This is the opportune time for the PropTech and the PropTech sector and the capital. We have a huge capital and massive capital, and the PropTech has the potential to double the volume. And we have seen companies and the firms that have seen high valuable investment opportunities. And as Dr. Ali said, we have the gaps that need to be filled and bridged. I would like to thank my dear colleagues for this enriching panel discussion, and we have produced a report around the future accessibility and or the future assets. The future assets will serve. We will sell the experience and the service, and you can see the report. We have mentioned more than 60 technologies in PropTech related to the experience, the customer experience, or the liability from construction, operation, and the maintenance. And I think it's very important to have a look and where they can inject their investment and the problem they can address through the PropTech, which will be the future assets. At the end, I express my deep thanks to Engineer Ziad and Engineer Ali for their enriching conversation. Thank you.
That was a really interesting conversation. I don't know if I'm on. Oh, I am. Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, fantastic conversation. Thank you so much to all of the panelists, and great moderation as well. We now, before we move on to a very brief bonus session, before I come on and have a conversation with Engineer Al Nasser, we also have a video to show you from Najis.
في وطن يعيد تشكيل ملامحه بخطى الرؤية، تتكامل الجهود وتتلاقى الجهات في مشهد واحد من البناء والتمكين. في تفاصيل هذا المشهد تبرز مراكز ناجز لتنظم المسار وتيسر تفاصيله. حتى تصبح التجربة العدلية امتداداً طبيعياً لحركة التنمية. فكل عقد يوثق وكل معاملة تنجز تحدد ملامح العمل المؤسسي المتكامل، وبأكثر من 40 شريك نبني أساساً يستند على الدقة والموثوقية، بخدمات عدلية تيسر الوصول وتبسط الإجراءات. مركز ناجز، ركيزة وطنية في مشهد التحول، تسهم في تيسير الخدمات العدلية وترفع كفاءة بيئة الأعمال والعقار.
Thank you so much for that. Now, as I said, we have a very short bonus session. This isn't in your agendas, but we really wanted to slot it in because we're going to hear about something that was born this time last year that came out of the Global PropTech Summit. So we're going to be joined on stage by the lovely Aya, and Aya is from NeoCity, which is a startup by Wise Guys. So basically, this is a European accelerator program launched here last year, which is the exciting thing, at this very event, and it's backed by Riga. And after just 1 year, Aya is going to come and join us and talk to us and show us and share with us some of the accomplishments of the startup that was born right here at the Global PropTech Summit. So can we hear a very warm welcome, please, to Aya? On. Is Aya on?
Test. Wow. Too much. Hi, everyone. Apologies, too many mics here. I have 3, and apparently only 1 is working. Thank you, everyone, for being here. As promised, this is just like a bonus session that we truly wanted to show you our achievements. So we're going to speak today about Startup Wise Guys, which is obviously a European accelerator program. We just started at the same time last year. And we recently launched NeoCity. Just a quick brief about what we have done so far. So we are basically one of Europe's leading startup accelerators and investment funds. We have invested in about 470 investments across 60 plus countries, have done about 50 accelerator batches, 21 exits. We have been constantly, one of the best performing investors, top 50 in Europe. We were actually top 10 in Europe last year. Our journey in Saudi Arabia is going to basically evolve with NeoCity, which is a brand that is specialized into accelerating and investing in global PropTech and construction tech companies that are going to be scaling to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So what are we? Basically, we are a B2B innovation platform. We're designed to integrate international companies into the region. What we do is that we basically invest in companies, we bring them to Saudi Arabia, they do a test or a sandbox, and then we scale them. All this happened because we do think that the market here in the region is at an inflection point, which, a lot of, was an increase in residential transactions over 5 years, and many housing deals that we think it's really worth to bring new technologies to the market. Our mission is simple. What we really want is just to invest in global technologies and get them to test in the region via 3 steps. We invest, we sandbox, and then we scale. We have developed something which is like a proof of concept framework. What we do is that we work with startups, developers, and funders, and we connect all of them in order for the startups to take 2 months of testing period in the region in order for them to test their circles. We have been backed by many sponsors and many companies here in the region and internationally. We're actually, Canon Japan is one of our sponsors. We've also been backed proudly by Aqar, which is, the platform here in Saudi. Retal, Parsons, Cedra Ventures, Zakua, and Sprift are all backers of the initiative. These companies have invested in our companies. In the same time, they're also piloting the companies that we're bringing into the region. So we brought 10 technologies already this year, and these 10 technologies, these are just like a portion of them, 4 that are present with us as well. Rensa, which is an AI-driven ventilation energy efficiency, Analytics, BH1 Loyalty, all these companies are from all around the world. We've invested in them, we also brought them to the region, and all of them currently are conducting testing with Parsons and also with Retal. We are proudly also backed by the government. Our main sponsor is NTDP, which is a program and an initiative program under MCIT. Riga obviously is also one of our sponsors. If you want to visit us, we are actually available in the Riga's office in SPH. And we also had, have some data from RER, Rusij Al-Aqari. We're excited to launch our next 2 funds. These will be launched next year. We have Fund 1, about $50 million launched in 2026, and Fund 2, $150 million that will be launched. So far, we have invested in 10 companies, and we are awaiting to invest in more, inshallah, next year. We are happy to invite all of you to our innovation ceremony. It's going to be during Cityscape Global. This innovation ceremony is going to be basically the demo day of all of our 10 companies. That will also show our achievements. I'm glad to also let you know that all of our companies have raised about $10 million just within 3 months of being with us. They have completed the pilots with Retal and with Parsons. And within this event, inshallah, we will be showing you more achievements. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take a lot of your time, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Aya. That was an amazing brief look at some incredible achievements. Gosh, you've got microphones coming out of everywhere. It's fantastic. But they didn't work, so yeah, really exciting. So how can people connect with you? Do you want to stay around a bit, or are you going to be in the exhibition area? Fantastic. So if you want to chat more about the amazing things going on that Aya's been involved with, then please do take the opportunity to speak with her during one of the breaks or during the networking sessions. So now we're going to move on to really look at smart real estate transformation. And I'm going to be joined by somebody who is able to very clearly talk to us about Al-Andalus's vision for this PropTech era. A really exciting guest, and I have the honor of being the moderator for this, so we're going to have a little fireside chat. So what I'd love to do, without any further ado, is introduce onto stage my guest. We have engineer Faisal Al-Nasser, who's the CEO of Al-Andalus Property. He's also a national committee member at the Federation of Saudi Chambers. Hello, come and join me. And I know, come and sit, that you champion data-driven, smart real estate that's really aligned, that's fine, with 2030. So what I'd like to do today is have a conversation which is all about really moving from buildings to experiences, looking perhaps at how data and smart tools are shaping the next chapter of real estate in Saudi Arabia, because I think that's very much what you're focused on and where you're thinking right now. So, Engineer Al-Nasser, thank you for being with me. It's an absolute pleasure to meet again. So let's start by this idea of smart transformation. What does that really mean? Because, we talk smart, we talk AI, we talk digital, we talk digitalization, we talk, PropTech. But what is smart transformation? Let's start there.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you very much for the session. It's glad to be with you here, and thank you very much for all audience, and I'm really pleased to be part of this wonderful summit. This is the second year we are having this global PropTech summit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and our expectation is really more and more coming. Let me answer this by going and first saying what's in Saudi Arabia today. Today, Saudi Arabia is really leading worldwide in every angles that's related to digital transformation. Today, as a government, we are number 4 worldwide government in digital transformation. The level of infrastructure in digital today in Saudi Arabia is one of the highest worldwide. The connectivity, the data migration, the transformation of those subjects has become now a very, very high and as infrastructure ready in Saudi Arabia. Having said that, also real estate is very main part of our lives. Real estate is embedded in every business in the country, embedded in every subject that you work on it, neither business, neither residential, neither, so real estate embedded in everywhere. This will cause that people expectation, which become very high now, as you know, our expectation, our Saudi citizens and residents are become very high expected on the level of digitalization there, will expect also the real estate to be up to that level. I think we are in Saudi Arabia in one of the lowest country in the world. You have the period that you transfer the title deed. It's just taking seconds to transfer a title deed from owner to owner. We reach a level where we really heavily depending on the smart transformation, on the digital, on the real estate. And you can see all the people who are there in this event is discussing this. Also, the numbers that's been presented by many of the people who started guests before me is giving very promising number on the level of transformation and digital transformation. So I will be honest with you to say to you, people expectation very high. The country expectation from us also very high, where we are looking today to reach to a level to have the digital transformation on the highest level on the real estate, similar to what's happened else in different industry, like the financial technology or in telecom technology or other. So that's our expectation.
So for you, smart is really about integrating and using and employing the digital tools and the technologies that enable things to work better or faster or with less friction. So are there any specific examples perhaps in one of your Al Andalus projects that you might be able to point to that give us a real live use case, a real world case where smart technology is influencing the way that a project is designed and delivered?
Yes. Lately, we see the implementation of the smart technology. It's embedded in all the angles of I would say, the journey. So starting, what we do today in Al-Andalus, starting from studying the possibility or this chance or this property chance, most of this is study done by a digital transformation, AI, machine learning, machine understanding, machine decision. So we study the land location, the possibility of the highest use that's on this land, the people around this area and what's the access they need, what the things they are looking to or what the things they are expecting, what's the spending limit on that areas. So even the study, the visibility study now, it's built heavily by the digital transformation of collecting all the data relative and giving the decision. This is number one. Now, two, even the best development for this property, whatever it is either it's residential or commercial or whatever the type of the business it is. Now, even the design will be using the digital elements and PropTech. So you will have the best design that's utilizing the energy. You will have the best design for people needs. All of this will be now plugged in within the PropTech. And then you take this further to the utilization, the usage, understanding the people need, what the people need to go within, and even studying all those data and implementing it. Today, when I see Al-Andalus, we look to the journey from the beginning to the end, we find digital transformation and PropTech solutions are embedded since we say good morning until we say good night.
I think sometimes we don't, we're not always aware of how much these things are already so integrated and so much a part of things. And, obviously digital transformation and PropTech solutions tend to begin with things like data, which it plays such an important part. And it's a massive driver to kind of the digital real estate era. And you sit, don't you, on the National Committee, which is amazing. So can you talk to us a little bit about maybe some of the signals that you're seeing from that position, which really demonstrate and show that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading when it comes to digital real estate? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
I'm very pleased to be honest, a member of National Committee of Real Estate Brokerage and Commercial Centers. And me and my colleague in this committee, we are working to support overall the real estate and I will say social and industry in supporting the people themselves who's working in this field to bringing their voice to the highest level to all people and understanding their challenges and trying to work on it. As I told you, real estate is embedded in everywhere. So you have a big portion of the subjects related to real estate. Just let me tell you something.
Yeah.
One small example.
We love examples here. We
have
love
over than
examples.
10 million lease contract in Ijar.
Say that again for everyone.
10 million.
10 million.
million since Ijar started, I think, around in 2018.
Wow.
So we speak about 10 million contract. Out of it, 8.3 million is residential, 1.7 is commercial.
Wow.
All of this show you how's the dependency on the technology. So you have over than 10 million contracts being all linked there. Over than 80% from people who work on the real estate, they are using some of the PropTech solutions. So this is give us a big challenge in the committee. So we need to bring the voice of those users around the country, taking their voice, understanding their challenge, try to solve it, help them bringing their voice and their challenges to the people who's in the decision to take them. And to be honest, we are getting a very, very positive feedback from the people themselves and from the people who's in the decision seating and understanding so we see a lot of things being changed based on the feedback come through us to those institutions.
Yeah, are you able maybe to share, so you say that your digital real estate solutions are driven often by the challenges and the problems that the users specifically bring. And I imagine that you see lots of the same challenges from lots of different users. Are you able, just off the top of your head, share maybe what a couple of those key challenges are that digital real estate solves?
Let me give you one quick example that we are facing it now. You know, thanks to the one of the latest decisions that's been happened lately by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which is the new rules that relate to controlling whatever the challenges was in that.
Yeah.
Today, if you see, all of those rules are being implemented through a technology solution and PropTech solution. So as freeing the increment on the leasing prices, this will not be manual done. System will do it immediately. The fees on the land, on free land, this is systemized.
Yeah.
So today, this is giving you a decision done by 2-3 months will be implemented immediately in very short time by the system. And taking this even prior to that, you see today the transfer of title deeds, it's done fully digital from A to Z. You can do it anywhere. You can enjoy your vacation in Bahamas while you transfer your title deed between one person to another.
That's probably paying for your vacation in the Bahamas, right?
I agree with that. So the level of how you see now, even the license, you get all your license while you sitting at your home and your office. The level today we reach of this transformation, even people coming from outside Saudi Arabia, they are very shocked on the level we reach. That's give us, because we have the level of expectation become high, because all of this now become the new norm.
Yes,
this is the new norm. We have a fully digital journey from A to Z. So what's the expectation? Expectation will be higher.
Yeah.
We need now to utilize AI. We need now to do things. If we do it in a minute, we need it in a second. If this is done by we enter a password, we need it without password. So that's the level where people are expecting, and that's why we all work either when we see it from the government perspective, and this is one of the events show how government are really taking care of the real estate and the future of real estate. Even in our committee, how we want to be supporting the users of the real estate industry and the government in reaching a highest level. And even in our company, Al Andalus, where we look to really give an excellent example and to show all of the market that we really utilizing this PropTech solutions and achieving to the level where our clients are looking for.
That's really, yeah, it's a really interesting perspective, I think, when you start thinking about the fact that whatever you deliver, expectations are going to change. There's always going to be space for faster or better or different or more efficient, and I think it's something that we all need to keep in mind. But you're really talking, I mean, we've talked about your perspective as the CEO of Al-Andalus Property, we've talked about your seat on the National Committee, but from a national level, can you point to a couple of things that you really can see as examples, as shining lights, as beacons of where the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a whole is playing its leadership role in becoming this place where PropTech, where solutions, where digitalization is absolutely leading the way? Because I think it's interesting to look at it from a kind of country level as well.
Yes, I agree totally with you. Today, Saudi Arabia is really a leader worldwide in the digital utilization of the total digital journey and utilization on that. Quick example, we are number 4 globally in the United Nations e-government development.
Okay.
So today, I'm sure that all people here who's residenting in Saudi Arabia or either they are citizen or resident in Saudi, if I told them, go guys, please do. Real estate is one of the main elements of that. If you take the journey before 20 years, how it was, and you see the queuing was in those title deeds movement or whatever subject you were required to do in the real estate, and you see today how things become, and everything is smooth. Today, there is no people waiting in any of the government head offices or government quarters or whatever. Everything is done digitally, everything done smoothly digitally. You do it in the fastest way, in the most secure base. So, as we said, you do transfer immediately. You register your title deed directly. You get the full details, even from Sky, about your title deed digitally. All of this came in very big journey transformation led by the government to whatsoever here. Today, and what you see outside of this hall is the additional where we are looking to. So all of those smart ideas and those PropTech solutions going to take whatever, I will say, excellent setup we are having now and utilizing the infrastructure we're having now, going to take this to unexpected and more to set the customer, I would say, expectation and need.
So let's bring this right back full circle. We've gone kind of from the company to the national to the, complete country picture. But let's bring it back to the individual, because everyone in this room is either, working in a real estate firm, is an investor, has their own PropTech solution. What would you say to people in this room, given everything that you've experienced in terms of the digitalization, the PropTech solutions that we're trying to lead with all of those aspects in mind? What should people be thinking about as they either develop their solution, as they try to integrate PropTech solutions, create more smart digitalization in their work processes? Is there something that you'd like to encourage everybody to have top of mind?
First of all, I think I'm less much than to give any suggestion or something. All of the people who are sitting here, mashallah, is higher level of knowledge and seniority from me much, but let me see what we think today. That I'll be honest with you, real estate started lately on the digital transformation. So we were since long of time seeing the digital transformation on the highest level related to financial industry or digital industry. That's why you see today PropTech is a smaller, I would say 1 of quarter or 1 of 10 from the fintech. Fintech is bigger business because it started earlier. So today, real estate has started, yes, a little late, but the good things is start especially growing on the PropTech side. It will have 2 things. First, all people need, I will say challenges, the solution will be through PropTech on the real estate side. PropTech will solve this subject. The second thing will be utilizing more of all the challenges that's what we are having today that's will required either human interfere or required a subject that's required a decision making. So all of this will go through PropTech. And what I will give as advice to all of the ladies and gentlemen here, I will say, think always of making things, how to make it really, really very efficient, very quick, how you really look to the solution from the easiest way. Don't start where people start. We should start where people end. So our idea is where we should think of the last stage people reach, and we should take it from there. And all of what we are having here maybe not will fulfill all of our needs today, but this will be an excellent start for our thinking and mindset for future.
It's a principle I love, I think, starting with that end in mind, solving user experience issues or challenges. And please don't downplay your experience and expertise and perspectives, which we've all very much benefited from you sharing with us. So thank you so much. Can we hear a massive round of applause, please, for Engineer Faisal El Nasser? Thank you. Really enjoyed our conversation. Thank you so much, Faisal. Thank you. Oh, picture. Look at us getting a picture together. Thank you. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Amazing. Well, I can see a very friendly, familiar face in the audience. Somebody who's going to come and speak to us next. Somebody who I think most of you will be familiar with because he plays a very important role in the real estate sector. Don't think you can possibly imagine who I'm referring to. Oh my goodness, you've put your medal on as well. I love it. But could you please join me in welcoming Antonio Campagnoli, who is the FIABSI World President. Who here knows FIABSI? Can I see a show of hands? Come on, everyone must know FIABSI. Yes, let's give that massive round of applause.
Thank you very much.
So, Antonio, you're here to talk to us about moving from regulation to innovation and giving us a bit more of a sort of EU crowdfunding perspective.
Absolutely.
So, can't wait to hear that. It's gorgeous to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your talk. A big round of applause, please, Antonio.
Thank you very much. As you know, in Europe, it's about 20 years they speak about crowdfunding. And the crowdfunding also is linked to a very common practice called PPP, is a private-public partnership. And why these two matter now today can get across? So crowdfunding, usually you have the crowdfunding to raising money to make some business. What's happening in the EU regulation, and something that is like connecting, I think, globally, all the countries, all the economy. We are trying to now to match the financial goals to sustainable, social, green, and politically correct goals. So the crowdfunding born as a instrument coming from the finance, the microfinance, find a lot of people to finance the project. The public-private partnership was making to help the government to provide services in sectors where they are not able to provide sectors with the current balance sheet of the state. The PropTech is not only technology, it's speaking about the human, speaking about how to change our life. And this is one of the cases. The microfinance and the big agreements with investor and public, they match. And what today they making is PPPPP, is 5P, because it's private, is public, is people, and is a partnership. So basically, what is going on? I come in this room and the person told me, we are studying how to make public services in a different way. And this is a way where we can involve the old sponsor, you know, the soccer team or the volleyball team or the school or the hospital are all sectors where the finance are important, but the social benefit that are on the back of these activities is even more important. So the main difference in this kind of instrument is that you don't only go to check what is the return of investment, but you go to also check what is the social return of investment, what is called ROI. It's very important to understand that this kind of investment has social impact, and they need to be considering like this, because they can call for investment which look for place to put money, have a return, but also prove that the society is getting better for their participation. Usually, common people, the society, the stakeholders, in the past, all the economy are called clients. We call for clients. I sell the products to them. In the PPP model, they're your partner. Basically, if you think about a swimming pool where you have kids, they go to swimming, the mom, they go to take them, and the family follow them to the swimming pool, the restaurant that you can build around the swimming pool, the medical center that you can build around the swimming pool, the sport activity that you create around the swimming pool, all these make the participation of the population fundamental, not only because are your clients, but because links this kind of investments to the needs of the population, of the local population. So the crowdfunding become also a kind of measurement of the temperature of the needs. If many people want to invest 5,000, 10,000, 10 euros, also 1 euro for be part of that investment, probably they will keep caring about that investment. They will keep caring about that investment is fruitful and successful. Why this kind of like change of perspective is something that is very modern, and the PropTech has been a kind of tools to unify the needs and the growing. It's not changed much from the past. Always when I speak about this kind of models, I say that is nothing new. If you go to the hospital of the Middle Age, they always in the Middle Age have a lot of family that build the hospital, and they help people to be care in the hospital if they don't have the substance to be care. So there is a kind of activity of the community that was very important in the past, and the modern society understand that the economy can be balanced and fruitful and resilient and sustainable only if the community is happy. So it's win-win. You put together the community, the big company can be happy to promote their own activity behavior in the investment, in the stock exchange. They can say, I make a lot of profit. I'm not only a good company, but I can say that I'm also a good company. So the governance of this product make the finance and the public together with also the institutional investor. I think they don't are like excluded by the game. Actually, they are part of the game, even more today. But the new player are the citizens. The citizens are part of the game of building the new infrastructure. You can care about them from the beginning when you start to think about the infrastructure. Have you never heard about the urban hackathon? What they do, they check what the population need, the public institution need, and what are the possible solutions to achieve that needs. So you start to put together this kind of stakeholders much before then start to build. So the part of the governance starts much before than building and the financial part. And they stay together for all the life. Usually the partnership agreements are lasting for 29, 30, 35, 40 years. Why? To recover the huge amount of money that you need to make a hospital, a sports centers, a school, is a lot of money, and you need a lot of times to recover this kind of investment from what? The management. The management become the key of the element, and what in the past are your clients? The students, the people that go to the hospital, the people go to swim, become your partners. They start to be together with you, helping with you to make a best management. More you are involved in the families, local stockholders, can also not be only family, can be the entrepreneurs of the local society, can be also the religious part of the local society. I tell you this, I'm not so strong in the religions to tell you what but I feel that all the religions belong in the common goals and the governance of the society in a common way. So this kind of PropTech is a tools to make on internet the investment, to show, to make communication, to take the money with not so much problem, to transfer them, to monitoring what are the process, where it is helping. But we are nothing else to do than putting together the population together to make something good again. It's not an invention. What is the new, and the PropTech help in this, is to provide tools for reach the same goals that in the past all our society were famous. So to conclude my speech, I would like to really see the tools of the PropTech, including the crowdfunding, as a way to not only to make profit, but also to make social impact. And the social impact helps you to make profit at least in two ways. If the economy can be sustainable, your business will grow faster and for more time. And on the other side, the investor will choose you because not only you are a very good company that make money, but is a company that make money according to ethics and standards that comply with the green, social, and sustainable economy. Start to discuss about, this is also make you a change of the perspective from the beginning. If you want to involve the population, start to ask what are the needs of them, when they can be involved. And all the process of the participation will make you also opportunities to know them better and to provide also extra services to them. So this process make the population happy and the business happy. I tell you an example that I followed in the recent time is to create square where people can meet and find some response to the needs they have. Sometimes also the needs can be very simple. You know what is one of the most dramatic problem of the big cities? The loneliness. So people feel lonely. They don't have people to speak with. They stay alone. The PropTech and the system to make virtual square where people can meet can find a way to let these people to meet again in real, to make, for example, a dinner together, but also what are, for example, the way to provide some social exchange. To come back to the PPP, the modern way to make a PPP is not only financial scheme between private and public, but must to take in consideration not only as clients, but as your members, partner, and driven actors of all the process, the citizens, and all the stakeholders of the process. This also put also in the last part of my speeches about the reporting. When you do a process like this, you must also to understand that you are doing not only a financial product, something that make you money, but you provide an impact solution for the population, and you must report that. When you're reporting this product, with this your activity, you have a big benefit because your investor, your clients start to understand how much you are smart. You make money in a way that also is useful for the population. And this is something that changes also your way to express your like yourself, not only financial, but also not financial information. These are the main rules in Europe that are formalized and applicable in all Europe. The Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and the Renewable Energy Directive. These three pillars bring companies to be involved a lot in this kind of project because they are awarded and from the market in the reporting that they asked to make when they participate to this kind of 5 PPP project. I last an example. I take out from the swimming pool. I go to the energy community. In Europe, we have the sun as here, maybe a little bit less. But what we try to do with the solar panel, to try to spread the solar panel in a way that the people can use the solar panel to create the community. So they have the benefit to have discount of the energy, but some profit that you can have on this kind of like trading, you must to use it to create a social benefit, social impact for the community. Every society has its own way to make a social benefit, but this is the main issue is this. The solar panel can be something that make profit only who build the solar panel and sell the energy at a cheaper price, making, in any case, a profit. The community of solar panel as the result that there is no ownership of the solar panel. The solar panel are owned by all the community. All the community benefit from the solar panel, and they decide how to share part of the profit for common goals. And that also make the community thinking to not be a single person together, but also think together something good for them. So the community has, again, a central role in the society. Social housing and urban regeneration. This scheme is also applicable to renew all the apartments. Today in Europe, one of the main issues is how to greening the huge amount of property that are built not in according to the most modern standards. They are energy consuming, and they have to be refitting. How to refit these these buildings? The participation of the public and the common, basically, platform where you help the people to have the best providers, to obtain the carbon credit certificate, how to have microfinance, how to follow all the project, make the simple people able to achieve a common benefit to renew his own apartment in the condominium. Social housing condominium are one of the big elements to have the population happy. If everybody has a house, well equipped, heated when it's cold and cooled when it's hot, they're happy. So to have the population with enough spaces, good spaces to live, make mostly one of the most important pillars to have the social stability in every country. I just spoke about the sport facility. The sport is not only agonistic. Sport in the society is education. Is health, caring about yourself. You learn how to improve your standards. So the education of sport start to be a fundamental goals of the community, from the childhood to the mature when you are old. Crowdfunding and public and private agreement are really the key changer of these games. The sport is not something for rich, it's something for everybody, and this is something that we can do, and the PropTech can be helpful. The culture. Every type of culture, also in this case, you need a lot of infrastructure, good professor, good school, you need investments. Crowdfunding and private-public partnership can be helpful, and they put together needs of the population, so sports, social housing, education. Make an energy-efficient society, affordable housing, and create a job. So I leave you, this is a paradigm, is a new way to thinking about, a little bit changing the old style of the liberal society of the economy. The economy is totally free to do whatever, but the best choice is to cooperate with public and the population to have the best results for everybody, also for the investors. So nobody is compelled to make a private partnership agreement, but everybody is happy to do this because you have a profit, you have a social impact, and you have a brilliant future. Thank you very much.
What an absolute honor to have the FIABC World President on our stage, Mr. Antonio Campagnoli, everybody. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Antonio.
Thank you very
Carry
much.
on. Great. So some really useful themes that Antonio's begun to introduce that we're going to explore during the rest of the conference. Ideas about partnership, ideas about our citizens, ideas about putting human needs above technological needs that can then serve those human needs. So yeah, thank you so much for introducing some of those ideas. Delighted to have you with us. So we're going to move on now to another keynote speech, which is all about the smart environment of properties. And we're joined for that by Mr. Mohammed Basuliman. Is Mr. Mohammed here? Mr. Mohammed Basuliman. All right. Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you. Oh, please, a big round of applause. Let's welcome him onto stage. Mohammed, delighted. Thank you.
Yeah. That's okay.
Click a thief. There you go.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله يعطيكم العافية. بإذن الله تعالى عندنا نظام.
We have the PropTech is smart PropTech environment. It's a milestone in digital transformation in this landscape, fully aligned with the Vision 2030 for creating sustainable knowledge-based economy. So we have developed this system to reflect the realistic picture of the sector in integration with the full integration with the government agencies, NAGs, and rigor for full compliance and transparency. So what is PropTech system? It's an integrated cloud-based system which enable beneficiaries to run financial transaction and real estate transaction. It's fully responsive that we can use it anywhere from any device, tablet, mobile, and which drive digital transformation and ease of doing business and timely reporting for follow up the tasks and decision making. So PropTech can be classified as the optimal technical partner for your PropTech projects. We tried to use the title of this workshop for the same vision. We have a deep vision from which the efforts emanated from. So the vision is a smart real tech PropTech ecosystem, digital transformation at real estate sector. It's integrated real estate platform providing digital solutions for the financial and property transactions. There was a need and when to build this kind of system. So we tried as much as we can to have values and principles to be the key parameters for us. We fully committed to the regulations from the regulator and digital transformation and the business intelligence, and we should dive into the AI competition, which can help us for the real estate analysis and the studies, and to be a tool which can assist in decision making. And the experience, consumer experience, we make it a positive one. the distribution of pages, and seamless experience. These are the core principles that we are fully committed with any system. Without sustainability, it cannot be classified as a successful one. So it should be a sustainable system for the application any regulations by the regulator. This can ensure sustainability. In addition to the basic, we have this kind of real estate specialization, be highly professional real estate developers. So this is one of the key functions which can help design a system which can fit those working in real estate landscape, including rules and the regulations and systems and any kind of development or any kind of tools. So if it has any kind of they are fully aligned with us, it will be reflected automatically in the system. One of the key solutions that we render, such as ownership and the facility management and contracting management, payment, invoices, bills. They have financial and off sale. This is one of the key systems that we take a pride of. And we are so proud to be one of the pioneers financial investments which cover the needs of the financial departments. The reporting should be in fully detailed, and the data has its financial implications. And PM and real estate development, we are talking about a system oversight, supervision, and implementation to follow the key partners, the expenses, the percentage of partnership, and a number of other features and functions, and for the transactions customized to and to how to convert lead into deal and linkage to the call center in a profitable manner, and endowment, maintenance, and operation, and transaction correspondence, and other additional features to the system. One of the key beneficiaries of PropTech, we have brokerage and real estate fund managers and off-sale and off-sale off-sale. One of the key features, as I said, to apply methodologies and any kind of regulations. They are reflected in the system to achieve sustainability. The rule of rules and responsibilities is based on of powers and the mandate based on the activity of the agency. The part one to assign procedures of earmarking and the easiness of using, and the streamlines of procedures, and to work anywhere, because it's cloud-based systems. For the alerts, we have alerts in our system. If we the third party has the ability for linkage, we have no issue at all to linkage with the third party. For the reporting and figures and numbers, we have a dashboard, such as a dashboard. It can be customized or amended, and the data, it's not just figures and numbers. If we click any kind of details, we can generate a page to have easy access for the register. For the compliance and the regulations with the following agencies increased, or for the for the technological credibility, we fully comply with the Minister of with the Telecommunication Commission, and the companies that we deal with should be licensed by the Telecommunication Commission, and the authority, and the servers should be certified by ISO and the star level, and the star level 1 and the star level 2. One of the additions that we have maps geo spatial.
Shukran.
Thank you so much.
We really appreciate you sharing those perspectives all about PropTech from PropTech Saudi, the brilliant tool, the systems that you're creating there. So thank you so much for that. Next, we're going to be joined for another talk, which is all about the ultimate buyer experience for off-plan projects. So something that I know people here have got lots of experience with. You know, how do you sell something when you can't see it, when you can't touch it, when you can't walk into it? Well, here's a man who knows something, or a little bit more than something, about that. So we're delighted that he's come all the way from Oslo in Norway, and we're joined by Philip Gundersen. Philip, and you are the CEO of Plyo, and you're going to talk to us about the tools that you've created to help developers, real estate agents to enable the sale of off-plan property, and also get some feedback as well, I think, from the data that your systems harvest.
That's correct.
Amazing. Well, I won't say anything more because it's your talk.
Thank
Off
you
you
very
go.
much.
Mr. Philip Gundersen, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the hosts for inviting me all the way from Norway and Oslo here to the Kingdom to present what we do to help present real estate off-plan, which does not exist today. And I am the co-founder and CEO of Plyo, so I'm going to talk about how our technology empowers this vision of selling what does not exist, and maybe try to help also empower the Vision 2030 with the ultimate buyer experience for off-plan projects. We'll start with a little video. Sound?
Known for its fjords, breathtaking nature, world-class architecture, and for being the most digital real estate market on Earth. At the heart of this transformation, a game-changing platform where what's not yet built comes alive on any device, where potential buyers can explore and find their future investment or home. More than 90% of the best-selling new-built projects in Norway are showcased and sold through Plyo. Where we have snow, you have sand. But together, we represent the most digital nations on Earth. Here, technology isn't adopted, it's expected. Different worlds, the same ambition, to build smarter and move faster. Plyo, bringing real estate to market.
So, that was a little showcase about why buying off-plan of real estate is a complex decision based on presenting something that doesn't yet exist. As a buyer or an investor, you are expected to imagine your future home or investment based on floors. Can I change? Can I choose? Can I have an exclusive version of it? Can I have a basic version of it? All these questions, if you can answer them, it makes the huge difference between interest and the actual commitment. And here's the key point. The easier you make it for the buyers or the investors to get these answers, for sure, the faster they can and will make the decision. It's that simple. Confidence drives conversion. If they can explore, understand, and if they can see what they are potentially buying, decision will happen naturally. And here's the reality of how people buy today. This is worldwide. They don't wait for brochures or showroom visits. They expect the answers instantly. On their phone, their tablets, on their laptop, exactly where they are at that moment. They are exploring and considering to make that decision. Maybe they're traveling close are to have success with selling the project, and as an agent, the closer you are for success to be able to close the deal with a potential buyer. So, the solution. That's exactly what we've built. A buyer experience that's safe, it's easy to use, it scales for any size of projects, either if it's a small project in Norway with 50 units or a huge project here with thousands of units. And our solutions work for any numbers of users at the same time. It can be 1,000 users in the product, exploring it at the same time with no lag, no latency. So whether you're in Dubai or in Oslo, here in the kingdom, in Dubai, they all get the same instant immersive experience. So now I'm going to show you how a visitor of your project can actually do with our solution and how they can explore it. You start to have like an overview. You're exploring the project. Where in the world is it? You're using the filtering. What is my budget? How many rooms do I need? What is the size? You start with Google Earth, walk like Street View, walk around and explore, and you get to see all the actual qualities of the projects. You have some point of interest that takes you to the park, that takes you to the places where you can actually, where you want to guide the potential buyers to have a look. Up on the roof terrace, how is the sun conditions here and how is the view? Why should I want to buy this most expensive apartment? Exactly because of those things. And here you can turn around for the whole building and see what is available within those filtering choices. And then, what happens when you're being outside and explored? You see the balcony view. You navigate on the sun conditions again. And then you want to see what's inside. I want to know what kind of apartment or unit I'm buying. I want to know what kind of amenities it has. What kind of kitchen sink can I get? What kind of kitchen mixer get the lead? Emily Carter, she's now interested in your project. So when you have all this here, I want to buy this apartment. So, insights. The insights you as a developer or an agent before you could dream of using a kind of tool like this, because it's web-based and browser-based. It's no longer a guessing game now. Now it's data, it's emotion, it's timing, and it's all connected at one place. And our solution integrates seamlessly with your existing website and marketing channels, CRM, whatever tool you are using today. You add on our solution to your solution that you are using now. It's ready to use in showrooms if you want to. Of course, you want to have that as well, but you don't want to make a new showroom experience. It is the same solution there. Video meetings and across social media. Target and monitor where the traffic is coming from. Norway is small, it's really small, but we move fast. We're a very digital-first nation with 99% of our population online, and we are one of the world's more digital countries in the world, which we share with the kingdom and the area here. We have 5G internet everywhere. You have the same. You have a population which adapts to technology, and innovation spreads quickly. We have been working with this for 12 years in Norway. We're not a startup anymore. So we have the solution which is easily adapted to your country and to your needs. And this is why 90% of the best-selling off-plan projects in Norway in 2025 has been showcased and sold and presented with Plio. And this is what I just was talking about. Norway and the Gulf has something rare in common, other than oil. We have a digital-first population that's moved fast.
Thank you once again, Philip Gunderson, everybody. Thank you so much.
جناح السيد فيليب في المعرض. شكرا.
Something which we haven't done before, which are a series of what we're calling hybrid sessions, which are very short mini talks and some Q&As, fast-paced, interesting, interactive. We've got one final fireside chat for you, and this one again is going to be led by my lovely friend, Abdullah Abu Al-Noor. So Abdullah, oh, you're there, ready and waiting. Come and tell us what this next session is all about. Do you need the clicker? No, I'll put it on the podium. Okay, Abdullah, everybody.
Thank you so much, مريم ستانلي. سادة والسيدات نرحب بكم من جديد.
I'd like to welcome you once more at the Global PropTech Summit in its second edition 2025 to this fireside chat. I would like to welcome Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Kleibi, CEO of PropertyMet. Welcome. We will try, despite having a short session, to cover all the themes. Our topic today is adopting the PropTech and how it sustains the real estate sector. At the outset, directly, why PropTech, why they are no more just a choice. I think this is the most accurate term. It's no more a luxury or a choice. It's a necessity. If we were to look at the real estate sector over the last 10 years, it's characterized by rapid changes coinciding with adopting such technologies, especially the operational sectors that help sustain this sector. One of the stories that could be told in this regard, one of the clients working in the sector of managing assets and properties, after adopting this operational system, that there is a waste that annually from rents, from the leave of one tenant to the occupancy of another tenant. These are you initially view them as simple transitional periods, but through this system you can put your hand on the errors and correct them. Another example, in one of the real estate companies, the return on investment in these companies on the real estate portfolio generally is profiting, and they have no issues. But if we were to look at the details, you'll see that between those 1,000 real estates, if they were to give up 100 real estates, they will increase their profitability due to the fact of a huge operational cost of these 100 real estates. So if they were to give up this operational cost, they will end up having more profits. So having these insights and these details that the technology can provide you with is what will sustain you and help you remain in the sector or leave it. This we would like to know. We would like to know when PropertyNet was founded. We have been in the market for about 20 years. In the PropTech sector, we have accumulated expertise, especially in the operational systems and the data analysis systems. I asked you this for another purpose. So you have witnessed you have witnessed prior to the 2030 vision and the 2030 vision era. How did the vision impact the sector? With the launch of the vision, with the establishment of Riga, a great deal of legislations have been enacted that has removed the competition in the real estate sector related to the quality of the product. With the increase of requirements, currently the government guarantees you the quality of the real estate product, whether it be requirements for the building material, designs, and so on. So this is the competition of the customer experience. The real estate developer is will be sustained, who is the one who has been able to take this experience to a more comprehensive experience. And now the end user, the Saudi user, is a user that is relatively high expectations and has an appetite for technology. You have the technology in every aspect of our life. So you can even move the property, the ownership of the property through a digital application. So in order to be able to, the next phase is those that will be able to create an integrated and a comprehensive customer experience. So there are very fine differences between the real estates. What will make you choose A over B after the price is your experience as a client. Imagine if you have an error, rather than speaking to the janitor, imagine a simple error. So now through the application you can take a picture of the error and send it. You can now book a tennis court through the application. So creating this customer experience is what will distinguish developer A from developer B, and the main reason for this is the quality assurance is now through legislations, and now the competition is only in the customer experience. So we have now come to the relation between evading it and being reserved on using it will lead to many agents exiting the market as they haven't adopted. As currently the competition, Riga, represented in the Real Estate Institute, has increased the knowledge among the agents. So now the only difference is between the organized agent and the chaotic agent, and the difference is only in adopting the technology. Investing in this sector has traditional patterns, is characterized by traditional patterns. How can the technology redefine these patterns? If we were to look at the real estate sector currently, either through the new legislations issued and acted on the white land or through freezing the capital, we will find that building the real estate portfolios in traditional manner by sitting on the land or having a number of real estates for the purpose of leasing, this will change. Imagine you inject a capital of 5 million in one real estate for the purpose of renting it, and if God forbid anything happens to this real estate, you will lose all your capital, as it will no longer be rented. What if anything happens to the infrastructure of this real estate? Rather than doing this, you now have shares and partial ownership in a number of real estates throughout the city. If God forbids anything happens to any of these real estates, you will only lose the revenue equal to your shares in this real estate. One of the products we're currently working on launching is a product that will contribute to addressing this problem. So imagine, rather than investing in buying a whole new state, you rather than investing and buying an entire tower, you invest by owning 10% of 10 towers. So if anything, God forbid, if anything happens to any of the towers, you will still have 90% of your investments generating a return on these investments. You have previously mentioned that you have been in the market 20 years. You have been through a lot. You have been through the credit crunch, 2008, 2009, the legislations, the new regulations. Now we have the real estate registry, a great deal of changes in the sector due to being in the fact being in the market for 20 years. How do you envision, how do you see that the PropTech can achieve sustainability in the real estate market? Let's take the responsibility from two angles. There is the environmental sustainability and economic sustainability, and both contribute to the market. If we were to look at reducing the energy waste in the smart building, one of the most important elements that contribute to environmental sustainability to reduce the energy consumption will result in the carbon emissions and so on and so forth. It's like a domino effect. So rather than wasting the energy in many buildings through the use of sensories, that motion sensories, this will reduce the percentage of the use of air conditioning and after working hours. All of these small details will lead to a reduction of energy waste. So this is regarding the environmental aspect. On the economic aspect, I think that currently the ability of property owners to sustain healthy real estate through preemptive maintenance or predictive maintenance, which is the next phase, will lead to the prolonging of these real estates. If we were to look at the scheduled maintenance, the traditional maintenance, for example, the elevators are maintained every 6 months, but it's not logical to compare the use of an elevator and CAFT to the use of, to compare it to the use of an elevator in a residential building. If there are motion sensors that count the number of uses per day, you will be able to arrive to a number of maintenances for that real estate that will lead to the prolonging of these elevators and consequently to prolonging these real estates. You take a picture and you send it along with the best time to be visited, and the system will schedule this to the real estate manager and will also schedule the timing of the visit to address this issue. We're trying to shorten the life cycle of the businesses. The uses of technologies are endless and for the end user, whether it be a tenant, an investor, a real estate manager. They're all excellent uses that will increase the quality of the transactions and the quality of these people. Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Klebi, thank you for your time.
Really fast-paced, really dynamic, really interesting, lots of different speakers, lots of different topics. So if you're still wondering if you want to come in, loitering at the back, come on in, take a seat, because we've got some really fabulous people joining us on stage. Speakers, I will keep you to time. I will kick you off stage if you go over. No, I won't. I'm very nice, really. But I will keep you to time. I'll signal you if you're going over. But therefore, let's get cracking so we don't waste any time at all, because we've got some wonderful topics. I'm just going to introduce you onto to stage one by one, so then you can just take it away. There's a clicker on the podium if you need it. So we're going to be joined first up by Mr. Simon Ardonceau, who is the founder and CEO of Air. Simon, je présume. Simon, ok, bienvenue. Enchanté, on y va.
Hello, hello. Okay, thank you very much. So we're starting with the first topic, that is how AI is revolutionizing land value creation in the Middle East. Years ago, the white land tax law was designed to promote and incentivize landowners in Saudi Arabia to develop their land and deliver the much needed real estate assets across the whole kingdom. But so many landowners at that point of time, as it was before and as it is still today, simply don't know what to do with their land. So it's a key question. You have land, you're supposed to develop it, you want to develop it, but you are not sure what to do. So there is always this question that I'm being asked, we are being asked as consultants, what is the best use for my land? How can I ensure that I make a profitable investment, profitable returns? How can I be sure that the end users will like what I have built and I will be able to sell or rent whatever I have developed? So all these questions, if you want to solve them, typically what you do, you hire consultants and they will do for you a feasibility study or highest and best use study for the project. What is the problem? What are the problems? Typically, those consultants, they will take weeks, months to do this work. This work is expensive, and there is a fair share of the recommendations that come from these consultants that are somewhat more gut feel, as opposed to being data-driven. Thank you. And inevitably, when you have that, you introduce human bias as opposed to being driven by what the data is saying, what your market is saying through the data. And most of cases, what we've seen happen over and over again is that we see those reports ended up in a drawer with no action being taken on the recommendation that were provided. So how AI is helping here? So as I said, AI makes it much faster. Today with AI, what used to take months is taking just a few days. What used to take few days, it's taking minutes. So just before I founded Air, about 3 years ago, I was working at Nakheel, one of the leading master developer in Dubai, famous for the Palm Jumeirah, Palm Jebel Ali. And there I was director of joint venture and hospitality. There I found myself in a need to prepare feasibility studies for investment committees in just a few days, whereas before, as my past as a consultant, as I said, we had weeks, we had months to prepare those reports. But when you are on the development side, you end up having much less time. You have to go straight to the point, and you have to prepare reports, financial models, presentation, that back up your assumptions and your investment thesis. I actually remember one day when we had 3 feasibility studies to prepare for the next day and present to our investment committee. So obviously, with my team, we had a plan, we managed to prepare our financial model, we prepared the presentation, everything went well. But at that point of time, I was thinking, how come nobody has invented a software or some solution that make it easier, faster, and more reliable when it comes to the assumptions that we base our investment decision on? So today, what we've built at Air with Air Software is a software that uses AI to run a myriad, thousands of development scenarios in a matter of minutes, and we provide the fully completed reports, usually in a matter of few days. How do we do that? We do that with a series of workflows automation, as well as AI agents, and a lot of codes behind as well. So second point on how AI is making the land value creation much more reliable with data. So today there are massive amounts of data that are harvested by AI agents and intelligence, which in turn can be leveraged by another AI program to generate development recommendation on what to build, with what marketing positioning, with what pricing strategy. I remember about 12 years ago, I was here in Saudi Arabia. I was doing a feasibility study for a conference center project in Dammam. And I remember how difficult it was for me as a consultant at that time to do the research, to find data, to provide data-driven advice to our client on how to build that conference center. I had to go to about 30 different conference centers and hotels, spending about an hour or two every time visiting the facilities, speaking with the manager, speaking with the different parties involved in running the center. And most of the time I ended up with a lot of qualitative information, but few data points. So to do that study at that time, just a simple research exercise took me about a week, and at the end, I had a rather slim, short, simple data set to work from to make recommendations to our clients. Today, with AI at Air Software, we map out entire cities with all relevant buildings being introduced and created in our database. We collect for each building up to 50 different data points on property prices, rents, occupancy rates, transaction levels, architectural data points like how many stories are the building, how many square meter GFA, GLA, the footprint of the building, etc., as well as macroeconomic data, city level, national level, provincial level, and microeconomic data. And we combine all this data to generate a recommendation. How do we do that? We've developed scrappers that fetch data 24/7. So the AI never gets tired. It just collects data on a constant basis. We've developed programs that treat that data, clean that data, put it in the right format so that it can be after processed and used by our software in our system feasibility study. So again, in my past, I was a consultant, as I say. I was heading consulting at JLL. I remember working on a large-scale project here, master plan. We were charging like millions of Saudi riyal for a 6-month project. And I remember thinking to myself then, but after this 6-month project, what is the reality? The market has changed. Trends have evolved, prices have evolved. There is actually a need to redo this work all over again. The same analysis. How does that make sense? If we want to stay aligned, we will need to do this type of exercise on a quarterly basis, monthly basis, much more frequent basis. And that's how we end up with those reports that I told about that are just put in a drawer and they are not acted upon. Today, at Air Software, we price any study at less than 40,000 Saudi riyal for a single project. And we also have a subscription model to update those reports on a quarterly basis with fresh data that has been collected just in the past quarter so that developers can stay up to date with market condition, and any investment thesis, any project that they need to verify is being verified with the latest data. And because we're doing that, because we're able to bring down the price like this, we're able to serve a much larger, much broader client base. thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to come speak to me if you're interested in knowing how AI can help you with real estate feasibility studies.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Stay put. Restez là. Merci bien. Thank you so much. Stay there. What we're going to do is we're going to join a game of sardines and basically fill up these seats with all of our other speakers. So thank you so much, Simon. That was fantastic. Next up on the hybrid quickfire speaking bill, we have Marcin Borowski. Come and join me. You are the CEO of Erva, and you're going to talk to us for 10 minutes, no more, no less. Here's a clicker if you want it, and do go to the podium if you'd like. And I'm going to go and sit with Simon. We're going to judge you silently from our chairs. Okay, is it working? Yes. Oh. Okay, they might just be switching over. Do we have Marcin's presentation, guys? Dun, dun, dun. Marcin, while they're loading it, why don't you tell us who you are and about what it is that you do, and then we'll try and get your presentation up.
Hi. What if every home, not just the expensive ones, was energy efficient, safe by design, and future ready? Not a luxury, a standard. Hello everyone, I'm Marcin from Poland, Krakow. And I'm here today to tell you a little bit of my experience of building homes, building villages, neighborhoods, and building companies that can build homes at the mass scale. I grew up in Poland. In 1990s, when you wanted to build a house, you had to do it yourself, brick by brick, wall by wall, all European way. And I didn't just see it, I built with my father 3 of those. And I hated it. And I swore never again. But life has a sense of humor. So to pay for my studies, I spent summers in the United States in construction sites, working 12 hours a day in a heat, learning the American way of building, timber frame. So I've seen this both system up close, American, fast but fragile, and European, slow but robust. And I kept thinking, is there a better way, the better way of building a better product? After graduating from my university with the degree in industrial management, I built my first project, 40 units multifamily, underground car park, and over the years we built a couple thousand homes and several companies across the way just to build more efficiently, and each of these companies focusing on another part of the puzzle, how to build homes and apartments of the future. And we kept building apartments and homes until 8 years ago, I was on a trip to buy another project, and for some reason I visited this prefab home manufacturing company. I walked in expecting a quick tour, and I walked out with a mission. What I saw that day was a company that in 1970s used to produce 4,000 apartments a year. This industry, home manufacturing in Poland in 1970s, 1980s, built millions of homes. Prefab home manufacturing, concrete home manufacturing, has its issues back then. The issue was basically the quality. But what I saw that day 8 years ago was completely different. It was precision, it was multi-layered, prefabricated walls. I was immediately sold to this idea, and we bought that company. We've been working on R&D for years, and the system we developed is very simple, yet brilliant. At the design stage, you divide the building into elements. It could be single-family home like this one, or multi-family building. These elements are walls, ceilings, panels. These elements are produced in a factory, shipped by lorries to the construction sites, and assembled. 2,000 square meter single-family home assembled in 2 days. Sorry. Multi-family block of flats, 5 apartments, 1 story, just in a week. And it requires only 4 people assembly team on site. So since that day we bought the factory, we focused on moving the construction sites to the factory. But what I realized, the factories, although they are incredible, they are hungry beasts. They need the constant flow of projects. And only permitted projects becomes walls, ceilings, stairs, something that factory can actually produce. So we had to focus on something to feed the factory. We started buying land, and we started building villages and neighborhoods. But even that wasn't enough. So what we had to create is the system that can feed itself. So we started working with the local builders, small, medium-sized builders, to create something we call today the extended factory. The builder that used to build 5 homes a year, with our system can now build 50. Some of them, of these builders, they can now assemble 100 homes a year, and they used to do only 5. Someone watching one of these builders recently, after only 2 days of training, assembling single-family home in 2 days with a simple manual and our supervision, called this model the IKEA for homes, but please don't quote me on that one. Builders wasn't enough. We had to create the catalog of standard home, the collection of homes, just to sell homes like cars. If each of these homes can be picked up by a private individual client, goes to our website, it's configurable, they can configure, change the layouts, and it's going to be produced in our factory and delivered to the site, turnkey, and it all happens within 90 days from permitting. This is how our configurator works, and that's a perfect tool for both individual clients and builders who work together, and these drawings will be sent to the factory. It's an automated process. So, fast forward today, I believe the successful, scalable home building, home manufacturing business should be based on 4 pillars. First one is resilient, future-ready construction materials. In our case, it's reinforced concrete. Reinforced concrete with integrated insulation with fiberglass to prevent thermal bridging. This is what we produce in our factories. The second pillar of scalable home manufacturing is this extended factory, network of builders who work with you. You don't have them on payroll, but they extend your factory and they help with your pipeline. Thanks to this approach, we end up with energy efficient, future-ready homes and apartments.
Marcin, your time's nearly up.
Yep.
You've got 30 seconds.
So I'm wrapping up. We've developed this business in Poland. Today we produce approximately 3,000 apartments and homes a year. Now we are scaling into the United States. I am happy to share with whoever is interested our ideas, our solutions, how to make resilient, future-ready homes accessible, not only for clients with the big pockets, but for every client, because this is what our system enable. It makes future-ready, resilient, and safe homes not a luxury, but a standard in every segment. Thank you, everyone.
Great stuff. Big round of applause, please, for Marcin. Come and join us on the, I don't know what we should call them, the judging chairs. Thank you so much. Amazing. Mr. Tom Ogrodzki, grab yourself a microphone and come and join us. Oh, it's like, where are you going to meet? Perfect. Grab the clicker too. Amazing. So Tom Ogrodzki is the CEO of Red Platform. A big round of applause. That's a big round of applause. I love that. Over to you, because I don't. Are we on? Are we on? Are we on?
Well,
oh, we're on.
Okay.
Go. Talk.
Talk. Can I have my presentation?
Oh yeah. I think Oh, it's coming. Right, tech team's got to keep up with our quick-fire changes over here. Do you want to, like, sing us a song while you wait, or do a rap, a little dance?
Nope.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can start about myself, so we're
Oh,
just
go on
going
then.
to skip one
Start and
slide.
they'll catch up.
Yes, so my name is Tomo Grodzki. I'm founder of Red Platform. For 15 years, I've been building technology for commercial real estate. And today with my team, we track over 150 million square meters of office and industrial space across 5 European countries as of now. What do? We help analysts, asset and leasing managers, investors, just to get the most instant answers to actually any data-driven questions they could have. And the idea of question based on data was quite popular here among the speakers, among the previous speakers. So this is something we try to do. Our mission is quite simple. We want to open data and make it more AI ready. My personal mission is to accelerate the real estate because what's coming, it really needs some kind of acceleration. And right now, I actually need slides.
I know, we need some slides.
I don't know what to say.
Go on, guys, give me a thumbs up. Are they coming or not? Dun, dun, dun. Your face is up there. I mean, that's quite nice.
Yeah, thank you.
That's quite good. How are we doing, team? Oh, someone's signaling it's happening. So I feel like we need some suspenseful music. Thank you, that's perfect. Do you want to contribute anything, lads? Oh yeah, give us some suspense, love that. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Tom!
But it's here and not there.
Can we get it on the screen? Here we go.
Yeah, perfect.
Amazing, thanks gang, good job.
Almost perfect. Can I see notes here?
I mean, no one noticed. I mean, no one saw a thing, right?
No, I mean, can I see presenter notes here?
Oh, that
I asked for that.
Oh,
but if not, okay, I'm gonna go, and if you can...
Just go, just go.
Okay, so I said about accelerating real estate.
You did
and
that?
to understand the acceleration, I'd like you to go just back to 1975 for a second, because you know that was the time where actually almost everything, when looking at the S&P 500, was physical. And if you see the screen, like in 45 years ago, like 80% of assets of value was all around physical stuff like oil, factories, real estate, and only the 20% was about something, let's say, intangible. Yeah. But then something shifted, and that's on purpose. It's okay. No, that was okay. Thank you.
I was getting worried.
Yeah. So then something shifted around 1995. The split was around 50-50. So there was seeing that there's a difference. And 2020, what 2020 brought was that almost 90% of value was actually intangible and only 10% tangible. And this is something what happened in 45 years. What do? We moved from atoms to actually bits. And when I think about that, I have this example I wanted to give you. Like, we all know how big this is, but think of NVIDIA, the company that we all talk about. Because what they did, they are worth like $4 trillion, I think, right now, yeah? And they manufacture nothing. I'm not sure if you know that. But what they did, they built a system for designing chips. And with that, they created value that it's bigger than the GDP of the UK, bigger than France, bigger than Italy and Canada combined. Yeah, that's a huge thing. So 4 trillion, 0 factories. And how's that even possible? That's possible because their advantage isn't mass. Their advantage is scalability. So this is the situation when actually one team, one engineer can create value that serves, I don't know, billion people. And what about a building? Building serves only people inside. And this is the difference I see when I think about this regular real estate world and what's coming next. And that's what I call the new economy. So this is that situation when you can think that it's really happening that a single line of code can be worth even more than a city block right now. That's what's changing. And what I believe is, I believe that the rule changed, but that doesn't mean the game is different. And here's another example. Most of us think that the office crisis started with the pandemic. Yeah? Like think of remote work, Zoom calls, empty buildings. But the truth is that actually pandemic was just an ignition because, again, think of any software you know, like Slack, Zoom, any cloud application. These applications were ready for like a decade to disrupt the industry. The only difference was that there was no ignition. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the difference, again, between, let's say, us as companies and real estate as general industry is that we could, my company, your companies, we could pivot in a very short period of time when at the same time real estate couldn't. And this is something what is happening even right now after 5 years when you think about that. So Goldman Sachs did this study that a company like buildings would need to drop even half in price for the adaptability to be even financially available. And this is recently, Marcin is from Krakow, and I was studying data from Krakow in Poland, office market data, and what we saw was really somehow astonishing. So it's not so unusual right now to find A-class office assets being sold at a price like lower than a residential apartment on the same street. Like this is what's happening right now. And the problem, the issue, is the adaptability. You know, it's much easier to reconfigure the software, you know, overnight than to do the same with hundreds of thousands of tons of steel and concrete. Yeah. So, this is coming from the Urban Land Institute survey. This is the one I try to monitor like every year. They do the report. And what I see is that I see this change in the industry. Like it really happens right now. So, for example, I have some numbers about that. So you have like over 40% of leaders who are today concerned about digital transformation. I'm in Europe, because here the situation is probably a little different. AI and machine learning, it's also like 35%. And I think what people want to see is that they're becoming concerned because they understand that there are like, let's say, two things you can get with being more adaptable. One is speed, the advantage of speed. So you don't you don't wait any longer just for I don't know, market reports or something like that. The other advantage, even maybe more important from the perspective of the real estate industry, is finding a way for let's say, building this scale advantage. This is a physical business, so it's not so easy to get on scale. And I want to go deeper into that. So I have this one example, which says that 10 years ago, when you looked at the operating margins of tech and real estate companies in S&P 500, the margins were around 25%. Like 10 years later, tech was still around 25%, but real estate was down to 10. And this is like 40% margin erosion in a decade. And it's not because the building stopped being valuable, it's just because they couldn't adapt as fast as the technology can. So,
Okay, wrap up for me, Tom.
Okay, yeah. So 2 things happen when the margin compresses. So one is that capital gets nervous, and on the other hand, talent looks elsewhere. And this is, let's say, the last thing I'm gonna say. So what I see right now about the leaders is also that I've never seen real estate leaders being so concerned about the workforce as they are right now. And it's not only because like the office market situation changed, but today they try to attract completely new talents, like talents coming from the tech industry. And these people want something truly different. We all live in, let's say, something like digital native era, and digital natives, they don't want a spreadsheet world. What they want easy access to data, AI assistance, real-time data. And the last thing.
Go on.
Okay. So, recently I spoke to the CEO of one of the toppest real estate companies in Europe, and we talked AI, we talked technology, and he said to me that, like, you know, Tom, like half of my staff is terrified that AI will cut jobs, like 50% of jobs. And you know what was his response? He said that, yes, AI will cut, but 50% of the work, the boring 50%. And I have no more time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Come and grab a seat with us all. Give me those things, lovely. Thank you. Okay, tech team, fingers on buttons, because I'm about to invite our final speaker for this hybrid session onto the stage. Could Mr. Sami Ula come and join me, please? Sami? Oh, Sami's making his way up from the back. Amazing. Sami is the CEO of Antonex. Hopefully that long walk has given the tech team time to load. The only thing you have to choose is, do you want to stand there? Do you want to stand here? Do you want to sit there? You want to go over there? Oh, there you go, like that's that. You want this or not? No? You're good? Okay, off you go. Sami, everybody. Oh, try the other one. Yes.
I said I'm in a pretty deep waters because I see a lot of judges. So my name is Sami, and I am the CEO of Antonex. It is truly an honor for me to be here at this moment because the region is shaping towards the global future of real estate, digital transformation, and digital infrastructure. Today, I'll be talking about PropTech in emerging markets, bridging the gap between tradition and technology. So I'll give you a little bit of information about me. I'm the CEO of Antonex. As mentioned earlier, we are a software agency. We have clients in UK, US, Middle East. And we were working in multiple sectors, but one of the favorite sector is the real estate, which we've been working with multiple companies, startups, enterprises. And we are also working with one of our startup in Saudi as well by the name of Ewank. The CEO of Ewank is also here. So it is a real estate aggregator platform which gives you information and listing about properties that is available for rent and sale. Also for the agents, they give some pretty strong tools to manage their listings and to manage their customer relationship and communications and their schedule for visits and all those other things. This is it. So yes, we see that the global PropTech market has surpassed $40 billion, and we are seeing the rapid growth in AI, fintech integration, and at this moment, we have moved from digitization, listing of digitization, and we have moved from that to a completely integrated solutions where online transactions are being happening and people are buying properties online, and it's a complete ecosystem which helps every stakeholder of the real estate industry. So the emerging markets, when we see that, is more than 50% of the global population is in emerging markets, and they have multiple challenges, which we can see is that they have manual systems for the property where you can see you can have frauds and fragmented information, and all those challenges are available. One of the major things which we see in the emerging markets specifically is that most of the time the real estate is not just an asset for them or an investment for them. They have like deep ties to it. It feels like home for them, it feels like security for them, and they have like emotional attachment to that real estate. So that's why to digitizing those areas, we need to have digital systems which enables them with the trust, which gives them power, which empowers them. The question is not here that the PropTech will change the real estate. The question is how the PropTech will shape that change so that people understand it and they accept it with the trust. So how do we digitize the property ecosystem without eroding that trust, culture, and relationships that defines it? So these are some of the challenges which we can see we have is in those emerging markets. We see that limited mortgage accesses, and technology can be a bridge to solve that problem through digital lending and credit scoring, and that will have an impact which will expand the home ownerships in those emerging markets. There are high entry barriers for the investments in the real estate. So for those reasons, we can introduce tokenized economy where they can have a fraction ownership, and that will enables micro investment. Manual transactions are being happening in most of the emerging economies. If we digitize that with the blockchain, that will enable them to make trust and things to make more transparent. And there are a huge number of people in those emerging markets which are unbanked, and for those when we have wallets and their fintechs departments, so we can make them enabled towards inclusion into the PropTech. So when we integrate fintech with PropTech, so this is the real magic happens, and when at that moment we move from properties for wealthy to properties for everyone. That's what we need to do in emerging markets. To achieve these things, we need to have some solid foundations, and first of all, we need a data infrastructure where we have a solid data and an accurate data so that we can have an AI-powered pricing and valuation solution. Then we need to have some immersive tech, which we have recently saw with one of the company to build an experiences so that they can make them enabled to see things remotely and gain much more confidence. And then blockchain can have an impact where a secure and transparent deed ownership and property ownership can be done through blockchain technologies. And smart contracts can make those digital transactions, make it happen. And then fintech integration and digital payments, microloans can enable those people towards the ecosystem of PropTech. So these are some real-world examples. In Saudi Arabia, we can see that NEOM is been integrating digital infrastructure into their cities. We can see in Dubai that Department of Land, Dubai Land Department are doing registries through paperless transactions and on the blockchain technologies. In Kenya, we have some solutions where they have designed a model from rent to own properties. And in India, we can see we have AI-led mortgage and valuation startups for middle-income buyers and many more similar to this. So the future of PropTech in emerging technology is the same, which we are seeing is that we need to have an AI and predictive analysis where we have a good amount of data. I hope I'm not running out of time.
You got 2 more minutes.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And then we can have digital twins where we can plan and sustainable cities. IoT can help us to monitor buildings in the real time. And green PropTech can enable us to have a sustainable and ESG tracking mechanism. And the most important thing which we need is to achieve all these transformation in these areas is public-private collaboration, which is policy-driven innovation. So this is a call to collaborate. From government, we are expecting to have such policies where we can implement all those innovation and we gain trust of the people. So we can transform the PropTech industry and gains people confidence. And we need investors to invest boldly in those areas, digitizing those things. And we need developers to digitize their whole operations. And for entrepreneurs, there is one thing that build locally and think globally. These are some case studies and ideas which we can have for those emerging markets to build AI housing affordability platform, blockchain registry system, fintech and proptech integration layer, which makes enable for all those mortgages and valuation systems, virtual development hub, which can give you an idea of what you are looking into, and proptech dashboard to enable to measure sustainability metrics in real time. So when we multiply tradition with technology and trust, that's where a real transformation happens in the PropTech industry. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Come join us, Sami. Great. No, leave it, it's fine. Come and grab a seat. We have got about 2 minutes left of our session, so I have time for one question for all of you. You are going to have 30 seconds, no more, with which to answer it. So this is quick fire. Simon, coming to you first. If there is one thing you know now that you wish you'd known when you began your journey building Air, what would that be? Go on, grab in there. Go on, nice and close if you can.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing I will, I will do differently. I will just try to go much faster, and invest much more, much quicker into AI and tech, upfront.
Okay, so take the risk, grab it, grab the bull by the horns, go for it. Okay,
100%.
Speed. Love that. Thank you, Simon. Martin, so for you, what is the biggest challenge that Urba is solving, or that you saw in the market that you created your platform to solve?
It is making safe, energy-efficient homes accessible to everyone. So not to sell 1,000 homes, but to sell 50,000 homes.
Incredible. I love this. We're getting to the heart of the matter. Tom, if there is one thing that you wish everybody knew about Red that is going to be its main feature or something that people can most benefit from, what would that one thing be?
So we aggregate data of office and industrial market, and we give that data to professionals who need this. And the most important thing is that, there's, in this new era, this AI-driven era, the data is the most critical. So we are the kind of baseline for anything that any company would like to build in the future.
Amazing, and that sort of leads me to my final question for Sami, because this sort of trust in everything is so critical with this AI era, so trust in the data, trust in everything else. You finished by talking about building trust. How are you doing that within your solution?
So what we are focusing mostly is on operations. In emerging markets, technology does not do everything for you. So you have to build operations, and then you have to automate those operations with the help of technology that can make you able to, so that people can trust you easily. So that's what in emerging market we should be more focused on operations first, and the process should be designed by the operations, and then it should be enabled with technology to automate that process.
Okay, so some of it's about when it does what you say it's going to do, then that creates trust, right?
Yeah,
so,
of course.
Fantastic. We're out of time, I'm afraid, for this first hybrid session, but can I please have a massive round of applause for Simon, for Marcin, for Tom, and for Sami. Thank you, guys. Really, really appreciated it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. I'm really static today, so I'm going to keep making electric shocks. Okay, so moving on. Oh, we want a picture. Sorry, Marcin, come back. Come back. You guys get in for a picture. You don't need me. You guys get in for a picture. Go on. There we are. Go on in. Fantastic. Fabulous. Nice. Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. So for this second session, I'm going to do things ever so slightly differently. If everybody who is going to be speaking in this second hybrid is ready, I'm going to invite you all to join me on stage at the beginning, and then you can jump up to present, or you can grab the microphone, or you can speak from your chairs. So if you are all ready, and I'm not absolutely throwing a massive curveball at you all, I'd like to welcome onto stage, please, Derek Hugenkamp, who is the chairman of Yalla Limited, Mr. Winston Lee, who is the CEO and co-founder of Miliki Ruma. We also have the wonderful Ray Obaigabo, who is the founder and CEO of Oremi Communications, and also Mr. Cesar Lopez, who is the CEO of Finspo. So a big round of applause, please, for these four incredible people. Ray, if you're able to come up and join us as well, please do. Yeah, round of applause, come on. I can't even hear you from up here. Thank you so much. Great, hi guys. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Oh, you got a mic already? Hi. Hi, fantastic. Ray, you gonna, come and grab a seat. It means we can all feel part of things from up here on stage, which is wonderful. Thank you, my lovely. Amazing, great. And if you want the microphone, you can grab it. So, Derek, you are kicking us off. Chairman of Yalla Limited. Would you like to take it away? Oh, here we go. Hello.
Let's go, let's go. Hello, everyone. Do you have a clicker for me?
Oh, clicker. Clicker.
So I will start introducing myself. I'm Derek Hoekenkamp. I'm originally from the Dutch Caribbean. I lived literally everywhere in the world. In the last 25 years, I've been staying 300 nights per year in hotels around the world. And,
sorry.
and I also lived in the Middle East and in Asia and in South America and in the bush in Africa. I have experience in doing really large mixed-use developments, including developments like Al Barari in Dubai, like working with Bloom Holding in Abu Dhabi, including luxury tented camps in Africa, which is completely different to golf resorts, to mega resort development. So that's my background, and I have a passion for consciousness and for technology. So let's see. If it works, it works. Wow, woo. Amazing. Woo. So this is what I said. Here are some examples of what it is about, where I've been and what I've been doing. These are just examples. So I will focus on these examples of the things I'm doing at the moment, and then I will also see the amazing potential of this country and of its people, Saudi Arabia. It's really unbelievable. I want to give you an example. I've been coming here many times, right? And it's unbelievable. I've been traveling everywhere. What I find surprising always is when you arrive to Saudi Arabia, you always get greeted with a smile. They're very hospitable. For example, that is also an advantage in, for example, Thailand. But Saudi has the same thing. And I think that it's very important that you can build a lot of things like big towers, big brands, and et cetera, et cetera. But you have to integrate the Saudi culture within your projects, the Saudi energy, because the Saudi energy is huge, and you can feel it when you're here. It's just friendly, it's amazing, and it's really preserved the heritage of Saudi Arabia. This is really important, and reflect that in your projects. And of course, technology can help with it and advance with it, right? I will come to that later, right? So it's really about building an ecosystem. You know, no longer building walls, but really conscious with the heart and with the soul and with the spirit and the mind. This is what it's about. Everybody can go to a 5-star hotel with a nice brand, etc., etc. But if I'm even in a less-star hotel, for example, this time I chose, than a 5-star hotel, the service is so amazing that I like it more than a 7-star hotel in a certain country. I won't mention which country, but, you know, because I feel happy, right? So this is something we have to amplify and which we really have to do. The technology will not replace humanity. No. Technology will enhance and make things easier and make it possible that you can preserve Saudi heritage, or that you can preserve culture, or that you can preserve happiness or health. So, for example, I've been working on biometrics. So, for example, I have shares in a company which scans the veins inside your hand, the 3D of your hand, and the print of your hand. So, why? No more credit cards, no more keys, access control, PSD2 compliant, GDPR compliant, contactless. So environmental friendly, conscious, etc., right? Now you see, oh, face recognition, they use your face, etc. There's no more privacy. With this, there is full privacy, non-privacy intrusive. So AI, everybody talks about it. We all know what it can do. For example, I built one AI agent which replaces all the agencies, all the real estate brokers all around. So what happens is that you go to the AI, you can buy the whole thing and do everything with the AI. And if you don't want, you can still speak to a human, because there's a lot of people who don't like to speak to machines. Then also, of course, I already exited an RWA project, but the RWA has to be real asset-backed. There are several ways of doing RWA. For example, one, you can tokenize time. You can tokenize properties. You can tokenize SPVs. You can tokenize the real asset, the asset itself. You can tokenize the title deed. You can tokenize in many ways, but that's not the presentation what it's about, right? I want to talk about one trend which we really have to look at, which is the future for real estate, which is longevity, rejuvenation, and anti-aging. Everybody should focus on that. Even your focus is not completely on that, but that's where it's all going. Everybody wants to be rejuvenated, healthy, happy, and also there comes in technology again, because you need to harvest data to have the best anti-aging, rejuvenation, etc., right? And to be more healthy and to be more happy, right? So this is, for example, one of the projects which I'm doing in Phuket. I won't show too much of it, but there is a long video, but I have limited time.
You do?
Because otherwise she will be angry with me. So for example, there's also another project which is also in Thailand. Then we are focusing on really affordability and on seamlessness integration. So what can this do for special? What is so special about this project? Of course, it's beautiful real estate, beautiful pool, the biggest saltwater lake, affordable, etc., etc. But the main thing that we created a system that you can swap your bottle of water to a room, your room to time in a room, your week, your day, your year, to 10 years, to 30-year lease, to freehold, to equity in the full company, and that's all swappable. Imagine, you own 3 villas. You own 3 villas. You have a wedding coming up from your daughter. You say, oh, I want a wedding. How do I pay for it? You can just convert real time your villa to points, buy all the drinks, buy all the food, rent the things, etc., etc. And put the guests in for several weeks, 100 guests for several weeks inside, with one click of a button. Imagine that, and it's all swappable. So we have built that. This is something amazing. I have not seen it anywhere yet, right? So this is where the project I was talking about. You can see it's completely different than the one before. It's more affordable. It's completely different, right? Then this is my project from my home country. I'm from the Caribbean originally, right? So what we do here, then it comes back to what I said about Saudi before. It's about culture. And also, it's about culture preservation and heritage preservation, right? You need to preserve the nature and the Saudi culture and the Saudi energy. This is what it's about. We see here a lot of amazing projects here in Saudi who are exactly doing that. But it has to reflect in every single development, right? So for example, in the Caribbean, in Bonaire, in my country, right, this is what a house looks like, yeah? And then I created this from that, right? Super cool, right? Beautiful from that picture, because you keep the origin and the style from how it is originally, and you preserve the heritage, you preserve the culture, right? And this is then an extreme modern version of that, right? So I believe that without the culture and without the soul and without For example, here in Saudi, the Saudiness, there is no project. It's just pieces of walls. And I see in many projects they're doing that really well. So Saudi should be proud of that, right? For example, this is really important. I have another project, which I don't show the video, but I have a project that I digitize temples in Thailand. Why would I digitize temples in Thailand? Because I want the kids to go back to the temple. How does the kid go back to the temple with his grandmother? The only way is because it's gamified, yes, and there's EdTech inside the temple. So it would be great to do the same for the mosque, that all the kids go back to the mosque because they can go to the next level of the game which they are playing, for example. And while they're and they can only go to the next level if they learn more about the Quran, or if they learn more about everything what is happening in the mosque. It's really something amazing. This is a really long talk, a separate topic, but I wanted to highlight that, right? There are already some projects here.
Okay, wrap it up for me, Derek, please.
Yes, and so what I wanted to say is, in Saudi, the design is the culture, right? And you have a lot of new projects. So I believe my message is keep doing what Saudi is doing and try to preserve the heritage of Saudi and the amazing energy and the amazing smiles you give to the people and reflect it in your developments, right? So the consciousness of the future has arrived in Saudi. We just do not build structures, we build conscious environments. Thank you very much. And as I always say, yalla, let's go.
Yalla, let's go. Amazing. Thank you so much, Derek. I'm just going to dash over here. I'm getting my steps in today to grab a microphone. That was a brilliant starting point. Thank you so much. So next we're joined by Winston Lee. Winston is the CEO and co-founder of Miliki Rumah. Am I saying that correctly?
That's right.
Perfect. Amazing. Well, tell us all about it, please, Winston. There's your clicker.
Thank you. Can I have my slides? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Afternoon, Winston.
Yeah, some response? Okay. So while waiting for the slides to come up, I will start off by sharing that Miliki Rumah is Southeast Asia's first social PropTech. We have two social missions. The first social mission is to empower home ownership to be a social equalizer so that everyone has a fair chance to own their first home. And the second social mission is to be able to convert the unbankable to be bankable. So what is the size of the problem? In Indonesia, there's 9.9 million housing backlog, which means that there are 9.9 million families who need a home, but they don't have a home. So that is the size of the market that we are addressing. And if you put it in perspective, 10 million multiplied by a family of 5, that's about 50 million people. That is actually bigger than the size of Saudi Arabia in terms of population, and probably 20 times the population size of Qatar in terms of the underbanked. In terms of the number of people who own their own homes, in Jakarta, the home ownership rate is only 50%. And in terms of the underbanked and unbanked, it's about 75%. So in Indonesia, there's more unbanked and underbanked than the bankable people. And if you look at the map of Indonesia, we are focusing a lot on the urban center. The main focus now is on Greater Jakarta, which has a population of 25 million people. The team that did Miliki Rumah is consisting of former senior management from Property Guru, which is the largest online real estate marketplace in Southeast Asia. It's equivalent to the Rightmove or the Zillow of Southeast Asia. And we are backed by 3 institutional shareholders consisting of a family office and 2 fund management companies based in Singapore. And we have strong A-list shareholders in our cap table, including Yani, who is the founder of Property Guru. And just to share a few of the endorsement and coverage, media coverage of Miliki Rumah, on the left, Business Times in Singapore published that we are on track to raise $50 million for our rent-to-own offtake fund, where we will offtake the property from the real estate developers to be able to let the underbanked to move in and serve us the monthly installment. Secondly, Jakarta Post, which is the #1 English daily in Indonesia, reported that the government of Indonesia is also supporting this rent-to-own program as a solution to solve the 9.9 million housing backlog in Indonesia. And these are the various media coverage, mainly in Bahasa Indonesia, but also including CNBC. And we are also proud to share that we won the 7th edition of the Global FinTech Innovation Award 2025. So what's the process that we go about helping the underbanked to own their first house? The first process is that we will select the project. Secondly, we will onboard the consumer with our risk assessment criteria powered by big data and AI. For consumers who pass our test, we will acquire the property on their behalf, and then we will start the rent-to-own program with them. It can be anywhere between 1 year, 3 years to 10 years, and assuming the consumer is able to prove their credit track record in the first 3 years, they are able to graduate to get a bank financing to buy over the house from us. But if not, they are able to pay down the equity over a 10 years period. And we have a proprietary technology to do risk assessment for both projects as well as consumer. In terms of the project, the risk assessment criteria revolve around demand, location, developer, as well as project-specific criteria. And in this simple chart, what we illustrate is the pain point that we are solving for the real estate ecosystem in Indonesia. Today, as a consumer, it takes you about 2 weeks to 3 weeks for you to find out whether you are bankable or not bankable. With Miliki Rumah proprietary technology, we are able to tell the consumer whether he's bankable or not bankable within 1 minute or a few minutes. And with that, we are able to save a lot of time for developer, and we are able to also help consumer to improve themselves if they discover that they are not bankable. And they can join Miliki Rumah program. And we adopt a very all-encompassing, diverse assessment of the consumer. We take a holistic approach to the consumer. So we are, broadly speaking, we have 4 major factors to assess the consumer, broken down into 20 data parameters: demographic data, credit bureau data, financial behavior, and financial hard data. For most of the banks in Indonesia, they are focusing on credit bureau data and financial hard data. Miliki Rumah also look at such information, but we also look at financial behavior, which we deem to be financial soft data, as well as demographic data, to derive an overall scoring for the consumer. And we put in dynamic machine learning into the scoring as we get more and more data points from both the developer and the bank and the consumer. Our machine learning will get smarter and smarter in terms of predicting whether this is a good or not good consumer. And with that, we are so happy to share that we are on track to raising our first rent-to-own offtake fund, which is a social impact fund. This social impact fund is able to help us to mobilize capital to buy out property to allow the underbanked Indonesian to move in and pay us a monthly installment. And as they pay us the money installment, we are helping them to build the credit track record to the bank. And when they are able to achieve a strong credit track record with the bank is able to lend them money to buy over the house from us. And the fund strategy is be able to generate a stable return of 15% IRR to the LP so that we are able to help the consumer to be homeowner. At the same time, in this whole ecosystem, we are also able to help investor to make money. And we structure the term as a GPLP structure so that Miliki Rumah does not use our balance sheet funds to do the property acquisition. And we set up a VCC structure under the Singapore MAS Central Bank's financial framework, where we raise the fund from Singapore, deploy into Indonesia, give the investor the strong protection that the Singapore financial system accord them to. At the same time, the rent-to-own fund will be deployed in Indonesia. When we get the rental returns from the consumer, we are able to plow back the rental returns to the investor in Singapore. And as the consumer exit through the bank or as they exit through buying out us, we are able to return the capital to the investor. So over here, we have 3 types of partnership that we can look for social impact investors who are looking to make a difference, to help property owner, to help consumer to be property owner, to help underbanked to own their first house. They can come to us to join in and partake in our rent-to-own fund. At the same time, we are also doing a Sharia-compliant real estate fund. For those who are interested to partner with us to do Sharia-compliant, we are happy to collaborate with you guys because we understand that Middle East is a primary Muslim-based population, and Indonesia is the largest Muslim population in the world. And third, for those of you who are interested to do PropTech, who are interested to work with us to collaborate, to use our AI technology to do predictive scoring on the consumer in your home market, we are also happy to license our technology to work with you. With that, I'll end my session.
Thank you so much, Winston. Thank you. Amazing. Yeah, big round of applause. Very inspiring, isn't it, to hear about stories that are really about serving people who wouldn't be served by other solutions. So thank you so much for sharing that. Next up, where would you like to speak from, my lovely? Would you like the microphone? We have Ray Obaigavo, who is the CEO and founder of Oremi Communications.
Thank you very much.
I'm so excited to hear what you have to share with us. So please, the stage is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Do I get the notes, please?
I don't know if they're on there, my lovely.
That's not possible.
I don't know. It might just be mirroring what's on the screen.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to jump right in. My name is Ray Obaigbo. I am a West African real estate and tech marketing communications consultant. And I cover not just Nigeria, West Africa, other West African countries. And I also have a radio show, a real estate radio show, where we have callers call in and ask questions and inquire about issues that concern them in the real estate sector. Aside from that, I also am the author of the Green Real Estate and Tech, #great. Yes, I'm a millennial. I still use hashtags. And I'm here to talk about the human-centric PropTech. That is designing and marketing real estate experiences in a way that truly serves people. And why does that matter? Why does it matter to design PropTech for the human being, for the person, for the individual? There's several aspects to it. I'm just going to go through some key points. Number one, the global PropTech investment is projected to exceed about $50 billion by the year 2030. And the African space, we have about 54 markets with large population that is constantly expanding considering the population and is expected to, in the year 2050, it's going to be the fifth, Nigeria especially, is going to be the fifth largest economy in the world. And 50% of Nigeria's massive population is currently under 30. So you know that a lot of them are digitally savvy and very active online. And it's projected that in the next 30 years, 1 in every 5 people online will be African. So these people in this large space that I've given all the numbers and facts to back are going to be asking for solutions. They're going to be looking for a community connection and innovation that help empower them. And what you find is solutions surviving and thriving in these emerging markets are often driven by human daily problems. Yes?
Yeah, click. Do you want me to try it for you? But, oh, go back one. Perfect.
So I'm just going to, so welcome to this session. This session, what we intend to do is reframe PropTech, not just as a shiny new set of rules, not as a shiny new set of tools, more of a fad, but more of a catalyst for solving human problems, specifically in the real estate sector. Now, for investors, especially those that are eyeing the emerging markets like Nigeria, like Ghana, and Benin Republic, a country with massive population and a housing supply to demand imbalance. Fun fact, Nigeria's population is currently about 223 million plus as of right now, and still expanding. So considering the population, the housing imbalance, and the need for a basic need-solving solutions, the future inevitably lies in solutions that combine skill, empathy, and technology. And as a millennial deeply rooted in Nigeria, the real estate ecosystem and the public voice and ear, what I get to hear is a lot of real problems, real people who call in, and what you find is, we lived experience in building property, people, and technology. And when I consult for what my clients, or share my voice and listen, to listeners that call in to ask for, to inquire about real estate issues. And that knowledge and that experience is what I bring on board when I'm consulting with my clients with regards to marketing communication. Okay, so I'm going to start with a story. A lot of times on my show, I do have a lot of stories. I'm going to start with a story where I had a caller who called in. And she said, okay, hi Ray, let me give her name is Eleanor from Edo State. And she calls in and she says, Ray, I have a lot of issues with getting properties. When I find properties, you have agents that might not be real agents, and you have some properties that are already sold, not available, and I even have issues getting funds to get these properties. Okay. And what you find is from her problem, from what she shared with me on the radio show, what I realize is a lot of times the problem in Western Africa, in Nigeria, is not the fact that we don't have properties. It's the fact that a lot of people are not confident in the properties that they find online. They have issues trusting the options that they find online. And where technology is supposed to come in is to build their confidence, right? And where that comes in is by showing empathy. What does empathy mean? So instead of technology that just shows facts, numbers, it's now about plugging in the story of Eleanor Ekene from Nigeria or Ray from Lagos State, and providing solutions that actually show that you understand my roadmap from when I need a property to when I get a property. Because at the end of the day, property and real estate is about providing shelter, is about providing a home, is about connecting your tech solution to the end user with what they need and what they want. So we explore search options, we explore user-friendly tools, we explore a user interface that is very easy to interact, introducing AI, introducing click-friendly solutions that people can use. So instead of saying 1,000 verified listings, we can say no more house hunting, or no more house hunting heartbreaks. You can say protect your home the easy way, or you can say, you can build it around the family in such a way that the average African or the average Nigerian wants to know more about the solution that you're providing. All right, so I'm going to go into the foundation. There are three aspects of this presentation. The foundation being the human being, the human experience, understanding the human experience and the human problems that drive tech adoption. Real estate, first of all, as we've covered so far, is real-life milestones, not just transactions. It's about the buying and the selling. It's about Ekene from Lagos State. It's about Ray from Lagos State. About me moving from my parents' house to my own home. It's about the family that's just started and how the family grows from having a one-bedroom to owning a five-bedroom duplex in Lagos State, or even from owning one property to investing in several properties. So understanding that story, understanding that, that journey helps guide the solution that you're introducing to your target market.
You've only got about a minute left, Ray.
So we're going to go into designing for people, where we covered having a an easy user interface, a click-friendly solution that people can navigate, especially in environments where not that many people might be educated. Yes, they'll be digitally savvy, but they may not be educated. So you need things that they understand visually. From once you see an image, you know what you're clicking on, they know what they want, and they know how to purchase to the end. The next aspect, of course, is marketing. I think we already covered a bit of that, where we mentioned that marketing, your caption should be about the solution, as opposed to it being just about the product itself. It should be about how they feel at the end of the day, the safety that you provide, the security that you introduce, the trust that they can build in your product as a PropTech solution. Okay, so this Nigerian Property Center, that's MPC, it's another story. Do I have a second for that?
Not really.
So Nigeria Property Center is a platform, the property platform in Nigeria. And when they initially wanted to penetrate the Nigerian market, it was really difficult for them. Where almost 2 years in, they were not getting as much traction as they could have, right? And so they had to go back to the drawing board, engaging the government, which is something that is very important. I know we had several sessions with that regards, engaging individuals, individual communities like the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Real Estate Developers Association, the International Real Estate Federation, that's FIAPSI in Nigeria, and collaborating with them to provide solutions and to make sure to gain the trust of people, to gain the confidence of people. So for them, marketing wasn't just about the wasn't just about the product. It was about connecting to the community, building the community, educating the community, and then introducing the solution to the community.
Okay, going to wrap it up for me now.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, as we said, the future is human. The most valuable property technology in Africa, Near East, and Asia will not be the flashiest. It will be the most empathetic, accessible, and the most trustworthy. I think the rest of them is just a recap on empathy, connection, and the people, which is what human-centric PropTech is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and what a strong close. I loved it. It was fantastic. Thank you so much, Ray. Really appreciated that. And finally, we are going to be joined by Mr. Cesar Lopez. Are you going to go over there? You got a thing, and you got a thing, and you got a clicker. Amazing. Cesar, you're the founder of, the CEO of Finspo. So you're going to tell us all about Finspo? Go on then. It's a long walk over there. Amazing. Can we have a big round of applause as Cesar takes the stage, please? Thank you. Try it again.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Cesar Lopez, CEO and founder of Finspo. And it's a real honor to be here at the Global PropTech Connect, sharing the stage with people who are redefining how cities and societies will evolve. Today, I would like to talk about something more profound than technology, something that sits at the intersection of data, people, and belonging. Real estate is no longer just about square meters or construction cost. It's about human potential and how about using data to unlock it. Across the world, we are seeing a paradox: urbanization and the population happening at the same time. While cities grow denser and more complex, many regions, rural, coastal, even suburban, struggle to attract new life. Yet, investors and governments often make territorial decisions with fragmented, disconnected, or outdated information. So at Finspo, we ask a simple but transformative question. What if artificial intelligence could help us not only where people live, but where they truly thrive? Finspo is an AI-powered territorial intelligence platform that merges PropTech, GovTech, and ImpactTech. We use machine learning, spatial data, and behavioral modeling to predict where people, business, and communities can thrive. From European villages to emerging smart regions in Asia, Latin America, Africa, and Middle East, our goal is to help governments, investors, and citizens make smarter, fairer, and more human decisions about where and how to live. Cities and regions worldwide are redesigning their identities, moving toward sustainability, connected, and inclusive models. We support this transition by using AI neuronal networks to forecast population flows, workforce distribution, and housing or infrastructure demand before the first brick is laid. We simulate territorial matching, connecting the right people, skills, and infrastructures to create balanced growth. By integrating environmental, social, and economic data sets, our models help planners, developers, and policymakers build cities that are not just smarter, but more livable. Our technology helps design adaptive territories before they are even built. Now imagine an investor comparing different regions, a coastal town, a growing logistics corridor, or a digital hub. Each place has potential, but also uncertainty. AI delivers predictive analytics on land value evolution, infrastructure readiness, and human settlement potential. We merge public and private data sources from open geospatial databases to mobility and economic indicators to create real-time dashboards that visualize opportunity and risk. The result? Investors see beyond property prices. They see resilience and long-term demand. Governments can design policies grounded in data, not intuition. AI turns fragmented information into living territorial intelligence. Around the world, we are helping regions identify where new life and talent can grow. Our AI analyzes hundreds of variables, from employment opportunities and housing affordability to education access, climate risk displaced people, and quality of life. We match families, professionals, and entrepreneurs with territories that fit their lifestyle, ambitions, and community values. This same approach is being adopted for fast-developing regions that want to balance growth, sustainability, and inclusion. But the same AI that helps repopulate a small rural town can help shape the next generation of smart communities. We believe the next frontier of PropTech is not just about digital twins or automation. It's about human-centric intelligence. Our technology stack includes predictive models using regular neuronal networks and transformer architectures, synthetic data generation through generative adversarial networks from missing data sets, geospatial analytics and real-time dashboards, and a strong foundation in AI ethics, transparency, and privacy by design. We are not just analyzing territories. We are helping them evolve. We are building the bridge between AI and empathy, between growth and sustainability. The mission is simple: to empower developers, cities, and citizens to make better decisions about where and how we live. So, as we look ahead the next decade of real estate innovation, let's remember, it's not about property, it's about possibility. The future of PropTech will not be measured by how high we build, but by how we deeply connect with data, with communities, and with each other. Technology should be created for that purpose, to connect people and territories through data and understand humanity. From coastal towns to megacities, from innovation hubs to rural villages, we are helping shape territories where people and technology grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Come back and join me. Muchas gracias. Fantastic. Amazing. Thank you. So, 4 speakers who've all got a very clear message which is shared about putting the human back at the heart of all the decisions we make when it comes to PropTech and design and construction. So again, very quick fire. You've got about 30 seconds to answer one question each. I'm afraid we're going to whistle through this. Derek, I'm going to start with you. How hard is it to balance the desire to use technological solutions like apps and AI and all the things that you see have potential with remaining conscious and human and looking at that side of things? And you've got your mic on still.
Yeah, first of all, you have to be balanced yourself. Otherwise, you cannot work on this. That's number one. So start working on yourself and then start working on other things. That's number one. Number two, conscious definition is completely different for everyone. I think to reflect on Saudi Arabia, what I mentioned before, if Saudi and people in general are very friendly and very hospitable, that's already a very good first step to positivity and to manifestation and to conscious technologies. Because if you start from another angle, like a pure tech angle or a pure business angle or a pure financial angle, it will never work. So if you start with, for example, what I always experience when I'm here, people with a real smile and people with a real energy, that is how technology is being built. And of course, with a strong leadership, otherwise you don't get anywhere. And that's, of course, here very strong and very good. Otherwise, you cannot make decisions. So I think here Saudi, for example, has a very good opportunity, and I think it's going the right way. And as I again say, yalla, let's go. And
Yalla, let's go. Yalla, let's go. I love it. And thank you for the segue into the topic of leadership, because that's one thing I wanted to ask you about, Winston, is the team you're building looks amazing, like such incredible experience, people who've achieved a lot already. How do you maintain that dynamism and enthusiasm in a team that's maybe had success by doing things one way and keep them curious and open to maybe build the new in a different way?
Thanks for your question. Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Go with that. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, perfect. Just
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks for your question. I love that question, actually, because when we build a technology business, it's never about technology. It's actually more about the human. And it's not just about the customer we serve. In this case, it's the underbanked customer. But more importantly, it's the employees and the staff that we have.
Yeah.
And it's super important for us to identify and bring on board people who share the same vision. People who work in Miliki Rumah, from the C level to the operation people, they come in not because they want to make money. They come in because they believe that rent to own, the technology that we are building, is the solution to help millions of Indonesians to own their first home. And they believe what they are doing is a noble social cause that will change and improve the lives of millions of middle-class families who otherwise not be able to own their first home. So therefore, I think the motivation for the whole team is not just about trying to achieve KPI or trying to just increase their profit or increase their income.
Yeah.
But I think it's really the ability to change life. If you look at the logo of our Miliki Rumah, it actually looks like a home, but actually there's also a double meaning. It's actually the Batman logo also. So we see ourselves, myself and my whole team, as a superhero to help the Indonesian middle class to achieve the dream of owning their first home.
I love that, tapping into that bigger purpose. Who here would like to be a superhero? I mean, yes, please. I think that would be amazing, right? To go to work and feel like the job you're doing is a bit superhero-ish. So yeah, I love that. Thank you for giving us that inspiration, Winston. Ray, how hard is it not to compromise on human-centric values when presented or needing to demonstrate real commercial value?
So what you find a lot of times with PropTech solutions, I had a conversation with someone here earlier, is that with developers, especially when a developer is the one coming up with the concept, some of them get so carried away with the numbers they're trying to get, with the technical aspect, the back-end aspect, and how it looks on the front end. So it's very important when you have to carry, especially for investors, right? To carry them from where they are to where they need to be when they are marketing their product to the end users. Because a lot of times with the end users, things are a lot more simpler for them. If it's too complicated, it wouldn't fly, right? And that's how it is with most tech solutions. So you have to get the investors, the developers, the entire team on board to see from your point as a marketing person, like the audience, the people you need to speak with, they need to understand what you're bringing to them. No matter how fantastic your solution is, to you and your team, if the users don't get it, if the humans don't get it and they can't use it, it's very hard to sell to them. So carrying the investors, carrying the team along from point A to where they want to be is how we go from point A, to get them on board, the human aspect of it.
Love that, yeah, and it follows on really nicely to the question I want to ask Cesar, which is all about, that main thing that you have, the mission that you communicate. So if there was a main thing to do with Findspo that you want people to know about, that's part of the way you communicate to your users, your investors, the people who are ultimately going to embed your product, what's that main thing? What's at the core? Oh, sorry, that's for Cesar. Sorry, Ray. I mean, I know you could talk about that too, but let's go to Ray. Let's go to Cesar.
So for me, as a guy who was born in a village of 6 inhabitants in the north of Spain, it's probably the mission will be that knowledge should be available for everyone, and the decision to choose a spot to live, and a home, and a work to do should be something that everyone who has access. And I think AI-driven solutions could give this knowledge accessible for everyone. Yeah. So this probably will be my answer.
Fantastic. I'm so sorry we don't have time for more. We have hours of conversation-worthy topics here. So please do make the most of these 4 amazing people being around for the next, the next couple of hours and tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for joining me. Please give them a really, really appreciative round of applause. Derek, Winston, Ray, and Cesar, thank you so much. Really appreciate that awesome conversation. Thank you. Loved it. And I think you're going to have a little photograph maybe. Anyone want to take a photograph of mine? No, they've gone now. They're not interested. No? No? I don't know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but that's fine. No, we're all good. You're not important enough. Sorry, they don't want a photograph. We'll get one later for sure when the guys are back. So thank you so much, all of you. That was absolutely wonderful. Okay, swiftly moving on to our final hybrid of the day. Are you enjoying this format? Kind of quick fire presentation, a little bit of discussion. I think it's really interesting to hear these perspectives. So we have 4 more people for you to close out the day. So please do lend them your ears, stay open, stay curious. It's really great to have them with us. I'd like to welcome you all onto stage if you would like to come and join me, please. We have Mr. Atif Kamran, who is the CEO of PropTech Smart. Atif, come and join me. Robin Decaux, who is the CEO of Equito App. Robin is over there, wonderful. Farid Bagheri, who's the CEO of Entralon. Farid is with us here. And we have Mustafa Hakam, who is the KSA Country Director of Property Finder. Come on, round of applause. I can't hear you over here. Welcome, gentlemen. Please do grab a seat. Who is going first? I think we've got, oh lost my page. I was going to say hello. Hi, Robin, enchanté. Hello, nice to see you all. Just going to say hello. Lovely to meet you all. Great. Okay, so Atif, I think you're taking us away. Clicker, yes. Trying to get our ducks in a row. Amazing. Do we have slides? Yes, we have a face, which is always good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, look at that. It's like they've done it before. Amazing. Thank you, tech team. You're doing a sterling job. Really appreciate you. Okay, off you go, Atif. 10 minutes. No more, please.
No more. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. They say that they save the best at last.
Yes,
right?
I love that.
And a challenging one because half the audience might be asleep or a little bit tired. But I think my colleagues are going to do an amazing job later. Okay, my name is Atif Kamran, and I'm founder and CEO of PropTech Smart. I'm very thrilled to share with you this profound shift that is not only changing the real estate industry, but also is redefining how wealth and ownership means to a whole new generation. My keynote topic today is emerging trends in PropTech and how tokenization will redefine wealth for the new generation. Now let's first look at the generational overview where we are right now. By 2030, the two major cohorts, millennials and Gen Zs, are going to be 18 to 49 years old. Now, this is not only the largest group, but also they are the ones who are digital natives. This is the generation that is using apps and smartphones. They live on apps and smartphones. And these are the generation who want to use this technology for ease of use. They want to have instant access, and they want to have transparency. But the problem with our traditional real estate industry is that it's so slow for them. It's opaque, and it's expensive. This generation, the millennials and Gen Z, they are ready to invest, but they want something else. The solution is that we merge the traditional real estate industry with something that this generation knows well, and that is digital ownership. Now, the core innovation here is the shift to tokenized ownership. Now, the tokenized ownership, when we talk about that, it means that we take an asset and we put it on blockchain. In this instance, we're talking about real estate. And when we put it on blockchain, we create small pieces of a property that many people can buy on a fraction of a cost. Now, they don't have to invest $1 million, but they can invest $1,000. I was speaking to a gentleman in Qatar literally last week at one of the conferences there, and then they said, imagine how many people are in some of the other countries who have $100 each. We're talking about billions of people, right? But how many people we can have who have $100,000 or $1 million, a smaller number. So what tokenization does is that expands that horizon, expands that approach, the overall market size for the developers. Now, this provides three key benefits. First of all, it makes it affordable, as we just talked about, because the fraction is small, the token size is small, and it's down to the developer how many fractions they want to create. And it makes it affordable. The barrier to entry is removed. The second benefit is the transparency. As we all know, and many speakers earlier today talked about how blockchain provides transparency, the trust factor, the immutability. So all of these words, these two generations, millennials and Gen Zs, they are very well aware of, and that's what they want. The third benefit is accessible. So because of tokenization, there's no limit. The investors could invest anywhere in the world, right? The sky's the limit. So it becomes more accessible. It democratizes the investments into real estate. And tokenization doesn't only empower the investors, it also benefits the developers, because there are a number of pain points for developers. And we're not going to go into full detail of that, but let's talk about the easy entry, the market size. Because of the tokenization, the barrier to entry is lowered. More number of people can participate in given project. Hence, the exposure is bigger. So easy access, increased liquidity. There's more liquidity for developer, because now they are using the tokenization and they have global instant access, not the local market only, because internet goes everywhere. And then the third, the reduced overheads. Of course, the use of technology, the smart contracts that automate the ownership, the rental income, and when they are ready to sell their real estate. So all of that reduces the overheads, effectively reducing or increasing the ROI for the investors. And of course, efficiency is something that we all want to achieve through the use of latest technology. Moving forward, this is where we come in as an organization. We started building this platform 2 years ago. We built our own blockchain. It's Layer 1 blockchain, particularly for this purpose. Of course, as you all understand, that tokenization can be done on any asset, but our niche is real estate. So we built our Layer 1 blockchain, which provides the core infrastructure to carry out all the transactions related to real estate. We build smart contracts to be able to deal with the recurring revenue, the rental incomes, or anything that we have to create in terms of an agreement with the investor that goes into smart contract. And once again, that builds more trust for the generation that we are talking about, the millennials and Gen Z, because it's not human promise. It's not human saying. It's not a piece of paper. Of course, we have legal systems and we have contracts, and there's a way to go to the courts, try to enforce the contract if somebody reneges. But smart contracts takes away that pain, because smart contract will not renege. It will carry on according to the coding, the software that is built upon.
You've got a minute left, Atif. You've got 1 minute left.
1 minute left. I'm getting there. And Web3 infrastructure, of course, this is like a key that comes with the blockchain that we use latest tech, and Web3 gives us that flexibility. Now, getting to the last few slides, technology is not enough. We need education. That's a very important part, and many companies forget about this, because we have to educate people how to use technology. We have to educate people what are the benefits, what are the things that could go wrong. And that's where we also have built our community model, where we are educating, we are teaching and training our community members on not only technology, but leadership skills, entrepreneurship skills, etc. Key takeaways from this presentation is digital natives, don't forget them. By 2030, the majority of the people who are earners, the dominant earners, the dominant spenders and investors are these two generations, millennials and Gen X. Tokenization using blockchain technology, and education for adoption, 3 important ones. 2 important thoughts that I want to leave you with. One is, the question is not whether tokenization will change the real estate. The question is, who will lead that change? That's an important question. And the real estate build the old world, and digital ownership will build the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing an unprecedented level of change in front of us. It's happening right now. And with the advent of technology, everything is on steroids. Change is on steroids. And that's all for me. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be available after the presentation if you have any question about how PropTech Smart can help you achieve your goals, if there's anything we can work together on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atif. Amazing. Appreciate that. I'll do that as well. Thank you. Very formal. Excellent. Good stuff. We're going to come next to Orvar Ducul, who is the CEO of Equito App. So, Orvar, I'm not going to say anything more. The stage is yours. Take it away. If they've loaded your presentation. Yes, team. Yes. See, they're on it. They're on it. They know what they're doing. Amazing.
Fantastic. Salam alaikum, Riyadh. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here in the kingdom, and especially in this room in Riyadh. Riyadh have been very interesting for me to come. It represents the future we are all trying to build, the future of smart cities and of great opportunity for investment. I was on the plane and I was looking at a lot of information around the city and how it's been developing and all the great things that have been done in the fintech space, in the post space. And I think that the region have everything set to become a key player in the PropTech world. I want to talk to you about today about a meeting between the oldest, most tangible and most valuable asset in the world, real estate, 400 trillion euro market cap, and the meeting with one of the most powerful tools of today, liquidity. Liquidity is the oxygen for market to flow, for capital market and for property market to evolve. But let's be honest, real estate was not designed for the next generation of investors. Like my peers said before, it's very hard for any retail investors to enter the market. It's very expensive. In Europe, you need at least 80,000 euros in order to get a loan and acquire a property. And for those who actually manage to acquire a property, the dream of becoming a property investor can become a nightmare. You have a lot to deal with, property visit, maintenance, repair, default payment. The dream of having your money work for you become actually a nightmare, and you have to have 2 jobs in order to make some money out of it. And we decided to create a solution using tokenization in order to make sure that anyone can actually enjoy what the real estate market has to offer. I will not explain you what tokenization is. I think my peers have done it before. But basically, you can fractionalize and digitalize a property into small shares that become liquid, tradable, and secure. Let's imagine like a stock market for real estate, open 24/7, worldwide, globally. And this new opportunity unlocks insane amount of capital. Today, a lot of people are keeping their savings in bank account at 1–2% interest. And with tokenization, we can now unlock immense capital into the property market. If we look globally, it's a $3 trillion opportunity. If we look only at Europe, it's a $200 billion opportunity. And we are here to pave the way and make sure that everybody can tackle this opportunity, while Saudi have all the infrastructure and the vision to make sure that you can also enjoy this opportunity. So we did build a platform, a mobile app, that allow anyone from anywhere to invest seamlessly in fractions of property from 100 euro using Apple Pay and Google Pay. It's as easy as buying a book on Amazon and you become a shareholder in a property apartment. Then you can earn monthly rental income automatically distributed on your wallet, on your app. When you receive your income, you can send them in your bank account or decide to automatically reinvest them to compound your interest. It's extremely easy for anyone to enter. But one of the main problems, as we mentioned it, is liquidity. You cannot sell your property or 5% of your property tomorrow. You cannot trade it like bonds or stock like we can do on the property market. With our solution, you need liquidity, you need to pay some expenses tomorrow, you click on a button and you get your money back, as you can easily trade your property directly from a secondary market. And AI, we talk about it, it's at the center of everything. AI allows us today to source property much faster, to value them, to predict rental income, to analyze contracts, to manage tenants. We have built solutions that empower the people, because AI is not going to replace human. AI is going to give us superpower. And at Equito, we built a team of 30 people that have decided to embrace this AI wave, to execute with speed and precision thanks to AI. And now, we talk about the future. Saudi Arabia have everything to tackle this opportunity. The regulation is there, the Capital Market Authority have paved the way for fintech to operate. YEGA is digitizing property, all the deeds are already online. We are one more step away in order to make tokenization a reality in Saudi. And we have started to pave the way already in Europe. In Europe, we have talked with the regulator for the last 3 years to make sure that Europe can be a key player in real estate tokenization. And after 3 years of conversation, we managed now to have a security token offering regulation. And I'm proud to say that Equito is the leading regulated platform in Europe that will offer security token at scale for the people. US also is going to move forward. With the Genius Act, we have now new standards that regulate utility token and stablecoin that are entering a lot in the economy. More than 2 trillion euro have been issued in stablecoin. This means more liquidity and programmable asset and programmable income for everyone. Back in the days, 10 years ago, I did my thesis on the blockchain, and my conclusion was that we were missing two things for tokenization and blockchain to reach global adoption. One was an harmonized regulation everywhere. Two was real use cases. Today, it's the perfect time. Regulation and use case are meeting for this to become a massive opportunity for all the key players that will want to enter it. And we have already made tremendous progress. In the last 2 years, we have onboarded over 230,000 people on our app from 70 different countries. They have invested collectively 25 million euros. We have deployed this capital across 115 properties that we have acquired in only 24 months. This means 3 properties per week. We are increasing our speed and will reach 1 property per day, 2 per day, 3 per day, etc. But repetition is key. For any platform like ours to make sure that we can grow globally, we need investor trust. And we managed to get this investor trust through the discipline that we had in our investments to make sure that we can consistently provide quality product on the platform, but also through the secondary market that we have offered. Because nowadays, tokenization and liquidity is not just a dream, it's a reality. Over 2 million euros have been already transacted on our secondary market, providing liquidity for our investors. And to show you how sticky our solution is and how loyal our investors are, over 60% of them reinvest with us on a monthly basis. My first property, I financed it in 7 months. I let you imagine how struggle it was to find the first investor one by one. Today, we finance properties in minutes, and we are on our way to expand all over Europe. This new regulation allows us to passport ourselves across Europe. We are expanding to new markets, France, UK, Germany. We will reach 180 million euro in AUM in the next 2 years, all the way to 1.5 billion euro by 2030. Because technology is a big help, but at the end, it's humans that are changing the way. All these powerful humans that I showed you are working every day, embracing AI to make sure that we can offer a seamless experience for the next generation of investors. I want you to imagine that tomorrow, teacher, student, small business owner of Saudi would be able to contribute to the development and own a part of a rental block here in Riyadh or a greenhouse in Neom. This is the promise of tokenization, a market that is liquid, transparent, global, and accessible for everyone. I want to thank you all for listening to me. I'm Robin Decaux, the CEO and co-founder of Equito. I will be around for the next 2 days until the FII start, and I will be happy to meet you all and discuss further how we can make Saudi and Europe global leader in the real estate tokenization space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robin. Appreciate that. What an ambitious, incredibly big project you have. So yeah, very great to hear about that. Thank you for sharing with us. So now we're going to be moving on to Dr. Farid Bagheri, who is the CEO of Entralon, and you are going to share some thoughts with us.
Of course.
Over to you.
It's coming.
It's coming.
So hi everybody, and thank you for PropTech Summit for giving me this opportunity, and thank you to Saudi Kingdom for great hospitality. I am Farid, the CEO and founder of Entralon Group. So Entralon has been created 5 years ago as a real estate platform specialized on new build properties. We cover entire London, and we are specialized in sales and off-plan projects. And we have a great partnership with great developers in London, almost all of them. And this is where I identify an issue. So we only were targeting 1% of the people, the actual buyers, and 99% of the people were approaching our platform or we were generating as leads, they were people that we couldn't work with them. So this shows the great problem that is accessibility of real estate. So we're all going after the 1% to sell our assets. But there we came to a conclusion that we need a better solution, something that can serve all, something that can fix the accessibility problem. This is where OpenState were born, and we have been working on this product for almost a year now. This is the great question. So, do you buy property to become wealthy, or must you already be wealthy to buy property? This is the current status of the market. Once owning a home was a security, now is a certificate of privilege. And for millions, the dream has just moved. Hasn't just moved, it just disappeared. And we are not facing a closed door. Actually, there is no door. This is the real estate market, which is almost over $300 billion and represents 60% of the global wealth. And only 2% of the people have direct access to it. There are reasons for that. So one is a structural failure. So the market is illiquid. It takes 6 to 12 months to exit an investment. It's fragmented. It's local rules, currencies, and different platforms, no global access, and it's costly only for people to buy cross-border transactions. So it's cost them annually between 1.5 to 2 trillion loss only in transactions. And investor has a big problem. If we see from the retail investors, we have the generation, as our colleagues already mentioned. So we have the biggest transfer of wealth from the baby boomers to Generation Z and millennials. Almost $68 trillion of wealth going to be transferred to this generation by 2035. And 72% of these people actually prefer alternatives, such as crypto, real estate, private markets. And the demand is for fractional, digital first, and transparent access. Institution has a problem as well. So basically, liquidity is a big issue for institutions, 7 to 10 years locked up. And they have no standardized reporting. ESG and valuation always is a problem, and no compliant platform bridging. This is a big problem that institutions are facing on their assets. Because of the issues that exist in real estate market, of course, the solutions came up, such as real estate REITs, which has started in 1960, fractional ownership early 2000, and crowdfunding in around 2012. But each of them, they have their own issue and limitations. So REITs, you don't have direct ownership, so the ownership is indirect. Transparency can be an issue, and you are locked with the investment for a certain period of time. Fractional ownership, again, low liquidity, and selling the fraction is difficult, and high fees and complex management always is an issue for fractional ownership, and legal issues as well. Crowdfunding is a high risk when it's not regulated, and it's heavily dependent on the developer and the delivery of the project, and the locked-up period, again, 3 to 10 years' time. So the solution is tokenization, as Altif and Robin correctly mentioned. So this is the tokenization wave that we currently have, and this is what our industry leaders, they have to say about it. The size of the market is around 300 billion today, which real estate will represent almost half of it. And its forecast shows that it's going to grow to $16 trillion by 2030, almost just in a 5 years' time. And we are at the beginning of this wave. As you see, 2025 is just the beginning of this big race. And we are very excited about it. And for real estate itself, I think this is the only decade that real estate can transform. Because there are four major forces that we need to transfer real estate. We need blockchain, we need artificial intelligence, we need DeFi and tokenizations, and we need IoT and real estate data. And as you see in this graph, everything is maturing at the same time. And this is actually the great opportunity. And this is the decade that we have to change that. And about changing market is easy to say, okay, we have to change that, we have to transform it, and everybody has some ideas to fix some problems. Obviously, tokenization is the problem, but to fix this problem as a whole, we have to do it together. So this is where this slide is coming, a call for a united market. We all need to come together to actually do something about it. And all the stakeholders, I mean. So from the people on the panel that are working on the same technologies, they are the believers, and from the bank institution, asset manager, developers, agents, and other technology platforms. So basically, if we create an environment, an ecosystem that everybody wins, that's going to be the real change. And this is where we are coming with OpenState. This is a platform that we think it's going to be the infrastructure for unifications. We haven't invented anything. Tokenization has been there. Other technologies has been there. AI is developing itself. We're just integrating them. And because of the experience we had in listing platform, so we know what user is looking for and what was the shortages. And we are building now a platform that is compliance first, as is very important in real estate, is blockchain and AI power, and giving fractional ownership. Creates a liquid borderless market and position to unify the entire chain. Our vision is to make real estate as open, liquid, and borderless as the internet, and our mission is to unify global real estate into the transparent marketplace. So basically, we all see the crack, and we all hold a piece of the solution. And I personally believe blockchain is being created to transport real estate, and tokenization is just a tool. Liquidity is the main problem, and unification is the solution. And only by unifying the market, bringing different stakeholders, and plugging the system that we are building together, we can bring in liquidity to the market, just like the stock market. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Farid. Really appreciate that. That was fantastic. Oh, I keep giving people electric shocks.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's either the stage or something. It's quite exciting. Okay, so for our final talk, before we just run into the ultimate questions at the very end, I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Mustafa Hakam. You are the KSA Country Director for Property Finder.
Exactly.
So that sounds like a very important job, a very important thing. So I can't wait to hear all your important thoughts.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. We're delighted to have you. So please, you have your 10 minutes.
Actually, guys, from the perspective of putting people first, I will try to make it short and engaging as much as we can. I'm Mustafa Hakam, looking after Property Finder KSA, and at the same time, I'm supporting Egypt team. We are here saying that at Property Finder, we are putting people first, designing human-centric PropTech in the Middle East. Let's just have 5 seconds stoppage time and think together. Why do you think we should put people first? Just 5 seconds. Think about it. Is it just we have to say this narrative because we are on the stage? Guys, I've been for 20 years across different industries. It started with 11 years in telecom, 4 to 5 years in the mobility sector, ride-hailing and delivery, digital healthcare, home services. I've seen a lot of transformations across different industries. Usually, any industry or sector, it starts with an invention. The invention comes with thoughtful idea, brilliant one, usually focusing on providing the clients with the best experience that we can provide. And then clients are happy. Then what happens next is competition penetrates or enters this lucrative market after the first mover brought the early adopters and make some money. The competition comes, and competition starts, then companies change their budgets, make cost optimization, and then what happened next? Clients are dissatisfied. Then the brilliant guys who will stay in the market are the ones who will think and put people first. Property Finder has been in the market for 20 years. And I do believe that the only thing that's making Property Finder the market leader for 20 years in a row is putting people first. Next slide, please.
You want to click it, maybe?
Please. From where?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I keep doing that. It's quite exciting, isn't it? There we go.
It's an electric shock.
Yeah, I know it's an electric shock. They just click the middle one when you want to switch your slides.
Thank you, thank you.
No worries.
So, what percentage do you think property technology contributes within the real estate transactions happening in KSA? What percentage do you think?
Small.
Minority, not estimations. By the way, it's one of the most difficult markets I've seen to bring data. But of course, it's better than Egypt, I'm telling you. So it's United Arab Emirates, then KSA, then Egypt. Estimates are around 4 to 10% maximum of $100 billion annual transactions happening in KSA. $100 billion happening in KSA annually. We're just capturing as property technology platforms from 4 to 10% as an estimate. If you are just focusing on transactions, of course the consumer will not leave the normal or traditional broker and come back to you, use your platform. What did we do in Property Finder? I have a proof of concept here. We are saying that at Property Finder, we are putting people first. Besides putting my team in the first row, I'm putting my people first. I want to ask any one of my team, do you know what AAA means?
AAA?
Anyone? Accurate, authorized, available.
Okay.
It's our
DNA. 10 bonus points over there,
yeah.
right?
Exactly. So it's in our DNA. Before any regulator told us, guys, you have to put people first. We are putting our people first. Otherwise, we will not succeed. We will not compete. We will not be the market leader. Okay, how are we saying that we should put people first? We are putting our team first, and we are saying we should move to AI. It's easy, guys. You shouldn't always think that AI is replacing humans. You can think about AI that it's a hybrid model. So I'm reducing costs by lowering human interaction in customer experience, for example, but at the same time, I'm smarter. I'm optimizing my cost. I'm providing my consumer with better experience, and I'm providing my client with smarter solutions. By the way, the business model of Property Finder is that we are connecting brokers and developers to what? To clients, to consumers, the users, the one that enters and buyers. So I'm providing my clients with AI data analytics, supporting my brokers to understand where are the best places to put their listings in, the average prices everywhere. I can provide my consumers at the same time with the best chatbots. One of the brilliant guy of the AAA here, Ibrahim, one of my best team members, he was thinking about why don't we have AI chatbot answering consumers? And I'm telling you, Ibrahim, this is in our product roadmap next year. Just returned back from Dubai, and then it's in our product roadmap. Human ROI. I've studied market for a very long time, and I've seen the concept of customer lifetime value. This is the concept of customer lifetime value. If you're putting people first, you should expect that you're getting more money, making more revenues. You shouldn't be thinking that it's philosophical methodology of putting people first, theory, putting people first theory. Guys, if you are putting people first, you will make more money. That's it. Q's and A's, but before Q's and A's, I want just to share one more.
Of course, you have 1 minute left, so you're allowed.
The property or real estate is one of the most challenging industries I've seen. Do you know why, guys? Our frequency of purchase are one of the lowest. I told you that I've seen telecom, I've seen mobility, I've seen digital healthcare. Every one of us make how many calls per day in the telecom? Every one of us eats how many times, take how many rides per day, but every one of us just make 1 or 2 or 3 lifetime purchases for his properties, correct? So you have to be very cautious. You have to put your people first, your clients first, your consumer first. Otherwise, you will lose this client. And one of the brilliant things or 2 brilliant things we do at Property Finders, number 1, we put people first, provide them with the best experience. And the second thing is we partner. We make partnerships with higher frequency of purchase industries that will support us, provide and make more transactions. And I believe everyone have seen that Property Finder. Sorry, guys. I've made partnership with Stake, real estate investment, fractional investment platform, and a lot of more partnerships coming next. By this, we guarantee our consumers and clients with higher frequency of purchase complementary services that will put them first, as we say always in Property Finder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa. I really appreciated that. Thank you. I'm going to not touch you because I'm very worried about giving everyone electric shocks all the time. It's crazy. So we do have a couple of minutes for our final questions of the day. Robin, because you're sitting to my left, I'm going to begin with you. You have big ambitions and you believe that obviously this issue about liquidity and investment and how to put that in people's pockets and on people's phones is going to help solve that. How do you see the issue of adoption for something like that? Because you're effectively asking people to do something that feels very new, aren't you?
That's correct.
Right. Go on, try again. Try again. Try again.
And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 millions. That's correct. Trust and people put their hard earning savings into the hand of platforms. You need to build that trust. Trust cannot be bought through PR or through expensive marketing campaign. I think trust is earned day by day. So how did we manage to earn trust? First, through a very seamless and easy to understand user experience. The application speaks for itself. It's extremely well designed. People see the hard work that we have put into it, and they do trust in the future of the service that we will provide. Secondly, I do believe really it's through discipline and time build trust. Our community now is growing through the word of mouth because people are receiving returns, then they invite their friends, then they invite their family, then they talk about it. We have a great referral program that also allow investors to become ambassador of the platform. But I really believe that in any kind of investment, trust is at the center of it, and it's earned through time. Our track record speaks for itself also, and our bold ambition too.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, lost my microphone again. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're right. It's very much driven by mission and trust and all of those things. And I imagine for you it's very similar, Atif. It's like the same issues around adoption, because you're effectively telling people that things could look different from what they've always known, which is if I want a house, I have to buy a whole house. If I want to own a property, I have to buy the whole property. And you're saying you can own a small part of it. So how are you kind of communicating that message? What's the, what is that kind of strap line that you're saying to people that gets them engaged with the idea of tokenization and fractional ownership?
Right. I think there are 2 parts to that. One is what we do proactively, and one that is automatically happening. If you look at history, historically, any new technology it takes time to seep in.
Yeah.
So long time ago, new technology used to take 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 200 years ago. Then it reduced to 15, 20 years. Then it reduced to 10 years. And now, these days, it's 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
In 3 to 5 years, new technology will seep in automatically. So that is happening. The speed is there. And then, of course, the education, as I mentioned in my presentation.
Yeah.
So the technology is not enough. We have to educate people. We have to create simple trainings, ideas, and these days everybody's on TikTok. The influencers are going to do amazing jobs on that, and create simple models. And as you said, that the more people use, the trust will automatically build when they see the technology.
Yes, and I think we also follow probably what we see happening, and when our friends or our people in the media or influencers do these things, then we maybe have more of an inclination to follow along as well. So
And word of mouth
Yeah,
is,
I bet
of
that's
course,
powerful.
one of the best things to do.
Yeah.
Personal experience go a long way.
Yeah, for sure. Amazing. From the ecosystem perspective, you talk about this broken ecosystem, that we all need to be more holistic, that we need to work together, we need to be aligned. Who needs to start that process? Where do healing those cracks begin? Because surely the responsibility maybe sits in one camp more than another?
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, the changes are not happening overnight, but they need to start from somewhere. And we need to build infrastructure for it. Maybe we just take it from 1 to 10, and someone else is going to take it from 10 to 100.
Right.
This is the first step. But what I see as a mission for myself, so to find believers and people who are, we call them early adopters, and ask them to join us. Because what we are building is not building only for the end user, it's building for partners. And OpenState has a massive part of it is called Open Partners. And we want to onboard a lot of people and like-minded people and other businesses. So we want to make everybody win. And this is how the process starts.
And hopefully, Farid, you'll find some people in this conference today and tomorrow who want to join your mission and want to play their part within their little bit of the industry as well.
Of course. This is a cry for help, not a call for help. I think we need to change it, and that's the time.
Fantastic. So let's bring this full circle and finish with the human, which is where we started this morning, which I love. AI, humanity, people, human-centric. Surely there's a dichotomy here, Mustafa. I mean, surely you can't be telling me that you can build these human-centric, it has to start with the person, but AI can provide solutions? How do you do that without losing humanity and the personal touch?
Let me tell you that it starts with our business model, even before the AI. By our business model, we guarantee for our consumers that our algorithms being provided to the clients will just seek the proper listing with the highest quality to be in the top of our pages. No human interaction, it's just the AI algorithms we have.
Yeah.
From the client side, as I told you, he knows that every EGP, every Saudi riyal he pays will get him in the top if only his listings are of top quality. Other solutions that we are adopting now on our roadmap, as I told you on the stage, we have, number one, client interfacing AI solutions. We have pure, very smart data analytics algorithms that are going to work very soon, introducing awesome amount of analytics for our clients that they can adopt and enhance their business decisions going forward. We have lead qualification solution, AI solutions as well, that enhances the amount of leads and the quality of leads provided to our clients.
Yeah.
That's in a nutshell.
Yeah, but with this ambition that everything is done for the human benefit, which I love.
Exactly. It's putting people first.
Fantastic. And thank you for opening up a lot of topics that I think we're going to continue discussing tomorrow. So I hope you've had a fantastic first day. Really looking forward to being with you all again tomorrow. Please join me in thanking my amazing panelists and speakers. We have Robin, we've had Mustafa, we've had Atif, and we've had Farid. Thank you so much. Have an amazing evening and see you all tomorrow. Done. Oh, someone wants to photo. I'm going to give you electric shocks, I think. Yeah, that is. And I'm very worried about this. It's like, I don't know if it's my jumper or something. Obviously, no, I've been doing it all. Amazing. Thanks, guys. Hasta mañana, à demain, je sais pas. I can only do that because shukran, that's about it. So, see you guys. It was absolutely fantastic. Loved it. Thank you so much. Take care. See you tomorrow.